Right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Amberflight Gaming card review for Forged in the Barrens. We have quite a full crew today. So, how's everybody doing?
Wonderful.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm
I
doing
heard
pretty
this
good over here.
Battlegrounds tournament was.
Doing good.
Oh, well,
Ready to get some card ratings out for that new set coming. Mm-hmm.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So, I think we will kind of rotate through who's reading the classes, but does anybody particularly want to? We're going to be starting with Demon Hunter. Does anybody particularly want to read the Demon Hunter cards?
I just want Shaman.
I'll take Demon Hunter. That's fine.
Okay, cool. We are starting with Razor Boar.
With Razor Boar. Okay. All right, we got Razor Boar, 2 mana common card, 2 attack, 2 health. Death Rattle, summon a keyword Death Rattle minion that costs 3 or less from your hand. This card is all part of a new archetype they're trying to introduce into Demon Hunter that uses summoning Death Rattles that cost a certain amount or more, and it's generally more mana than the cards that we've seen before. I personally gave most of these cards a 3 because if they're going to work, they're all going to work together. So they're all kind of like supporting cards.
Yeah, I don't think, in my opinion, the Death Rattle synergy right now just doesn't seem that good. I don't think they printed enough stuff to make the deck really work that well. So I gave this one a 1.
That's kind of how I feel. They're kind of inventing a new archetype for Demon Hunter out of whole cloth. These could have in the past fit very nicely into Hunter, but here they are.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I think if this were a Hunter card, I'd probably like it a little more, but as a Demon Hunter card, I'm not really sold yet. I'm kind of leaning on this being like a 1 or a 2, and maybe they'll add more support and this will get better in future expansions, but I think initially this isn't going to be great.
A 1 star.
Yeah, I gave this one a 2. I think there's some okay support for the archetype. Part of the problem, though, is that everything's going to be coming out of your hand, which, I mean, Demon Hunter's pretty good at drawing cards, but you're going to have to be spending mana to draw the cards, and the stat lines on these, when you have to spend that extra mana, I don't know is really going to necessarily be worth it.
So ironically, even though it's the newest class, this probably has the best home in Wild, and some of these other cards too, because of the neutral Death Rattles that just already exist there. But I still am not super optimistic. We'll just have to see.
Yep.
It would be nice to see a new archetype in Wild for Demon Hunter that isn't just odd Demon Hunter. All right, next card. We've got Vile Call. Summon 2/2 demons with lifesteal. I'm not sure how I feel about this card. I mean, it's similar. There's obviously Druid has Dreamway Guardians, which is like summon 2/1/2 demons with lifesteal for 2 mana. And I mean, unless this kind of finds a home in an aggro deck, I'm not so sure this is that good of a card. I'd give it probably a 1 or a 2.
Too slow, pass.
Yeah, it's 3 mana.
It's 3 mana 4/4, which is like not bad, but
Yeah.
you don't have the same payoff in Demon Hunter. Like there's no board buff really, so
Yeah.
I give it a 2. Yeah, I agree. It just doesn't really fit any of the strategies trying to do.
That's where I'm at. Is the 2? It's got 4/4 stats for just a little bit above average, but it's spread over 2 bodies, so it makes it a little bit easier to clear. And there's not enough initiative to be really great. It could be okay in aggro. I'm not really sure, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes.
Yeah, that was my thinking too. So I also went with 2 and was kind of thinking maybe it's gonna go in some sort of aggro-y style. There's a card like this similar that's used in Token Druid. This minions are slightly smaller and it costs 1 less, but that's kind of what I was thinking as well. So yeah, I kind of gave it a 2.
Yep.
All right.
So worse, Dreamwake Guardians.
Yeah.
Mm, It's on that. It's on par. I think it's one more mana for 2 more stats.
True. I think it's just the clash, like you were mentioning, or somebody was mentioning. There's no real payoff. All right, next card. This is a Fury. This is the Demon Hunter Evolve spell, or the upgradable spell. Give your hero +2 attack this turn, and at 5 mana it upgrades to 3, and at 10 mana it upgrades to 4 attack. I gave this is a Demon Hunter likes cards that do this, and if you can get to 5, and I don't think the mana cost changes. 1 mana for 4 attack is good. I gave this card a 4.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I also gave it a 4. At the card's floor, it's a second slice basically. So it's always going to be a second slice or better, and I don't think that's bad. I think that's really good, and especially when you want to attack so much.
I think, in my opinion, this just seems more like a more balanced version of Twin Slice. Like Twin Slice was clearly pretty busted, so I think there's room to be worse than Twin Slice, and I think this is a decent attack buffing option. So I gave it a 3.
That's kind of where I feel. It obviously could have a home in Odd Demon Hunter and Wild. It's strictly worse, I think, than Twin Slice just because it lacks the versatility and doesn't generate the second spell. Games also will never really go to 10 if you're Odd Demon Hunter. If they are, you're probably losing. But at 5, +3 is not bad. So I give it a 3.
Yep. Also went with 3. You don't like if you're trying to do a lot of damage and you're at turn 10, you're probably not in the best spot anyway. So I don't know how relevant 4 damage is at 10. But 3 at 5 is really, really good. And I'm glad Wand Maker and Cobalt Spellkin are going away.
I
think
gave this a
Wandmaker's
4.
staying, right?
Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah, Wandmaker stays, Spellkin's going.
Oh no, disaster. Wand Maker's still good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Wandmaker will still be there. I believe that came out Skolomance.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I believe it's Skolomance or Precious.
I gave this a 3 because I think it's going to be bait. I think people that don't know how to build decks or people that want to that feel like it's going to be super powerful are going to want to play it. And then when it doesn't work out the way that they think it's going to happen, then they're going to think that it was another card's fault and take every other card except this one out, when really this is going to be the problem.
Oh,
Yeah.
Onward
Next
seems
card. Yeah, it's a good card. Next card is a 1 mana Demon Hunter weapon. 1 attack, 2 durability, Tusk Piercer, Death Rattle. Draw a Death Rattle minion. So more Death Rattle support. I don't know. Reconsidering the Death Rattle things. I mean, this card as a whole can just work if you have good Death Rattle cards in your deck. So I think of anything, I think this is probably the best of the Demon Hunter Death Rattles because you can just put like a couple of good neutral Death Rattles in. So I think I give this one actually a 3. I might be a bit lower on the other Demon Hunter Death Rattle cards though.
I'm actually changing my rating on this. It was a 2.
Hmm.
I'm changing it to 1.
Dang.
Yeah. I realized that like the big payoff for paying Death Rattles in Demon Hunter is the 7 mana card that summons them from your deck. I don't want to draw them. I want to
Oh.
play them for free.
I wasn't even thinking about it in that way. I was thinking about it as just drawing Death Rattle cards from your like.
I think that's good. But like you look at the Paladin weapon that draws and also plays the cards.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's probably a 2, or like you said, even a 1. It depends.
I think this card's it's just a little bit awkward. Like
Mhm.
Tachi was saying, in the Death Rattle deck, you don't really want to draw the Death Rattle minions. You kind of want them in your deck. And then if you're running this in a deck that's not based around like Death Rattle specifically, I just don't think there are that many good Death Rattles. It's probably just not worth running this. So I gave it a 2, like maybe see Fringe play, but I don't think it's great.
Yeah, I gave it a 2 also. I mean,
Mhm.
sometimes just drawing something specific isn't bad. Like, it's usually pretty
Yeah.
good. Again, I don't know how much you're going to want to run Death Rattles, but maybe there's something where you have 1 or 2 or something and you use this for those. So I think it's Fringe.
Yeah, I gave it a 2 as well. I don't think it's good enough to see play in a full-out Death Rattle Demon Hunter, but there might be 1 or 2 good Death Rattles that you're looking for, and this will help you tutor for them, and that could be good enough.
I feel like everybody's super calm right now, so I'm trying not to be hyped, but I'm looking at like a card we haven't talked about yet that talks about summoning a Death Rattle minion that costs 4 or less from your hand. And anytime I get to cheat something out, I think that's great. And if I can help to cheat something out, then awesome. That said, I also think that it's going to be weird. Like Demon Hunter as a whole just feels like it's going to be weird. So I'm not ready to say that it's good yet, but I will at least give it a 2 to say like maybe there's a chance that something there will come up.
Yeah, I don't know that I can match your hypeness on that. Like I know the card you're talking about, and it seems okay, and it can pull stuff like the new Darkspear Berserker and Death's Head Cultist, but again, you have to have all that stuff in your hand or have a really good way to get it there. And this isn't necessarily good enough to get all of those cards in your hand early enough to make an impact.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem is like that's why I feel like it's going to be weird, and that's why I can't be like, it's fine, it's good, it's whatever, because like
Yeah.
I'm seeing where the synergy is, and I'm seeing where they're trying to do it, but I also feel like they're so terrified of repeating Death Hunter, like Demon Hunter OP again, that they were like way too conservative on it, and maybe that's going to cause a problem. But I'll also say that again, none of these cards play in Battlegrounds, so I haven't paid as much attention to them. So just looking at them, I'm like, I see what they're trying to do, and I think I get it. But at the same time, I feel like something's wrong here, which is why I can't be like, oh, it's a 3 or a 4. And like, it's not terrible, but it's probably also not great either.
Yeah, I think when you look at these new Death Rattle cards in Demon Hunter, you can kind of see that the design team intentionally limited it a little bit because something tells me in their playtesting that it was a little bit more powerful than they expected it to be. And that's why it looks like they pulled back a little bit.
All right. Anybody else has anything else? All right, on to the next.
All right, next card. We've got the first legendary Death Speaker Blackthorn. Battle 7 mana, 3 attack, 6 health. Battle Cry, summon 3 Death Rattle minions that cost 5 or less from your deck. Man, I don't know what to think about this card because I feel like if you could just run this with not even like you could run this without it being in a Death Rattle deck. But if you're playing it, you're probably running a Death Rattle deck, and I'm not so sure that this is the legendary I was hoping for in Demon Hunter. I know that there's so many, like there's other good archetypes. I think, I think that all these Death Rattle cards are pretty much probably 2s or even 1. This is okay. Like this will be the best card in the deck if this deck works. But I'll give it like a 2 or a 3 at best.
Feels like a slightly different Master O cart for Wild. I'm not 100% that it's actually decent, but I want to be cautiously optimistic that it represents a swing turn. It's a little expensive though, so I don't know. I'm not super convinced. We'll have
I'm
to
not.
see.
It's 7 mana, which is playable enough, and it pulls up to 15 mana, draws and plays it from your deck. So I have a hard time completely writing it off as a card because it pulls
Same.
15 mana worth of stuff from your deck. But
Yeah.
that doesn't seem like it's going to be super impactful in standard currently.
Hmm.
Even though I think the game is slowing down a bit, I don't think it's slowing down to the point where I can pull like the 1/1 that summons a 5/8 taunt. Like that'd be great to pull, but I don't know if I have the time to like wait for a 1/1 to die or.
Hmm.
So I give it a 3.
Agreed.
Yeah, I
I
gave
think
it a 3 as well. Go ahead, Itachi.
I was
Is
just gonna
that
say that
Neji?
was Neji.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, yeah, the effect is really powerful. It's like a lot of mana cheating and get a ton of like stats on the board here. But currently in standard, there's just not enough synergy to see this work. I think in the future, if they print better, probably 5-cost death rattles, this is like a huge board swing. But yeah, right now I'm gonna give it a 2. I just don't think it's
Yeah.
gonna be happening.
If we're in wild, this can pull stuff like Rotten Apple Bomb, Sludge Belcher, very decent, already playable death rattles, and that would just represent an incredible swing turn. But whether or not a deck like that is viable is a different question, because you're probably looking at that as like a Reno Demon Hunter or some sort of control Demon Hunter, and something like that doesn't exist at present.
Hmm. And in that case, you're also thinking, do I die to 24/24 on board on turn 4? So
Exactly. Are you getting even to 7 to play this?
Yeah.
It's, if it were a demon maybe, and you could discount it with Fell Screamer, but it's not.
yeah.
Yeah, if you want to talk wild, you got Albatross back now too. So I don't know that we'd even
Correct.
try to make a Reno Demon Hunter in that format right
Yeah.
now as it
We make-
stands.
Yeah, I'm
Make
just trying to think of how
Uh,
we cheat the most pure stats.
We
But-
use
Pardon
all
my
bird.
ignorance. Is there any cards that reduce the cost of minions in your deck?
Not in Demon Hunter.
In wild though, what about that? Nothing that's gonna.
Nah,
Nothing's gonna
there's
help?
like Thor saying that reduces cards in your hand, but
Oh,
that's about it.
yeah. I could see
The
something
only
like
thing
that
would be
being
Celestial
touched.
Alignment, really.
Oh, look at
Oh,
that
yeah.
card.
One more little thing about this card is the new card in the core set, the 5-mana 3/3 Divine Shield Taunt Death Rattle. Draw your highest cost minion, can tutor this, which is kind of cool.
Oh,
Like if
sure,
you actually
yeah.
have good death rattles and this is actually good, then you can tutor this. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and effects like
Actually,
this
that's a
kind
good
of
note.
scare me a little bit sometimes, just because it's so targeted. If you're only running specific minions and this hits those specific minions, and you've got some kind of combo build that we made, it could potentially be very good. But as it stands right now, I haven't seen anything like that. That doesn't mean nothing can come up in the next few sets, but as of right now, I don't think it's going to do that.
I'm getting a fear of the mini expansion coming up that like is going to change all of these numbers down the road.
Yeah,
Eh,
usually how it goes.
sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
Nitro
oh,
Boost.
yeah.
Crab Rider.
I mean, I feel like the only thing I'm going to add that I think nobody's touched on, or at least maybe I missed it, but I don't know. I feel like if you're wanting to pull things that cost 5 or less from your deck, like you probably have a really cheap, like, I don't know. I feel like this is so weird. Like, you have a low curve, so you're playing stuff anyways, and then you can kind of pull these out of your deck, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like then there's also just the case where your opponent can just easier deal with your stuff because you have weaker minions. That it just feels funky. I don't know.
Yeah.
It suffers from Captain Hook syndrome, where if you're playing pirates, you're playing pirates, and the pulling
Yeah.
pirates in your deck is cool, but like they're pirates. They cost like 3 or less, so
Yeah.
it's kind of, you got to be quick, and then like you don't have time for this like 7 or 8 mana bomb that summons stuff, does not give it rush. What kind of, I can't believe
Yeah.
print a card that doesn't give other cards rush in Hearthstone. Anyway, next one.
Cool. All right, next one up. All right, 4 mana epic vengeful spirit. 4 mana 4/4. Outcast, draw 2 death rattle minions. This just falls in line with all the rest of the death rattle cards. I mean, this card of any of them would be probably the most playable because it can get any death rattle card. So like this would be the one that you would probably want to play somewhere, but I still it has to be outcast to do that. Otherwise, it's a 4 mana 4/4, and that's not necessarily. I mean, we don't know if that's good enough, but it just hasn't been good enough 4 mana 4/4s without extra stuff to do right away, especially in Demon Hunter when you have 4 mana cards like Marrow Slicer that are still around.
1 star.
This
next.
card,
I gave this like a 2. Maybe it's playable.
I don't think it's playable at all, to be honest. The thing is, if you're going to be running this card, you're going to want a heavy death rattle build. And a lot of the death rattle cards are so expensive that if you don't play this the turn you draw it, it's never going to be on the outside of your hand.
Yeah, but there's a card called Illidari Studies, so.
Oh, this is like a nerf to that card.
No, it is a nerf. No, it's a nerf to Studies. I know
Yeah.
that. I know it's a nerf to Studies. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't think you run it though. Like maybe you play it off Illidari Studies if you're running death rattles, but I don't think you put it in your deck.
No, you don't.
Yeah, 1 star.
I don't really understand this card. It doesn't really make any sense. If you're playing a Death Rattle deck, you really need to get your Death Rattle minions. So I feel like the text should be like Battle Cry, draw 1 Death Rattle, Outcast, draw 2. Like the fact that you can just get nothing from this makes it pretty unplayable. 1 for me.
Agreed.
Yeah,
I feel like if everything is a 2, you just remove the class from the game and call it a day.
I mean, there's already stuff that's in Demon Hunter. There's already 2 like very strong archetypes in Demon Hunter, so it can afford to have a set where it doesn't get insane stuff all the time. It's actually kind of nice.
I agree with that.
Because Soul's gonna be fine and OTK is gonna be fine. So.
What else we got?
What else we got though?
Right.
Is it the sigil? I hope it's the sigil.
Yeah, it is.
I hope it's one of the sigils. All right, 0 mana shadow spell, Sigil of Silence. At the start of your turn, silence all enemy minions.
Can a card be rated higher if it's more expensive? This would be a higher rating for me if it were 1 cost.
I can see what you mean.
Yeah, for Odd Demon Hunter. Odd Demon Hunter wants this at 1.
Yeah, it wants an odd.
I don't know what wants it at 0.
I gave it a 4. It could be a 5. I don't know how good. I don't know how prevalent silencing minions is gonna be. So I didn't want to like jump and say it's a super insane card. It's really good. It costs
Anything
0 mana.
that costs 0 that's not a wisp is good.
No, there's our 0 mana cards that aren't amazing.
Shadow Step, Backstab. My rule of thumb is if it costs 0 and it's not a 1/1, then it's probably going to get abused in some way.
Yeah, but there's like Forbidden Words, which like isn't that great because
but that doesn't cost 0 though.
It doesn't cost 0, I know, but there's been cards that have cost 0 that haven't been that amazing.
That's what I'm saying. The way Hearthstone has always worked for me, at least, is like I play my cards and then I have like 1 mana left, or I have like nothing left, and I'm like, is there anything else I can do to just like give a giant middle finger to my opponent? And oftentimes that's when like a 0 cost thing is like, yeah, I'm gonna go with this. So like that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, whether it's wild, standard, probably even duels and battlegrounds, like anything that costs 0 should always be looked at like, what are they trying to do here? Because it's probably going to get nerfed in a future patch.
Card costs 0 and has the word all on it, so
yeah,
all enemy at that. Like it has the word all enemy and it costs 0. So
this card seems absolutely nutty. I mean, if you play out a bunch of stuff that you plan on swinging in with next turn and you drop this, They can't put taunts in the way because they're just all going to get silenced. They have to clear your board, and if they don't have a clear, I guess it's just GG.
Well, Demon Hunter produces a lot of damage with their face from their hand. So like they don't have to really put in, they don't even have to set up a board. They can just play this and then next turn spend 10 mana making their hero really large and then swing at your face.
Yeah, you can just smack them down from 30 with Il'gynoth.
Yep.
I really don't see this card working at all. I think it's terrible. I don't think you want this effect. I don't think like specifically silencing through like taunt minions is going to be that effective. I don't think like all these decks are going to have taunts. I don't really know what we're doing with this.
Are we retaining?
It's like you're
I'm
acing
gonna
the hole, you know?
Does
a
Kane
hard
is
one.
Kane staying in
Kane is in
standard?
standard.
Okay. Well, Kane's
I-
better than this.
I just don't understand like the start of your turn silence all enemy minions. I understand the one that's like deal damage to minions because you can actually like clear the board and set up in a control deck. But this one just seems like if you want to silence something, you want to do it now. You don't want to like set it up. I just don't think this is worth a slot in my deck, so I'm giving it a 1.
I feel like the thing that like the cost of this is truly just it's a spot in my deck. And like right now looking at all the other Demon Hunter cards, there are not many other cards that I would like swap this with. And I think that's why that's why I'm ultimately saying like the one time I'm like, oh, this is a good card. Like this isn't a great card, but it is a card that says like you better beat me next turn because I'm going to pop off.
Yeah,
And
but what deck does this even go in? I don't see this going in some decks.
I've
Hunter.
already said I'm pretty sure like very few people are going to be playing a new form of Demon Hunter. So
Yeah.
if it's like aggro, especially like on when all this stuff comes out, we know the first week is going to be aggro heavy because it's always aggro heavy. Like I see this being like a pain.
I could see this card not being amazing. I mean, I gave it decent rating though.
I gave it a 1. I don't really like it. If it were some sort of like on the effect, like a on the board effect that happened more than once, this would be pretty sweet. But I don't know. It just only happening for the next turn. It's like, I don't really want that.
Yeah, the one argument I'm hearing here is people saying like you set up a big weapon and then or you play this and then you set up a big weapon the turn that's going to silence. But like that's literally what Soul Demon Hunter does, and there's literally no way I'm running this in Soul Demon Hunter.
Yeah.
There's no way this deserves a slot in that deck, right? Like I just don't think so. Maybe because I don't Blade Dance anymore, but I don't think so.
I just don't think it's a bad card. I mean, it could end up being something like a 2. I don't think this is a 1 card at least. Might be probably just a 2 because it's not an absolute terrible card, right? I don't know. All right.
I think this is a 4 in Wild, to be honest. The meta in Wild for this to see play, I think, is right on point. You're gonna swing through big priests, kill them from 30 with Il'gynoth. You're gonna don't worry about Reno. They go ahead, Reno. I'm still gonna hit you for 30, but if they play taunts or anything like that, you're gonna need to get through it. Especially if they're playing stuff like what is it, the 3/4 that with Reborn that restores health.
Kartut?
Kartut Defender, yeah. Like
I mean, you just do 4.
okay,
I
go
mean,
ahead and play it.
you just set up a combo and massacre them with spells in that case. Because you can run the OTK spells. Then Kartut doesn't matter.
At the end of the day, and I'll probably say that this is actually why I called the other sigil strong, or at least as strong as I did. It's a card that makes your opponent make a decision instead of playing their strategy. And to me, like that's where like good players beat up on the not as good players. When it's like I have my deck and I'm playing my deck and I'm just going through my strategy, like okay, I'm an okay player. But when I'm having to make difficult decisions based on what my opponent is presenting to me, like okay, if you can handle that, you're a good player. But now when it's like, ah crap, like when you can do both, that's when you're a great player. And I feel like this card just makes it so that you have such a hard time of saying like everything that I do in the next turn, I now have to think about, is it going to make a difference? And again, it's like I'm kind of in the position here where I'm not the strong player in the crew. So it's like this card like terrifies me all because it costs 0. If it costs 1, it's like no big deal. But the fact that just at the end of the day, they can be like, I'm going to set up my win condition. And now you have to think about how you're going to either A, clear my board, B, protect yourself. And just remember at the end of the turn, if you haven't cleared the board, there's nothing you can do to prevent me from just like capping you in the dome. Then it's over.
All right, let's go
Go
to
to-
the next one.
Okay.
All right. Next card is Sigil of Flame, 2-mana fell spell. At the start of your next turn, deal 3 damage to all minions. This card will see play because it does 3 damage to all minions. It costs 2, so it might be a little awkward. But in a deck like OTK Demon Hunter, you want this card. Because there's a lot of turns where you have there's a lot of turns with that deck that are rather awkward, and this card probably makes it feel better. I think I'm gonna give it a 3 because it's a strong key support card potentially.
Yeah, in the early game, it's almost like a Doomsayer specifically for Demon Hunter
Yeah.
that can't be interacted with.
Yeah, this is a nice effect. I think Control Demon Hunters would play this for sure. OTK Demon Hunters going to play this. This is really nice to set up. You play it before you're going to play Skull of Gul'dan, clears the board, and then you have a pretty free skull to play. Just seems really effective. So 3.
I gave it a 2. I think it's pretty good. Depends on how aggro the meta. If the meta's not aggro, then there's no need to play this card. So I think it'll go in and out. So I gave it a 2.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
I
That's
went
kind
with
of how
3.
I feel.
Feels like we're all kind of teetering around that 2 or 3. Like,
It makes
very
you see
similar.
how insane of a card Imprisoned Observer is, though. It's like you get like a 4 or 5 on top of this for 1 more mana. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, Prison Observer's good. I think we've only got 1 more Demon Hunter card left.
Yo,
A little bit more.
I think there's 2.
There's 2?
is
Yeah,
it?
if you go on the Play Hearthstone website, that's the order we're going by.
It's
Yeah.
2. It's,
Oh no, there's 2. There's 2. Sorry, there's 2 more. There's this one and then a legendary. Razorfen Beastmaster, 3 mana, 3/3 Death Rattle. Summon a Death Rattle minion that costs 4 or less from your hand. Yeah, the more I think about this, the more I think these cards are pretty bad. I will say, I think just like if we're encompassing our ratings based on this exact during the exact moment it's going to come in, it's probably a 1. But if they can add something for it, then it can end up being something like a 2 or a 3 potentially. It just depends on how they support it.
1 star.
Yeah, this is not good. This is like all the other Demon Hunter Death Rattle cards.
Well,
It's
yeah,
not going to see any play right now. So
This is
Yeah.
so fair. It's so fair. Summon
Yeah.
something from my hand? No.
If it pulled it from my deck,
No. I'll pay
I would
the
like
mana.
it from my deck.
yeah,
This
if
is
it
like-
pulled from my deck, I'd like it better.
This is like going to the store and like going to like Best Buy and buying something when you could order it from Amazon and have them
Yes.
bring it to you. Like you're going to get it yourself. Don't do that. Order from Amazon.
I saw somebody playing this on one of the theory crafting things, and literally they're playing this deck, and they had like 1 card in their hand on like turn 3, and they had like a 2/2 on board. I'm like, wow, powerful.
Yeah.
Going off what Itachi said, it's like going to the store to buy a CD when you've got Napster.
Napster, yeah.
Oh man, we're pulling out Napster.
Bring me my music.
It is way too fair. It's not. You have to have it first of all, you have to have the minion in your hand. Because if you don't have a minion in your hand, it does nothing. So the floor on this is a 3-mana 3/3 that does literally nothing. That's trash.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, I won.
Yeah, I'm dropping this from a 2 to 1. This is actually just terrible.
You had a 2? Oh, I'd question the rest of your ratings, dude.
Hold up.
All right, last one.
Woo! I'm very excited to talk about this one. Kurtrus Ashfallen, 4-mana 3/4 legendary battle cry. Attack the left and rightmost minions. Outcast immune this turn. Oh, I like this card. I like this card in controlling Demon Hunter decks. Or even in especially off of Illidari studies. Like I know I figure we're basing this off if we can actually put it in our decks. If it's in my deck, it's probably a 3. If you're pulling this off of Illidari studies, it's like a 4 or 5, depending on like how like it just forces your opponent to have to worry about minion positioning as when they're playing against Demon Hunter.
You know they're going to screw it up.
Yeah. They're gonna put their 3/3s. They're gonna put their 3 health cards on the outside, and they're all gonna die, and they're gonna feel bad. Like
I'm going to do it all the time.
I love this card. I gave it a 4, just because I'm not 100% sure what happens. I'm not sure about playing it just from my hand without a cast.
I give it a 4 as well. The fact that it doesn't have to be outcast and it's probably like a restless mummy at its worst.
Yeah.
And then the
Yeah.
outcast effect is just like, bro, that's really, really good.
Mhm.
3/4 deal 6 damage for 4 mana. That's really good.
Mm-hmm. Now, how is this interaction going to work? Say if there's only one minion on the board, so
It attacks it twice.
Attacks it twice. Okay, cool. So 6. So the 6/6 taunts of the world. Beware.
I think this card is really good off Illidari studies and really good when outcast and really not good when it's not.
Yeah.
I think it's like a multi-shot kind of effect, unlike it's basically random. I mean, it's the left and rightmost. You didn't get to pick that. So it's basically multi-shot, and then when outcast, it's like actually pretty good. So I'm not sold that I'm gonna be putting this in my deck. So I gave it a 2 for Fringe. It might be better. This is one I'm not sure on, but definitely really good off Illidari studies.
That was my thinking too. Like, I gave it a 2. I'm not sold on it yet, and I do feel like you really want that outcast effect for it to be better. I don't know. I'm also thinking like this is probably one that's better if there's less health minions, so probably more aggressive meta than it feels better. But if they're putting out big minions, this does nothing. I don't know. I'm not sold on it yet.
I think it's great against minion decks, terrible against control. It has the potential to do 6 damage to a single target, which is pretty awesome. And it's pretty cool with True Aim Crescent. I'd like to try that out. That seems neat.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'm good.
That is all of the Demon Hunter cards. Woo!
Yay, worst class done.
Yay, we can get out of that place. Yeah.
Not that I dislike the class, I just think they got kind of dumpstered this expansion.
Yeah, they didn't.
They really
They
did.
got no love.
But it's fine.
Cool.
They've had what 2 or 3 expansions of really good stuff. So
Yeah, but I need to get them up to 500 wins. How am I supposed to do that now?
just play Odd Demon Hunter and just do what Neji did.
True.
Concede if the game doesn't go well. So you just grind wins.
Who wants to take Druid?
I'll take it.
Okay.
If we're going by the order on the website, I think the first card is Celestial Alignment.
It is.
Cool. All right. So Celestial Alignment, Druid Arcane 7-mana spell. Set each player to 0 mana crystals. Set the cost of cards in all hands and decks to 1. I gave it I'm teetering between like a 1 and a 3. Like I don't think it's a 5. It's probably a meme because your opponent gets to do stuff first.
This
But
is. Go ahead.
if
You go first. Then I'm
if
gonna
it's
say
like
something.
if the meta's aggressive and Druid can stall, this card's really good. If the meta is controlling, then this card is bad.
The entire difference there is the cards that we have access to in Wild that Standard doesn't. All of the giants that have already rotated are downright broken with this because they all cost 0 the second you cast it. So I gave it a
Okay, so
5.
that's
This card's a 5 because of Wild.
Yeah. So in
Right.
Wild, this allows you to vomit mountain giants, clockwork giants, molten giants, anything.
Yeah, I like this card. I gave it an overall 4, but I think that's 4 in a vacuum. I think it's 5 in an abusive build and probably a 6 in wild. This can do some nutty things.
Yeah, I gave it a 3 for standard. I think it's a cool effect. I think it's a little bit slow for standard. You're probably dying. And if you don't have the specific cards when you play this, like Nourish to gain the mana or like one really good card right away, it's kind of awkward. But I mean, a 3 is still good. I think it's a good card. It just kind of depends
Yeah.
what happens with the meta.
Lightning Bloom being in standard still can make this happen a lot faster than we think.
This
Yeah,
card
but
Really
looks
sense it'll
you
be
don't
retained.
have many
Is-
cards in your hand.
Is Overflow rotating?
Yeah.
Is
if
it?
you
I don't know.
if you bloom this though, then you have no mana next turn.
Yeah.
No, you need to
You're
bloom
right.
after.
Then it bloom costs 1 and it only gives you 1 mana.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. So you'd have to play it on 8.
You would just bloom
No,
it.
because
You
it
would,
still sets it to 0, so it doesn't matter.
Yes. Yeah.
you would still probably bloom it out on like 5 or something. Because you're gonna have 0. But I guess then you have 0 the next turn, so it's kind of bad.
So you skip 2 turns. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
It's a
mean,
weird card, but I know that it's gonna be busted in wild.
All the
think if
stuff
you-
that you can abuse it with is in Wild.
If you
Yeah.
play it in standard, you absolutely 100% have to play Clockwork Giant. You don't get a choice.
I could
Is
see
Clockwork in standard.
Fish's
Yes,
idea
of course, yeah.
working in like token decks and stuff like that. Or like if you've already built a board and you're afraid of
just
that
wanna-
board not sticking, maybe you want to play that, just to help let your board stick a little longer.
I just want to play 1 mana guardian animals.
Forget that. I want to rip a 1 mana ultimate infestation.
Yeah, 1 mana UI value.
This is one
down.
of those cards where like the better it is, the worse it is. Because like if
Yeah.
everybody's playing this, then A,
Nobody
this mirror match is toxic. And
Yeah.
B, everybody just does better stuff than you for the mana.
Yeah.
No, wait. If you go, what if you play Twig and then you break it the turn you play this?
Now
And
that's in
that's-
wild and that is insane.
Bobbity
That's the
bop
thing. That's the thing.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
it's
So
good.
busted.
you just play at Twig of the World Tree and just hold your last swing.
And then
Or
you kill
you
your
don't-
opponent immediately.
You don't even need to hold the last swing. You can just play the twig, break it with Sphere of Sapience, and
Oh,
off you go.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm playing. I might need to play some Wild here.
I started frothing at the mouth. Sorry, what were you talking about?
Glad I retired from wild.
Yeah.
Can't
I-
see the remote code.
Anything?
I'm kind of
Dawn,
thinking
you got
the same.
something?
I was just gonna say for standard, because I don't know. I keep getting scared off from wilds. We're talking about interactions like that. I don't know. I gave it a 3.
It's okay. I mean,
It's okay, but I don't know. I don't know how I
I'm
feel
kind of
about
hoping
it.
it's bad in standard. to be
Beautiful
honest.
golden card though. So that's
yeah,
very...
it's a really cool golden card.
All right, we ready for next?
Yes.
Next card is Thick Hide Kodo. 4 mana, 3/5 beast, taunt, death rattle, gain 5 armor. It's not the worst effect on a 4 mana Sinjin Sealed Master.
Mm-hmm.
Also, a beast gives you a little bit of armor. I'm not sold on it like being really good because it's just a little bit better than Sinjin Shield Master. So I gave it a 2, and I'm not really excited about the armor. But if there's like an aggro meta, then putting a taunt in the way and gaining some armor is not the worst thing in the world.
Ooh, you're swinging for the fences on this one. This thing's trash.
But wait, there's a 2 mana card that makes it cost 2. You can coin 2 into this. It's not bad.
This just seems kind of bad.
I mean, it's bad. But look,
I'm giving it a 1. I don't need to talk about this. This is just kind of bad.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I gave it a 1.
Any more ones in the chat?
Getting close to it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm like 1.5, but
That's where I'm
close
at.
to
So I'm like,
one.
I don't know.
I don't think it's complete trash. But
I don't know
Okay.
what Druid deck. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna die on turn 4. I'm
And
just
this
gonna
would
play
be
Overgrowth.
better if it
I mean,
wasn't a beast.
isn't Druid having armor just fine it regardless? Like,
Well, no, I want to play Overgrowth on 4 and do my stuff. I don't want to. I don't
And
want
the
to
problem
taunt.
is, you can't play this in Guardian Animals, Druid, because it's a beast and it's terrible to get off of Guardian Animals.
Correct.
I
It's
guess.
kind of weird. If
Part
it
of the
was not a
problem-
beast, maybe.
Part of the problem is it's in the 4 slot. Wouldn't you rather just play Kazakus?
No, I'd rather play
In
Overgrowth.
Druid, we're playing Overgrowth.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no way I'm playing.
But
There's no
I-
way I'm playing Kazakus in Druid because of Overgrowth existing as a card.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Overgrowth didn't exist, yeah, probably we're playing Kazakus.
I think we're all agreeing this card is kind of bad.
It's not that
Mhm.
good, yeah.
Yeah.
I want it to be good. It's just not.
Any other comments before we move?
Nope. All right.
Well, all right. Next card is Thorn Growth Sentries. 2 mana nature spell. Summon 2 1/2 turtles with taunt. 5 stars. Turtles are fantastic. I'm joking. This is a 4. I think it's a 4. Token Druid is still a deck.
This is decent, yeah.
It's just gonna do different stuff. It's also very anti-aggro, so that Token Druid can now like potentially keep up with decks that want to ignore minions and just kind of like hit you in your face. You can't really ignore 2/1/2 taunts.
Yeah.
So making tokens that you can do stuff to is awesome. Arbor Up is still a card. The new buff is still a card. There's still some buffs. So
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm good with this.
Yeah.
It's just Dreamway Guardians. It's like literally the same card. If you're playing aggro, you have to kill them regardless of their lifesteal or taunt. It's the same amount of stats, it's the same mana cost, same class, same deck. It's just like you drop Dreamway because it rotates, you put this in.
Yep,
But-
that's it.
But it's
So
turtles.
3 for me.
But they're turtles, so
I do like the turtles.
Taunt
The
them.
art is amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like
I gave it a
taunt
3
emoji
as well.
a card.
Seems good.
Yeah.
This card's cool. I like it.
I gave it a 4 because I hate playing against druids as a whole. And this just makes me feel like more stuff for me to hate. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
beautiful. Anything else? More comments? Questions? Concerns?
Next
Nope,
one.
just a 3. I'm good.
Cool. Next card I like is Pride's Fury. A 4 mana druid spell. Give your minions +1/+3. The kind of direction that the dev team is moving in is less cards that straight up kill you immediately. Hence, heretofore we don't see Savage Roar and Bloodlust in the core set.
Yeah.
So cards like this, which will allow you to do more things with your board, trading wise, are their preferred direction. So this, I give it a 3.
Mhm.
It's 4 stats on 1 minion and 8 stats on 2, and that is pretty good. So this and makes it hard to kill going into Arbor Up turn as well. So if you do have a board and you make it a big health board and then you give it some attack with Arbor Up, it's not a bad deal in Druid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
completely
this effect's
forgot
that
about
bad. I just think I would rather be playing Soul of the Forest than this. I'd rather have a stickier board like with Death Rattles where you actually have to have 2 AoEs to clear than 1. I just don't think you have room to play both of these. Plus Arbor Up is just like infinitely better, obviously. So yeah, I actually just don't think you play this in Druid, so I give it a 1.
The only reason I felt like you had room to play both is because you lose 2 buff spells. You lose Savage Roar and you lose Blessing of Ancients.
That's true, but I don't like most decks don't even run Blessing of Ancients. Like I literally don't think I saw it in like any decks for the past like month.
I also didn't run Gibber Druiding. I ran that one that was all spells, so my deck ran Blessing of Ancients.
Like if they rotated Soul of the Forest, I could see this, but I just don't see
No one else? Anyone?
Yeah, I mean, I gave this card a 3. You guys have said most of what I would have said.
Yeah, I've got nothing extra on this card. I just think it's a worse arbor up, but it can still provide pretty good support for token builds, and I gave it a 2.
I gave it a 3. I think it's solid in some decks, and I don't know. I don't mind this if you discover it, even in a slower druid. You're still getting some extra stats, so seems fine.
Nature Studies makes this cost 3, and I like that costing 3 instead of 4.
I do too.
Okay. Next
Next one?
card
Right.
is horrible looking. Plague Maw the Rotting. 4 mana 3/4. After a friendly minion with taunt dies, summon a new copy of it without taunt. This is a weird card because it's a card that resurrects a copy of a minion without something that was attached to that minion initially. So from a developer standpoint, it's pretty cool that they did that. Don't know what it's gonna look like, but I don't want to play it because it's a 4 mana 3/4 that requires me to have a taunt, or it lived to watch me play a taunt and then that taunt die. I don't know. It's just bad. I gave it I give it? A 1? Probably a 1. I gave it a 1.
This card seems real bad. Like, yeah, 4 mana 3/4. You have to sack your defensive minion into something else so you can resummon it without taunt. Like, what? This is like probably this is like one of the worst cards I've seen in this expansion. There's like actually no way this sees play out. I'm pretty sure. I give it a 1.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bad Umbra. I gave it a 2. The stat line is not good for the cost, and it relies on having taunts in play. So if you don't have anything worthwhile in play that's a taunt, then this is kind of useless. But they did focus pretty heavily on taunts, so there is a possibility that you could have something. But I don't think it's good enough.
Future Battlegrounds card incoming.
Oh gosh, yeah, this is definitely a BG's card.
Now we're talking my language. This card in Battlegrounds is disgusting.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I gave this a 1 as well. I'm like, generally, unless there's some crazy death rattle effect or something with the card, like, I'm playing the other card because it has taunt, not because of the stats or whatever. So, like, I don't really care about summoning it without taunt. If this were a little more like Cube, where you could really choose when to use it and it didn't require you to have that specific thing, then I would probably like it better. But this is like, I don't like it.
Like worst Greybaugh.
Oh yeah.
That we didn't play except to complete the
the achievement. Yeah.
I didn't even do the achievement.
Me neither.
Never played that card in my life.
You know this card.
Played Great Bow in Battlegrounds only.
Yeah.
You know this card's bad when you're playing. If you're playing a taunt druid deck, I still wouldn't play this card.
Not even close. This card is so bad that I wouldn't play it in classic form. Like I wouldn't play it in classic.
Wouldn't be like
that bad. All right, we gotta go to the next card.
I think the only benefit to this card is that it's a legendary. So if you were crazy enough to play it, you could only play 1.
Yeah, that's very helpful to the deck build.
It's like a self-built muzzle.
Yeah, glad your daughter thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, she loves lots of things.
Not this one.
All right.
You ready for next card?
Yeah.
All right, next card we've got 2 mana 2/3 Razormane Battle Guard. The first taunt minion you play each turn costs 2 less. This is all right. Call me crazy, but this is not the most absurd thing to give a decent rating to. So I gave it a what I give it a 2. I give it a 2. Like, but it's a River Crocodilus, so that's bad. But you kind of got to kill it because playing a 3/5 on 2 if you coined it or 3 or whatever is kind of very tempo-y. It's just not very immediate tempo. So it could be a 0 mana 2/3 if you play it alongside a taunt, I suppose. But other than that, it's probably not too good. But if someone plays it, I'm assuming that they're a new player, and I want to kill it because I don't want to lose to the new player playing the 3/5 taunt that gains 5 armor on me, and I can't kill it.
So check this out.
I'm gonna go ahead and kill it.
All right, let's go.
You play this card, right? And then there's a card in the set we haven't talked about yet. It's called Toad of the Wilds. It's a 2-mana 2/2 taunt with a battle cry if you're holding a nature spell gain 2 health. So you drop this, and then you drop the Toad of the Wilds as a 2/4. Good luck killing my Razor main battle guard.
Holy smite.
I was just about to say holy smite. I don't think this card's that bad.
Nah,
Like
it's
this effect is like super powerful. I'm just
Mhm. Is
I'm
there
just
enough
wondering what we're
good taunts for
building.
it?
Yeah, I gave it a 4 because it just seems like such a good card.
I just don't see the
I'd have to
taunts.
kind of I have to brew up a deck or try and figure out. I just haven't figured it out yet. I like the this into Bone Chewer Brawler turn 2. That seems good. Or coin it
Oh,
on
that
turn
seems
1.
good.
That's
That's
aggressive.
pretty good. Yeah, I think this is more like an aggressive card. I don't think we're cheating out defensive cards, but I don't know if there's enough aggressive taunt minions. I don't know. I kind of have to look through the cards and try and build
Brawler.
something, but this card just seemed too good to give a low rating, so I give it a 4.
Yeah, I didn't want to give it a 2. I wanted to give it a 3, but I'm looking at the taunts and I'm like, I don't.
I'm gonna go right between you and go 3 because I don't think it's great now. I like Tashi said, I think it probably plays like a 2 now, but I think it could end up playing like a 4 if they give some good taunt cards.
That was my thought too. Is I feel like right now it's not great, but maybe in a 5 or 6 set meta it gets better. But I think right now it's probably not great.
So we have to remember we're gonna have the amount of cards we're gonna have by the time we get to done with 5 sets is gonna be crazy because of too many expansions. So we'll see how much good cards we get from those.
And they like to push the specific stuff that they pushed in the expansion in the mini set. They push all the archetypes that they developed. They're probably gonna add more taunt
and then they
minions
push
for
Nitro
Druid, or more
Boost.
death rattles for Demon Hunter or whatnot. You know?
So yeah, makes sense.
Yes, and then they put Nitro Boost, where literally
I was gonna say Nitro Boost is the only thing that didn't make sense.
Literally got revealed in every single person's all right, nerf waiting room.
Yeah.
And then it got nerfed. Wow, what a surprise.
And then Crab Rider still exists as a card that's played in everything.
Broom and Penflinger still exist.
Well, yeah, I mean nerf those, but
kill it.
Just kill them both, please. I don't want them around.
Just make Penflinger only target minions so it's unplayable. That'd be great. Thanks.
Oh no, don't go back on what you said. No.
Oh, trust me. I'm willing to admit that I said it was bad, but I'm done with this card. Please get it out. I never want to see it again.
I'm done with Pinflinger too, and I like the card and I hate it.
Yeah.
All right, we ready for Gruff Rune Totem?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rune Totem. I don't know if there's any relation to Hamul Rune Totem, the new Druid hero skin.
Probably.
Probably is. They look a little similar. But this guy, also, if you didn't know, Gruff is actually the bird. It's not even the dude. Gruff's the bird. It's a 3-mana 2/4. After you cast a nature spell, give another friendly minion +2/+2. Innervate and Lightning Bloom, I believe, are both nature spells. So, in the aggressive deck that Neji was talking about, this is pretty nuts because you can play your Battle Guard and your Bone Chewer, and the next turn you play your Gruff and you Lightning Bloom the next card that we're gonna review, and then you play another Bone Chewer Brawler, and that's insane.
Oh my gosh.
That's actually nuts. Anyway.
Let's go for it. I love it.
I gave Gruff Rune Totem a 3 because Innervate's a nature spell and Lightning Bloom's a nature spell, and that's a lot of stats for no mana. And for for gaining mana, you get stats. That's insane. So I gave it a 3.
Yeah, this card's just giga busted. Actually just ridiculous. If you think Gibberling turns were good before, wait until you see this.
Thanks for ruining my day.
Infestation, +2/+2, Innervate, 2/2, Lightning Bloom, more 2/2. You literally are gonna have 20 stats on turn 4. This is actually just there's no way. This card's busted. I gave it a 6. I think this gets nerfed. It's just ridiculous effect.
It's a lot of stats.
I don't know if this. I guess they'd have to nerf this card because you can't nerf Innervate and Lightning Bloom again.
Now they might have to change this to 1/1 or something.
Yeah, probably just give it 1/1 instead of 2/2. We'll see how busted it is. I gave it a 4, not thinking about how busted it is without looking at what the nature spells are going to be in Druid and knowing what the nature spells are. I think this is like a 5 or a 6, very likely, depending. Probably a 5. I didn't give anything a 6 in this expansion just because I have no clue how strong things are going to be.
Our average score for this one seems to be a shade over 6,000.
Yes, Bitbeaker has a 44,256 rating. That is rather high.
Giga busted.
You say that, but I
It's
actually I put a 3. I think it's overhyped. I don't think it's going to be nearly as good as everybody thinks it is.
Yeah, I gave it a solid 4. I think for me, the thing is like, it seems really good, but also you have to have a minion. I think if there was an effect like this in Paladin that was going off that, it'd be even better because the hero power just gives you a minion, so you don't have to guarantee that. But
We'll get to the crap that Paladin has when we get there.
yeah, but I mean, like, the fact because this says another friendly minion, so you do have to have something else on board.
Yes.
And it is cheap, but if you're having to play the other minion, then this, and spells, you're probably not getting the effect very many times, unless there's a ton of super cheap nature spells. So I gave it a 4. So I definitely see where you're coming from, but Beaker, I think people are overhyping it a little bit, but I do think it's strong.
I think Lightning Bloom is strong.
I think it's just very easy to get another minion. Like, literally, if you're playing Token Druid, like, all your stuff summons minions, and they're all nature spells, too. So, and this is after. So if you
Yes.
play, like, the turtles and with this on the board, you get the buff, or lightning blooms and innervates and whatnot. Also, nature studies, more mana cheating and more nature spells.
Yep.
I think it's just a lot of cheap stuff that makes this kind of busted. Yeah, that's all.
I hope it is busted and it gets a nerf. I pulled a golden one.
Yes.
Hold on to that.
I haven't opened my scuff root token.
I can't open my packs because I'd have to craft some cards golden first because I don't want to open them. Kazakis is getting the golden treatment. I'm just saying.
Absolutely not. No way.
I'm not giving anything the golden treatment after what Yogg has done to me.
They printed so many good 4-drops.
Like, name one.
We'll get to them. Don't worry.
Plague Maw the Rotting. No, I'm joking.
God,
We'll get to them in the next class.
There are definitely some good 4-drops, and we will talk about them soon. But the next card
Paladin Legendary
we will talk about is a 2-mana. Guess what? Nature spell. Hello. It is Mark of the Spike Shell. Give a minion +2/+2. If it has taunt, add a copy of it to your hand. So therein lies our curve of Razormane Battle Guard Bone Shore Brawler into this Lightning Bloom or Gruff Lightning Bloom and Mark, which gives 4/4 because it's a nature spell. And this is getting insane. And you also get another Bone Chewer that you're going to play for free.
Is the copy that's added to your hand buffed?
Good question.
I would imagine
that would
not.
make it a 3
if
for
you're
me.
adding a copy, then maybe.
No,
I don't know.
Base minion.
Okay.
I don't
you
know.
Use copy a base minion. Okay.
There's no ways.
Because it depends on if it works like chain gang used to work, or if it works how it does now.
My initial thought would be that, but then just I keep reading it, and so the first thing it does is it gives the minion +2/+2. Then it looks if it has taunt to add a copy to your hand. I wonder if you get the +2/+2 buff on the copy.
If you do, this card's kind of busted. With the
I don't know.
This card's okay.
I haven't seen any play of these new cards, so we'll have to see. Yeah,
I'm
it'd be
giving
amazing if it was.
I have it at a 2, but if it gives the copy the buff, it's higher for me.
Agreed. I have it as 2 as well.
I was a bit more optimistic, but I think it's in my initial. But I think it's 2 after going through this stuff. I think it'll see some play, maybe, but we don't play the one that gives +2/+2 and taunt right now. So
yeah, but this gives +2/+2 taunt adds a copy.
It gives a copy. Yeah, it's the difference is it gives a copy.
And it's also another nature spell. So
nature spell, yeah.
We
so
might be looking at nature spells totally different.
We might be,
Any other remarks? What do y'all think, Dawn?
I gave it a 3. I think it's solid. I like it. I think if it's probably a 4 if it does give you a copy of a taunt minion with that additional 2/2 on it. That probably makes it even better, but I just said it's a solid 3.
If that card gives me a 4/5 Bone Chewer Brawler, I will quit Hearthstone. I'm not joking. I will leave this game.
Is it?
They have gone too far. There's already Pot of
Mhm.
Greed. I can't. Any objections to next card?
No, sir.
Questions, comments, concerns? Cool. Next card is Living Seed, Druid rank spell, 2 mana nature spell. Draw a beast, reduce its cost by 1, which upgrades when you have 5 mana to reduce its cost by 2, and upgrades to 10 mana to reduce its cost by 3. Not sure that this card's really necessary. I don't think you have to play this in anything. So, Druid's not like struggling for card draw. I don't think for beasts specifically. So,
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
I feel like all the good cards that you're going to be playing in Druid aren't beasts this time around anyway, so
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we run this.
yep,
I
I
give
want my
it 2.
beasts.
I'd rather pull them out with Guardian Animals if I'm playing
Yeah, I want them
beasts.
to come
Yeah.
from my deck for free.
There's a niche use case in Wild where this can tutor Hadronox, but otherwise,
Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's cool.
that's about the only real use case. And that's not really Hadronox Taunt Druid is sort of meh, but maybe if we can reliably get Hadronox in hand, I don't know. Maybe it's
Mm-hmm.
fringe.
Yeah, I don't know that we even run it in Hadronox Druid though.
Yeah. That's the only thing I could think of where I'd want it. I mean,
I'm still just trying to juicy Psych Melon in that deck. So, like, I don't even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Psych Melon.
Reducing the cost of it by 1 though is good. You can play it a turn earlier and then still kill it off.
Anyone else? What else we got? What do you think?
Gave it a 2.
Yeah, 2 for me.
Yep.
2? That's where I'm at, 2. And then we have our final Druid card.
Mm-hmm.
Druid of the Plains, 7 mana, 7/6 beast with Rush and new keyword Frenzy. So when it takes damage and survives it, transforms into a 6/7 Kodo with Taunt. I gave this card a 2 because fast stats are good, but it's not enough stats since it transforms and it doesn't keep its original body. So like you don't keep the 7/6 with Rush, you just get a new 6/7 with Taunt, which it's kind of like just playing a 6/7 with Taunt, gain or deal 7 damage to a minion or something like that, which isn't really great.
How is that not great? I gave this card a 4. I think it's awesome.
There's a
You ramp into this, you kill something, and you leave a 6/7 body behind. It's at the very least a 2-for-1 trade.
well, there's a 6 mana 4/8 that just straight up kills a thing when it gets frenzied.
Does the
Yeah.
6/7
12
have
stats
Rush,
versus
though?
it's just 12 stats versus 13 stats, like, and 1 more mana.
This just seems like a bad Guardian Animals. You like rush a beast and get a taunt beast, or we could play Guardian Animals and have the exact same effect and draw cards and thin our deck. So I just don't know what we're playing this card in my opinion. So I'm with Itachi on this one. I give it a 2.
Beast Druid forehead.
I don't think that's a deck.
No, reducing
I'm-
the cost of our beast.
Being facetious.
Menagerie Warden would be pretty good.
Menagerie Warden is in the core set.
Yes. I still don't think this is that good.
Oh, I want this to be good. This is so cool. I love the idea of this as a card. In practice, it's just doesn't. I had this rated very highly, and I think it's probably a 2 or a 3. I had it as a 5 initially. I
We
don't
play it in
know.
Taunt Druid. Maybe there's a world where we
Maybe
stick
maybe
Plague Maw,
maybe
and then
it
we
works.
drop this Druid of the Plains at some point, and then you rush in with 7 damage. Now you have a 6/7 taunt. They kill the 6/7 taunt, and you resurrect a 6/7, and they still have to kill the Plague Maw.
Nah.
That world could exist. That's all I'm saying.
Sounds like
could.
Fantasyland.
I'll give it the upside and say 3, but that's generous. I don't know about this card. I mean, who knows? It might end up being really good.
I
I
gave
like
it
I
a
like the
2.
card.
I just
I
don't
will
think it
say-
works with guardian animals being
No, it
in standard
doesn't.
right now.
No.
I think that's just a
But
better option to
survive-
ramp into.
And you don't want this with survival of the fittest,
Yeah, it's
because
terrible
then
with
you'll
that
just
card, yeah.
remove the buff you gave it. It's got some weird anti synergy with what some of the druid decks like to do. But I think they're definitely trying to do some stuff with beasts and taunt. They've been trying over the last couple of years, and it just never worked, unfortunately.
Well, that's all
Okay.
the druid cards.
Cool.
That is. We have Hunter next. Anybody want to go over Hunters?
I'm hyped about Hunter.
We
can
get
do
it.
Take it away.
I'm not saying Hunter's going to be great, but it's going to be a lot better than it was the past few sets. All right.
Pog.
Warsong Wrangler, 4 mana, 3/4, battle cry. Discover a beast in your deck. Give all copies of it +2/+1 wherever they are.
Unless they're in the secret passage.
Yes, that is that is true. Can't buff our opponents or wait, this is all copies. Wait, does this buff your opponent's copies?
I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah.
So I can't buff my opponent's Stranglethorn Tigers if they're in the secret passage. Okay.
Pop that interaction.
Yeah. I kind of like this card. I like the effect. I'm not sure how strong it is right now. It kind of reminds me of like Dire Frenzy, which is in the core set. It's like buffing, making your copies better. I mean, Dire Frenzy gives you
Yeah.
more copies, but I give this a 3. I think it could see play. Stats aren't that bad. You draw, you buff all the copies. Seems pretty decent.
I gave it a 3 as well. The fact that you discover a beast. Wait, do you get an extra copy, like a third copy? Because you're getting to discover, right? So it's not pulling the one out of your deck.
It's like Stitch Tracker.
Yeah. So
I believe this is.
It's giving you the minion. You're drawing it.
Yeah, you're drawing the minion.
Oh.
It would say discover a copy of a beast in your deck.
Oh,
if
you're right.
you weren't. So it works like Cleric of
Mm.
Scales and Priest, where you like
Oh,
actually
damn.
pull the minion or the
Yep.
spell.
Oh.
Correct.
2.
I like this. I
Two,
like this
then.
card. I like this card with another card that we're getting in Hunter. But I'm still just giving it a 2 because to me it only works. To me, I like it with that one thing, and I'm not sure how it works with other stuff. I want to see it in practice to see if it's actually like that good or not.
I think it's it tutors up the idea of a mid-range hunter deck or a little bit slower of a hunter deck.
Yeah.
And if you'll see a theme in my ratings for hunter cards, the ones that go face are highly rated, and the ones that don't are not.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't go face.
I like mid-range Hunter.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this card. I gave it a 1. I think the card's a meme at best, and it's quest hunter bait and wild.
Ding, ding, ding.
Well, yeah, that's definitely Quest Hunter bait and wild, but Quest Hunter is just terrible.
Bait.
The Ungoro quest for Hunter and the other quest for Hunter too is also pretty bad, but yeah.
Side quest though, that quest goes
Yeah,
face.
the side quests that Hunter got are pretty okay.
Got buffed easy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next card, objections.
Nope.
Nope.
Gonna do it.
You're good.
All right, let's roll. 4 mana, piercing shot, deal 6 damage to a minion, excess damage, hits the enemy hero, and I hate to break your Moarg dreams, apparently it doesn't work. Sadly, you don't get extra damage to the face with Moarg.
No, you don't.
Yeah, because Moarg is specifically for minions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it like doubles the damage to the minion, and then
Yeah.
you don't actually get any extra face damage.
Oh,
Sad, but yeah, I don't think this is that bad. They're losing kill command, so they're losing some burst. This helps you kind of get through some minions, also chip some damage face, kind of like what Hunter does or wants to do. So I don't think it's too bad. I gave this one a 3.
I get a 4. It goes face. It's a good
Card
card.
goes
Facts.
face. I gave it a 3. It goes, but I like that it goes face.
It kills
It
stuff and goes
does.
face.
Yeah, it does go face, which is
like
cool.
better trampling rhino.
No, it's like the card that we used to play, the
Beat it arrow.
corrosive breath.
No, not beat it arrow.
Corrosive breath.
Corrosive
It's
breath.
so
yeah.
expensive though.
That's okay. They lost kill command. They have to. They gotta do
Yeah.
damage.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, this card is just something that Hunter needs. Getting back quick, like quick shot and now piercing shot. Like I like this card. It doesn't have that stipulation of needing a beast on it, so it's quite nice.
Yeah, I like this. I gave it a 4. I think it's solid, and yeah, pretty much everything that you guys already said. It's filling in what we're losing as Hunter, and I don't know, feels pretty good.
Yes, a fellow smoker.
Yes.
Me go face. Me no trade.
All right.
Facts.
All right.
All right, we're rolling on to the Pack Kodo. 3 mana, 3/3, Battle Cry. Discover a beast, secret, or weapon. It's a pretty cool card. Fun fact: there's only going to be 4 hunter weapons, so a quarter of the time you just get Rinling's rifle, so it's busted. No, that would be really good. Rinling's rifle is pretty broken.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool effect. Again, I'm liking the hunter cards quite a bit. Nothing seems too busted, but like I think a lot of these cards will see play. This one I think I also just gave a 3. Yeah.
I actually wish this did not have a beast tag. I gave it a 3, but if it were not a beast, I think it would be better. I want to play Tavish Stormpike, whatever hunter deck I'm playing.
Yes.
Man, I don't want it to pull this thing.
Yeah, he said he doesn't want it to pull this thing because Tavish summons
Tavish
beast
pulls
from
a
your
beast.
deck when you attack, and you don't want to
okay.
summon a vanilla 3/3.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I gave it a 4, but thinking about it with Tavish, then yeah, it's not great with that specific card. But I think Hunter has an opportunity to have multiple types of decks with like they have a lot of good cards right now. Ooh,
Yes,
we lost Itachi.
So does this discover specifically a beast, a secret, and a weapon? One of the
like,
3, or does it discover 3 beasts, or 3 secrets, or 3 weapons?
No,
That's
it's
that's
it
what I
works.
want.
It works like it works like the 1 mana warrior card, discover a dragon, mech, or lackey. So you get one of each on the screen and you pick from them.
Mm-hmm.
So like you get like say a web spinner, a pack tactics, and a Rinling's rifle on your screen.
Yeah, I gave it a 3, but I'm not sure if I really think it's a 3. There's a wide variety of options there.
Mm-hmm.
I think just for the weapons alone, I think this can be really good.
All right. Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
I gave it a solid 3. I like it.
Yeah, it's a cool card.
Yeah. I like it just a little more, but I mean, it's a good card. All right.
Okay. Next.
All right, rolling on to the Caravan. 2 mana, 1/3 Prospector's Caravan. At the start of your turn, give all minions in your hand +1/+1. No thanks. I'm giving this a hard one.
I give this one a 2. 1/3s are usually just a little bit harder to kill, but and you're probably pretty minion heavy if you're playing Hunter for the most part. So I think it's going to give you a little bit of a buff, but I don't think it's really that great.
I just wish it wasn't at the start of your turn.
Yeah, if it was a battle cry, I think it would be better because if it sticks, it's not going to stick more than one turn.
Or if it was at the end of your turn.
Yeah. I gave this a 1. I don't really like any of the caravans personally. Like, I definitely
Feel
think that if it were an end of turn effect, at least you get it once and then cool. But as start of the turn, plus for this is like hand buffing has never really
They should
been
have made this
my
a one-
favorite
They
thing.
should have made this a 1/4. They should have probably made, but maybe they tested it at 1/4 and realized it's way too strong at 1/4. So
Yeah,
It
I'm not
probably
playing
is
a
too strong
1/3
at
in my
1/4.
aggro deck. There's just no way.
I don't think it goes into aggro
Well, then we're not playing
necessarily.
Hunter.
It can go in. But I mean, we literally played Highlander Hunter that had a higher curve for quite a while, and then
I mean,
and eventually it turned into to low curve. That's because they nerfed DQA into the ground with
Yeah,
that. But I don't know. I don't like. I mean, I also don't like the card, but I feel like Hunter's very versatile now. It's not just aggro.
I mean, I don't know. Highlander Hunter's an aggro deck, right? Like, sure, kind of mid-rangey, but like the whole time you're just playing minions and trying to hit face. That seems kind of
Sure.
aggro. But yeah, I don't
I should
know.
say it's
I
not
just
low. It's
don't
not
see
low
this.
curve aggro. It's not low curve aggro. I should say.
Yeah, I'm not saying like face hunter type
Yeah.
of aggro, but still, I mean,
Gotcha.
hunters just has to be aggressive by nature because of their hero power.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
There is one hunter deck I am looking forward to playing that is not aggro.
Oh yeah,
Yogg
get
and
to
Low,
that.
baby.
All right, anybody else? Take that as a no.
All right.
All right.
thanks.
Negative.
1 mana spell, Wound Prey. Deal 1 damage. Summon a 1/1 hyena with Rush. We had a card just like this on the hunt, except it didn't give the minion Rush. I'm pretty sure that card didn't see any play. Maybe
It didn't.
Did.
It didn't.
Okay.
But I didn't like it because it didn't have Rush.
Yeah, the Rush definitely makes it a little bit nicer. Also, I mean, if you're trying to draw 1 mana spells with that new legendary that's in the set,
Mm-hmm.
it's also kind of nice. I think it's just like a decent effect. Another 3 for me.
Yeah, I'm with you on it. I gave it a 3. I think that the fact it gives Rush allows you to deal with some pesky cards. And like it's definitely really nice in the early game if your opponent if you're like that 1 damage off getting something even with dealing the 1 damage, then that just helps you so much. Like, because Hunter does still have to deal with some things. You can't just yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. It's 3. It'll work. The Rush is nice.
Sweet.
Yeah. I think I really like this one. I gave this one a 4.
Nice. Yeah, it does
Nice.
seem good.
It's like a slightly better Elven Archer, maybe. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. I give it a 2.
Yeah, it doesn't have yeah, but Elven Archer doesn't have Rush.
I know that's why this is slightly better.
It's also a synergy with the card we're going to be talking about very soon.
Yeah.
Actually, multiple cards.
Yeah.
We will get to those.
Yes.
All right, we're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. 3 mana, 2/5, Tavish Stormpike. After a friendly beast attacks, summon a beast from your deck that costs 1 less. Okay, I am looking at our ratings, and it seems like I'm the only one who rated this highly, which I'm surprised about. This card just seems really, really good. Like, even if you have to just play this on 3, which is not ideal, it's still a 2/5, and it's a must-kill target. And then if you play like a beast or have another beast on board, you can attack immediately, pull more beasts out of your deck. If you have like a trampling rhino, you can play that. You can summon a 4-cost beast out of your deck. If that is Rush, you attack with that. You summon another beast. Seems kind of insane to me. Also, with the card we're going to get to, nutty synergy with the Tame Beast rank spell, because that starts as a 2/2 with Rush and then becomes a 4/4 with Rush. And that 4/4 with Rush is a 4-cost beast. So for 2 mana, you play a
Is it?
4/4 with Rush. And then you
Oh.
can pull out a 3-cost beast. Or, I mean, if you have 10 mana, you can get a 6/6 with Rush
Yeah.
and pull out a 5/5. It just kind of seems like a nutty chain and a must-kill target
It-
at all points in the game. So I give it a 5.
I gave it a 2 because people like you will want to abuse it, and I don't think it's going to be as abusable as everybody thinks it is.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the chain that leads to all of those going from a 5 downwards. I'm trying to think of like a full chain for that. So I gave it a 2 just because I'm not sure. Like I think it'll see play. I'm not sure I can wrap my mind around what it looks like until I see it. So I didn't want to like overhype it and then just be like I have no clue what it's gonna look like anyways. So it's a tentative 2 could end up being a lot better.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think you good.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it has good synergy with like trampling Rhino because that is
Yeah, it
rush and immediately attacks, and then
Mhm.
the good 4-cost beasts. Krolos Bark Stripper is actually like a really good card. 4-cost beast spell
Oh
burst.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Destroy
yeah.
random
You
enemy
get
minion.
Bark Stripper. Yeah,
That's like pretty good. I mean, you
Sure.
can like another one's like Circus Amalgam, but I don't think I'm playing that in my hunter deck. I think
No.
Krolosk is pretty reasonable, and that's a
Sure.
really good minion to pull. Then you could cast like the 1-mana spell, kill another minion. I don't
Mhm.
know, it just seems good. But yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I gave this one a 4 as well. I like it. I think even without chaining a whole bunch, I think even if you're able to pull out like 2 beasts, I still feel like that's really good value because it pulls them
Value,
directly
yeah.
from your deck. Like, so that I think it's pretty solid, and that 5 health makes a huge difference. I don't know if everybody remembers when Hanar was 5 health and how much of a pain
that
in
was-
the butt that was.
Does anyone remember when Evil Miscreant was 5 health? I think that's a much better
do.
comparison.
Yeah.
Because
So, like,
because Hanar costed 2 the whole time. So yeah. But I agree. The 5 health is huge
yeah.
for a
So.
3 mana card. I want to see this. I want to see this be good, and it probably will be good. I would have loved to have this in Highlander Hunter during this last like year. It's been insane and a lot of fun.
Yep. Even just one beast is good value, honestly.
True. Makes sense.
All right. 1 second. I'm just pulling up the cards because I switched off Play Hearthstone to look at the 4-cost piece. All right, I got it. Next card, 2-mana 2/3. Kolkar Pack Runner. After you cast a spell, summon a 1/1 hyena with rush. Not completely sold in this card. There's some good synergies with some cheap spells like the 1-mana one we just talked about that gives you a 1/1 with rush. And you also have the legendary that tutors spells for you. If you have the coin, it's pretty good too.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think it's too bad. I gave it a 3. Could be a 2.
Yeah.
I gave it a 3 too. I think it's a fine inclusion in most hunter lists. If it sticks and you do happen to cast something, whatever it is, then you get an extra 1/1. I mean, a 2/3 for 2 isn't terrible stats, and it really depends on the meta whether you're going to want something with 2 attack or 3 attack on 2, either a 2/3 or a 3/2. So maybe it trades up, maybe it doesn't. We'll have to see how the meta shapes out. But I think a 2/3 for 2 with the extra possibility for the rushes later is decent enough.
Is Juggler Corset?
No.
Oh, okay. It's just in there right now. It's going away. Well, this card would be really good with Knife Juggler. Could work really well with it. Regardless, I like this card. Gave it a 3. Same. I had a 2, but then I think you've convinced me to move it up because I think you can get enough cheap spells in that like you can create these. I know that the one thing I wish is that Hunter had like obviously giving Hunter buff cards with the way that they can produce things, the way they can produce minions would be very dangerous, but gosh, this would be fun. Like, and Wriggling Horror is around, so like you can do this stuff and you can Wriggling Horror some cards as well if you're playing this in like an aggressive type deck. So I like it.
I give us
Any
all
other
3.
thoughts?
I might test this in oh, now I'm forgetting what it's called. Shoot. Oh, lock and load. I might test
Yeah.
this in like a lock and load deck, and use some of those spells. Hopefully, some spells can go face or generate things, and then I can use some hyenas with rush to manage the board a little bit. But yeah, I think it's solid. I think you can use this in a couple of different hunter variations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just really good with Adorable Infestation too.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Next.
Card. 2 mana. Hunter spell. This is the rank spell for Hunter. You summon a 2/2 beast with Rush. At 5 mana, you summon a 4/4 with Rush. And at 10 mana, you summon a 6/6 with Rush. I think this card is really, really good. This seems good at pretty much all the mana costs. 2 is obviously, it's not that great. But once you hit 5 mana, this card's pretty nutty for a 4/4 with Rush. Has really good synergy with Tavish. Has good synergy with the legendary that draws a 1, 2, and 3 cost spell. This is probably like the best 2 cost spell you're gonna pull. I just think it's really good for Hunter. I give it a 4.
Yeah, this card's really good. I don't like. You're right. I don't think you necessarily want to play this as a 2/2 beast with rush, but in like aggro mirror matchups, this card can be pretty good to help. If you get it early in your hand, it can help to clear up. Like it can help to keep you fighting for board against an aggro deck because of the rush on the beast card that you get. So yeah, and it's just really good when you get to like 5 mana, and like we don't know how this whole meta will settle down um if it'll be to the point where Hunter will get to 10 mana in a game. Probably not, but a 6/6 with rush is also pretty good. So yeah, 4.
I gave this a 5. I really like this one. I don't know. I think there's even some cases where you still probably could play it for the 2/2. I mean, you were just talking about Adorable Infestation. Like,
Yeah.
on, turn 2 with coin, you could play this and Adorable Infestation, or, on turn 3. And there's probably some cases where that's still fine. So, I don't know. I really like this card. I think it's really strong, and you're, getting beasts and getting minions out on curve feels fantastic to me.
Definitely. This is I love the rank spells. They're such a cool
Yeah.
design. It's really
rank
nice.
spells are cool.
All right. Any other thoughts? Nope. Okay, let's go on. 5 mana, 3/5, Barrack Kotobane, Battle Cry, draw a 1, 2, and 3 cost spell. Hunter finally gets some card draw. This is a really, really cool card. I like the synergy with the hyena 1/1 for the 1 mana, 2 mana get your rank spell, and 3 mana. This is actually the nuts. You play Mancrick, and the cost of the spell you put in your deck is 3 mana. So you draw this on turn 5, and you get a 3/10 that's max face. It's kind of insane.
Mancrick Hunter, let's go.
Yeah, I think it's actually like really good synergy.
Yeah, it is really good synergy. But there's
give it
probably
a
other. I don't. Are there any other? I'd have to look at the spells if there's any other 3 cost spells I'd actually want to run in my deck. So maybe if Unleash the Hounds is maybe
Lock
if
and
Unleash
Load.
the Hounds is in Corset. Is Lock and Load 3?
No, it's
No,
one.
Lock and Load's 1.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
this
we
card
checked
works well
this.
with Lock and Load. I gave this card a 5. I think this card's insane because you give Hunter tutor draw. And 5 mana 3/5 is a decent body.
Indeed.
Yep. 5 for me as well. I like it. I
Okay,
like
just
these Hunter
check.
cards.
Yeah, the Hunter. I'm like actually hyped to play Hunter. I didn't
Yeah.
play a lot of Hunter at all this year, but I had already played like a decent amount. I had like 700 wins with Hunter before
Come join me.
before even like any of this year stuff happened. I played very little Hunter this year.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 mana spells. The only ones we have are Deadly Shot and Petting Zoo. That's it. And Man.
Well, you draw. Kotobane is like what? 1 mana spell, secret plus petting zoo. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
If you're running it in a deck that likes secrets. Note, there is actually no new Hunter secret this expansion.
Facts.
There has been like every expansion they usually give every single class that has a secret a secret.
That is true. They did not
Mhm.
this time around.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We will move on to the next card. 1 mana, 1/3 Sunscale Raptor. Frenzy. Shuffle a Sunscale Raptor into your deck with permanent +2/+1. Okay, this effect is kind of confusing. At first, I was like, okay, you get a 3/4 in your deck, and then when that dies, you get another bigger minion.
Mm-mm.
But after reading it, that doesn't seem the case.
I think they're all just
However,
3/4s.
it has been confirmed that it scales.
Yeah.
So it
Oh.
becomes a 3/4, and then
Oh.
it gets buffed again.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Okay,
confirmed.
yeah. Okay, this card's okay. Yeah. Okay, it changes my rating.
Yeah, it just seems like a good minion. I mean, 1 mana, 1/3 beast.
Whew.
Also, drawing it later just
You
gets a bit
you
bigger.
have to deal with it. Like Hunter 1 mana 1/3s have always been pretty good. They've seen play in every Hunter deck. Dire Mole is the example I'm looking at. He plays with Dire Frenzy, and they get even bigger, and then they can just, and then this card has like flavor text over 9,000 because they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming.
Yeah.
They don't stop coming. I love it.
I mean, there's no reason not to play this, right?
Yeah, I gave it a 5. Like this card's really good. I might be over exaggerating, but I really like it.
I mean, I gave it a 4. Like, I don't see a reason not to play it, and it's a great 1-drop.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're gonna want to close out the game pretty quickly in Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna want to get too late in the game and draw a 1 mana 3/4.
True.
But if you play it and it dies, and you draw another one early, and you play it and it dies, then playing a 1 mana 5 seems fine.
Mm-hmm. I think this card has good synergy with Warsong Wrangler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, and
But-
Hunter always likes solid 1-drops.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Yep, I gave it a 4 as well.
That's our highest average Hunter card, it looks like. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it for Hunter.
Oh,
Awesome.
woo! All right. We got Mage next. Anybody feel like they want to do the Mage cards?
Yeah, I'll do the Mage cards. I think
Okay.
we've thinned out the pool of people who are currently here as people will be coming in and out. All right. So the first card up on the screen is Arcane Luminary, 3 mana, 4/3 elemental tag. Cards that didn't start in your deck cost 2 less, but not less than 1. I'm glad they put the cannot reduce below 1 on it.
Me too, because
Really,
it made the card
this
really
card's
bad.
nutty. This is a 3-drop that every mage deck wants to run. Like, well, it's cards that didn't start in your deck, so that might make it a little bit limiting factor. And yes, Cthulhu the Shatter does exist, but I don't know if we're playing that. So like, I don't know. Maybe this works better in a wild scenario versus a standard scenario, but because of the fact this is cards that didn't start in your deck, I gave it a 3. Just because I don't know how effective it's actually gonna be, how good Mage is gonna be at getting cards that in your deck start there in your hand and have them not already be played by that point.
Yeah, this card just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I don't really see at all what we're gonna be doing with it. Like a lot of the random stuff is
Mhm.
leaving Mage. The only cool
Yeah.
interaction is Evocation because they're all gonna
Okay.
be cheap. But
True.
Like
there's no way
Cthulhu
we're running
cards.
this.
I mean, Cthulhu card.
Yeah, but like, why are we running a 3
why are you
mana
running
4/3
Cthulhu?
to make our
I mean, that's
Cthulhu
why
card cost 3?
I didn't say it was good.
It's not that true. This card's not
Yeah,
that
it's-
nutty.
I think this is like pretty bad. I give it a
You
1.
gave
I
it a
don't think we're
1,
playing it at all.
probably. Okay.
Yeah, I
Which
gave it a
is-
2 because I think if you're doing that, like you're really building the deck for it, so it feels like it would
Yeah.
fit in that, but it's not great.
Yeah. All right, I can see your points. Like, it's not as
But
good
yeah,
as
I
I
don't-
thought. It's not as good as I thought when I was reading it just now. But yeah, it's definitely like 2 or a 1 and maybe a 3 at best if there's some way that it just becomes really good over time. All right, so let's go. Or anything else people wants to say?
I think it's just us three till Rotted gets back. So
All right, cool.
Okay.
So next card up is Oasis Alley. 3 mana frost spell. It's a secret, the mage secret. When a friendly minion is attacked, summon a 3/6 water elemental. I like this secret a lot. Because water elementals are really good. Especially when they don't come from, especially when you don't have to play them in your deck. So I think this card is, I think the secret is probably, I'd say this is a 4, maybe even better.
yeah, it's a powerful secret, especially in decks that are fighting for board. This is going to be really nice.
Mhm.
The problem is, I think it might get a little bit of the bamboozle syndrome here, where if you're against a control deck, they just don't have to attack minions, and then this never triggers. But in
Mhm.
Mage, there's also benefits to that because you have Occult Conjurer, which you get 2/4/4s. So
Mhm.
I definitely think it's a good secret. I gave it a 3. If you're playing
Mhm.
secrets, you're definitely going to be running this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave it a 3 as well. Kind of that same thinking. Like it's pretty good if it's gonna end up
It's either-
triggering, but
it creates a scenario where either this triggers or RFG triggers. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next card, 3 mana, 3/4 minion, Rhyme Tongue. After you cast a frost spell, summon a 1/1 elemental that freezes.
Giga yikes.
I gave this a 1 and said, does this mean Broomstick will be in Mage if this card is playable?
Nah, this effect's not good enough.
Yeah, and you also have to look at the frost spells that we're playing and see if they're, I mean, the secret's a frost spell, but I also don't have a list of all the frost spells in front of me or anything else. There's Flurry, there's Oasis Alley, and probably like, Cone of Cold is a frost spell. I don't think that it's good enough, so I gave it a 1.
Yeah, our benefit for casting a frost spell is summoning a 1/1. That stings. Like there's no way.
Yeah.
This card is
Yeah.
just bad. 1 for me.
yeah, I gave it a 2. I think to me this feels like another one where it's probably not great now, but it might get better later, and especially depending on the meta. But it's not great.
Yeah.
It's just a weird card. I don't know why they printed this. I feel like I like the after you cast a frost spell effect because there's like that 0 mana one that like freezes stuff, but
Yep, the ring spell.
doesn't do anything.
Which card are you guys on?
We're on Rhyme Tongue.
Rhyme Tongue.
Mage cards.
We're on who?
Rhyme Tongue?
3 mana, 3/4. After you cast a frost
3 mana,
spell,
3/4.
1/1 that freezes.
Oh, that thing is terrible. Okay, cool.
Yeah, yep. welcome back,
Welcome.
Hachi. Yeah. You're just in time for Pot of Greed.
Nice.
I mean, if you want, you can read the rest of the mage spells. Yeah, or I can just keep going. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
All right, that's cool.
Right.
Next card, 4 mana spell, Refreshing Spring Water. Draw 2 cards. Refresh 2 mana crystals for each spell drawn. I just looked at this card and thought, why? Why is this card printed? Like there are people who are gonna play this and they're gonna play all spell mage, so they're gonna always get it back, and they're just gonna die to everything because that deck's not that good as far as I would think. This card is something that you maybe play in a Mozaki Mage potentially. But in general, this card's just really good, and it should probably see play in most every spell deck or most every Mage deck because you play a decent chunk of spells in them. So you're very likely to get your mana back, or at least you're drawing 2 cards for 4 mana, which, while not as ideal as an arcane intellect, is so good. I gave this card a 5 because it's insane, with the fact that it's kind of like Pot of Greed, like Neji or Itachi was alluding to earlier.
It's pretty good. I mean, it's 0 mana draw 2 most of the time, and then sometimes 2 mana draw 2 is just also really good. I don't know. This just seems kind of insane. 5 for me.
It's like, all right, cutting class is good, so everyone have it, right? Everyone
Yeah.
take 0 mana, draw 2.
Yeah.
This is my 6. I think this is the only card I gave a 6 to because 0 mana, draw 2, and Mage, and also like the fact that it gets put into stuff like Solarian Prime, where you just draw cards and refresh mana where you wouldn't have normally had more mana. Yeah.
Oh
Mhm.
God!
Oh
Stop!
gosh, stop.
You're hurting me. I've already been hurt by that card enough.
I got hurt by it today. I played one. It did 4 arcane missiles and a combustion. It felt terrible.
Yeah, imagine living, right? Yeah, who needs to
Mm.
Solarian Prime into me also playing Fireball at your face? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Gosh. This card is stupid.
Yeah, I gave this one a 4. It's pretty good.
Yep.
That's it.
Nice.
All right.
Alright, next card. This is the card that I'm voting as most likely to be Kibler's deck of this expansion. And this is a 2 mana wildfire, 2 mana fire spell wildfire. Increase the damage of your hero power by 1. My only issue with stuff like this is that Mage just typically doesn't, like, there are some Mage decks that have used hero powers a lot, but like, I mean, I guess it's because you pretty much make it a targeted hunter. I guess playing one of these makes it a targeted hunter, hunter hero power, which is pretty good. So like, you might even play this in a deck as a one of.
This is just
I did give it. Looking at it, I just like, I don't know how this is working or if this is just in one deck. I gave it a 2, but it might. You could probably convince me that it's better.
there's a 2 mana play Baku the Moon Eater in Mage.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
that's
then if
true.
you can get more copies of it.
And then you
is
can
it
like
better?
discover it, yeah. And then there's a card that
This card's-
says
Yeah. So this card on its own is really good. The whole idea of hero power Mage doesn't appeal to me though.
it feels
Yeah.
boring, and it kind of is, but like
It's just weird.
when you target something for 2 mana and deal 2 damage every single turn,
Mm-hmm.
and then like at some point 3 damage every single turn, it's
Yeah.
kind of relevant. It gets relevant.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm comparing this to how good the hunter power hero becomes when you have sharpshooter out. Where it's like,
Yeah.
yep, you can just start taking things down, and also,
That's
yeah,
true.
there are other cards that work with the hero power dealing
Yeah.
damage or whatever, or
This
just
is-
dealing damage to face. Like, I gave this a 4. I love this card.
This is actually, yeah, dang, this is actually probably better than Dwarven Sharpshooter because like it's permanent. It's like Sharpshooter can die.
Yeah. This
Yeah,
is just
I mean this card's
permanent.
probably a 4, right? 4. It's
I gave it a
makes more
2.
sense.
I don't think it's very good. I think Hero Power Mage is kind of a meme. I liked what
But-
Fino said. Fino was like, "Who wants to wake up and just hero power to people to death?"
Me!
All right, we got one. We got one.
I think that if you include this as like a one of, or like a 2 of, it's like not bad, but just in a deck. But like I still don't see a world in which Mage decks, because we're not used to it, where mages haven't relied on their hero powers as like almost an every turn type of thing. Like this card has great synergies with all these other cards that it's got, but I don't like this synergy as much. You'll see that in
Have
most
you-
of my other rankings.
Have
for
you
cards
done
that use your hero
Reckless
power.
Apprentice?
No.
Have y'all done Reckless Apprentice? No? Okay,
No.
great.
This card's just
No.
awkward. Like, what do we want to do? We want a wildfire on 2 and then play a hero power in turn 3? No,
No,
thanks.
you
I'm
don't.
out.
You don't have to hero power on 3. You weave it in the same way you weaved it in before, but like it just does better
More
stuff.
damage.
Eh.
I think as a standalone, I think it makes more sense as a standalone card than in an
If
archetype.
if Reckless Apprentice and Mordesh did not exist, this card would be poop. But there are cards that benefit from the fact that your hero power is better than it was before. And your hero power being better than it was before means that your hero power, for the low cost of only 2 mana,
I still don't think it's that good.
how about this? I don't really want to play it in my deck. I'll be honest with you, but I need
Yeah.
to
Okay,
to do
cool.
this stuff.
Cool. Okay.
Okay,
Good
next.
good discussion. Next
Mhm.
card, 2 mana arcane spell, Ruined Orb. Deal 2 damage, discover a spell. Oh, this card is this is good card. Good card. What'd I give this card? Gave it a 4. Because dealing 2 damage to something and discovering a spell is really good.
This is just
Well,
like definition of good card. 2
yeah, it's
mana,
just good.
deal 2 damage, face, minion, get a spell.
Yeah,
It's just
yep,
like,
yep.
yeah, I'm playing this. It's good.
And
Yep.
it's got the upside of discovering a spell. That's why I bumped it up to a 4.
Yeah, I
It's
give it a
just
4 too.
like it's magic trick, but with 2 damage on top of it, which is good.
This has to look sick gold, right?
Yeah, it has to. I haven't seen it gold.
Oh, that's getting crafted in gold. It's a common too. I can.
Hell yeah.
I can't afford to craft anything in gold. I dust my golds now.
Sag.
I still haven't dusted my golden yog though.
Never.
I want to.
I gave this a 4 as well. I mean, to me, it reminds me of the. I think it was only 1 cost though, the one that does 2, and if you're holding a dragon, you discover a spell, but there's no like
Arcane
requirement. Yes, thank you, Arcane Breath.
Yep.
But there's no requirement to be able to do it, so you just
Oh, it
get
is
to
better
deal
Arcane
the
Breath.
2.
Wow.
Yeah. So I give this a 4. I love it.
Nice.
Okay. Next.
Solid.
All right. Next one. This is the second legendary for Mage. Or no, sorry, the first one we're talking about. There's 2. Varden Dawn Grasp. Battle 4 mana 3/3 minion battle cry. Freeze all enemy minions. If they are already frozen, deal 4 to them instead. I thought we got rid of Ice Lance. This card is, I mean, as Mage is losing Frost Nova, I believe they're losing Frost Nova. This card is just really good. I really like this card. It does what Mage likes to do, which is freeze boards. It's not necessarily fun to it won't be fun to play against, because just having your entire board frozen on 4 if you're an aggro deck never feels good. But overall, this card, especially if they are if the cards are already frozen, because Ray of Frost exists, Cone of Cold exists for less mana now. I gave this card, I gave it a 5. This card is going to see play. It's going to see a lot of play. It is going to be really good.
The thing about this card is it's very flexible
Yes.
at all points in the game. You can play it on 4 against an aggressive deck, freeze all their minions. You get a 3/3 body that can contest the next turn. And we already know Frost Nova is very good. With the body, it's even better. And in the late game, this is just even better because if you have other cards like Cone of Cold, or maybe that 0 mana spell, or whatever, other freeze cards, it just also nukes their board instead of freezing. So it's just like
Mhm.
good at all stages of the game. I think it's just going to be like a staple Mage card. I'm giving it a 5.
Also gave it a 5. I think it's just like you play the card. No matter, it's like almost an auto include.
Like
This is
a card
why.
this is the card I
This
would
is
craft gold
why.
in.
This is why we can't play Kazakus and Mage, Ninja.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
we're just
Yeah, but
racking
why playing Mage?
racking up the
Mage
reason.
is trash.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
Mage is trash this expansion. There's no way. Their core set is like actually terrible.
Jaina slander will not be tolerated.
They're nerfing Janus. Let's be honest, that card's not surviving.
J Bar good. But Mage got a lot. Mage has enough really good cards from the last expansions that it will still see play.
Agreed.
We'll see.
Just you wait. There's some toxic sets that we that have been released.
Zacchus is OP. Just saying.
Not OP.
I'm
enough
not. I'm
to
not playing it in
freeze
Mage.
my
I'm not
opponent's
playing it
board.
in Mage because I'm playing Dawn Grasp. That's the only reason. I'm not playing
See?
any other 4-drop.
Okay,
Probably.
1 out of 10 classes, solid.
Yeah.
Okay, Druid too, and Paladin probably.
Yeah.
Also,
And Hunter plays Piercing Shot. We gotta play Piercing Shot. Yo, we're not playing Kazakus over Piercing Shot.
I'm
Mm-mm.
kind of into Kazakh.
Also, we're playing a refreshing spring water.
Priest doesn't want it either, but we'll get to all those later.
we'll
Right now we're talking about this card.
I gave it a 4.
Okay.
It's really good. Solid.
Mhm.
Okay, next.
Nice. All right,
It's our
next
highest
card. Flurry. This is the Mage rank up spell. 0 mana, frost spell. Freeze a random enemy minion. At 5, it upgrades to freeze 2 minions, and at 10, it freezes 3. This is my favorite of the rank up spells, personally, because
It's the only good one.
I mean, I think it's one of the only good ones, but I think it's this one, and I also kind of like the Hunter one as well. It's not too that one's not too bad, but I looked at a lot of these rank up spells. And I was just like, man, they just probably don't feel good to play. But this one actually feels good to play. I gave it a 4 because I think because again, freezing things, and especially because you can play it when they only have 2 or 3 on the board, like in general. Especially with the buff, especially if we're getting into the late game with buffs to things like I don't know, maybe a possibly playable Flame Strike that does 5, that actually does 5 instead of 4 to minions. So yeah,
I don't think this is that great. I think it's actually, for me, like middle of the road for a rank spell compared to some of the other ones we're getting. 0 mana is cool. It has good synergy with Varden, Dawn Grasp.
Mhm.
But I don't know. Can we really afford to put like this in our deck? I don't know. What did I give? 3? Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
kind of
makes
like,
sense.
it's not bad. I don't think it's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. I gave it a 3. I think it's cool. I don't know if you put it in every deck, but I'm sure it's good in some Mage decks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, anything else?
That's it.
All right, next minion. Or next card. Well, next card is a minion. This is the card Tachi wants to talk about. This is Reckless Apprentice. 4 mana, 3/5. Battlecry. Fire your hero power at all enemies. I'll let Itachi start this because he wanted to talk about this one.
Okay, so I rated this card a 4.
Mm-hmm.
This thing is good. This is consecration with a 0 mana 3/5. Like, why are we upset at this? This is good.
That's if we played Wildfire.
We are playing Wildfire. Stop this.
That means you have to draw Wildfire before you get this.
If we don't play Wildfire, it's a 4 mana 3/5 Arcane Explosion. Or like it hits the face. It hits the face too. It's good. Aggro
No,
decks
it
beware.
says no. It says all minion. Oh no, all enemies. Sorry, all enemies. My
Yeah,
bad.
aggro decks beware.
I don't think it's bad. I gave it a 3. Just don't think it's that great. Also, the animation on this is a complete disappointment. I'm just putting it out there. It's terrible. It literally shoots like it just keeps using your hero power. It doesn't just like fire like one beam or anything. It literally just like hits something slowly. Here's another one. It literally takes like
Oh,
6
my
seconds
AP.
to go off. Like,
Oh,
please.
that's
Oh, nice.
That doesn't
Glad they
feel
changed
good.
off Dormu. Otherwise, my turn would get skipped.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, if you're playing Nas, you don't want this card. You want Speedstone. All right.
I gave it a 4. I like it. I think the fact that it also this doesn't use your hero power, right? So this
No, it
triggers,
doesn't.
and then you can still use your hero power that same turn too. So
Sure.
I like it a lot.
I want to discover like 5 wildfires in a game, just have like a 7 damage hero power, and just be like, bam, pyro, reckless apprentice, boom.
I like it. I like
That
it.
would be sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this card's probably a 3. I have 2 written down. I'm not sure about it, but I think just as a 4 mana 3/5, like Arcane Explosion, deal 1 to face, it's pretty okay. It's like a Holy Ripple, but it doesn't heal you with the body. Yeah. I don't have enough thoughts on the process of a buffing hero power.
All right, let's go next.
All right.
Last
Mage card. Mordrish Fire Eye, 10 mana, 10/10 legendary. Battle Cry. If you've dealt 10 damage with your hero power this game, deal 10 damage to all enemies. Man, I don't know what I actually don't know what to think about this card. I mean, obviously, if you get it to trigger, it's really good. You're pyroing the board and their face at the same time. It actually is it's just the biggest tempo swing I've probably ever thought about in Hearthstone. But I'm not sure if you're not running, because obviously this deck you can just run Wildfire and Mordrish and it'd probably be fine. But I don't necessarily know if I like that a lot. But if Mage doesn't have much else to go out to do this expansion, then maybe this does become the deck. But I still gave this card like a 2 because you're really only going to play it in a deck that likes to use that wants to buff hero power damage, very likely.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's what I did.
I want to do this.
Yeah.
I just want to do this. You see the animation?
I want to do it. Yeah, I've seen it. It's amazing. Like
I want to do this every game Hearthstone that I play.
Yeah. When I first read this, I thought it did what Mask of Cthulhu did. I'm like, what is this payoff card? This is actually just the worst card of all time. Then I read it again, and I'm like, oh, okay, that makes a bit more sense. And I still think it's bad, so I give it a 1. I'm not hero powering my opponent to death.
We are.
No.
You might not, but I am.
I
All
kind
right,
of
this is gonna
You and
be
you
our
and
show
you and
match.
you and Kibler.
our show match. You're gonna play hero power mage.
Yep. Remember we did the pinfinger show match. We're gonna do this as a show match. You're gonna do hero power mage versus whatever deck you want to play.
Kazakis deck, you mean?
Yeah. You play Kazakus and mage, and I'll play.
I'm playing the Grand Slam Hunter. It's happening.
All right. Good luck.
Okay. That is it for the mage.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, wait. I need to ask
Paladin.
Ryder a question. Is Hunter or Paladin your favorite class? Which one's actually your favorite class? Or is it a different class?
It's so tied between those two. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I don't know. I guess if I had to pick, it's probably Hunter, but I really love Paladin too.
That means it's your turn to read. Paladin is next.
Paladin cards for Dragon Rider.
Okay. So the first one is Galloping Survivor, 1 mana secret. After your opponent plays 3 cards in a turn, summon a 3/4 steed with taunt.
Paladin Rat Trap.
1. I
Except
don't.
it's sad.
I don't know. I'm not sold on this. Like, I guess in a meta where Rogue is super popular, then this gets a little better, but other than that, I'm not sold on it.
I think it's okay,
I think
but not great.
Yeah, I think because I mean it's like Rat Trap, but because it's a cheaper to play, they made it have less. It has less stats and taunt versus just being a 6/6, which Rat Trap is. I mean, I guess it forces your opponent's class to play around it, but I mean, I do think there's a case in which most classes just trigger it and then kill the minion anyways, because getting through a 3-mana 3/4 when you are able to play 3 cards in a turn that's not on turn 3 with a super aggro deck. Yeah, I mean, I still think it's a good enough. I still think it's a fine secret. I like it. I gave it a 3 because it'll see play in with the amount of secret support that Paladin's getting this expansion. It'll probably see some play.
Yeah, I gave it a 2. I think this is like the closest one I have to a 2 that's I think might just be a 1 because I think they're just better secrets to play. Because I haven't played the secret paladin deck, I don't know how many secrets you actually need to play in the deck, but there are a lot better ones than this. So if you don't
Yeah.
need as many as I think, then you're not
Mhm.
playing this. So it's probably a 1, but 2 for
I
now
think
because maybe you play a 1 of.
I think we're playing 6
Yeah, you
because there's
probably
no
play like
secret keeper.
So we're not playing this.
So
'Cause
yeah,
like, oh
since
my
if there
God,
was secret keeper, then we would play like 8.
Yeah, so this card might not make the cut in a secret. You're right, it might not make the cut because you're playing Avenged. Probably playing Get Down if that's
Get
still
down.
around.
You're
Yup.
playing the
Avenge.
destroy a minion thing. That card is insane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, conviction. No, what's it called? Is that what it's called? No, I don't remember.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Or something to
Oh
that
my
effect.
Yogg we're
No,
playing.
well, conviction's not a
Oh
secret.
yeah, no, it's whatever. They're
Yeah, it's Oh My Yogg is great, so we're playing Oh My Yogg.
yeah, tough to find a room.
It's Reckoning.
That's it, reckoning.
Reckoning. Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Knight of Anointment, a 1-mana 1/1 battlecry. Draw a holy spell. This one I'm putting as a 3. Like, I draw something specific. Seems pretty decent. It's not terrible, but it's not amazing.
I'm just sad that we can tutor Librams now. Like,
I
please.
love. Oh my god, I'm tutoring.
Neji, I am so with you. This my one thing with all of Paladin right now is why can we now tutor out? We can whatever.
This is
I'm not
beautiful.
happy about
It's
how Brew
beautiful.
Paladins the Libram decks are gonna be so good because everything's gonna cost 0.
Do you know how many games did I lose because I either cannot buy a Libram of Wisdom in my hand or I cannot discount a Libram of Wisdom in my hand?
Oh, I just hate it. Libram
Strong.
Paladin just like go up against a wall and smack my head against it. I'm just like cannot stand playing against Libram Paladin anymore. Please change it. Just
Yeah.
get rid of pen flingers and I'll be fine.
Like Pure Pally, I like Pure Pally. Like I don't mind that deck. That deck runs Librams as well, but
Libram Paladin's kind of a cool deck. Like you discount all your Librams, you make big minions, buff them, Liadra, you get a bunch of buffs, and then there's Pen Flinger, and it just ruins everything. And it's like, wow, this is just stupid.
Broomstick ruins everything too.
I think.
But yeah, but this card is good. This card is really good. Like
Yeah, give it a
I have it as a 3.
I put it as a 5. That card's insane.
Yeah,
I guess. Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking.
Because you're
It's the best 1-drop. It's like the best 1-drop printed like in the past year.
It's pretty damn good.
Yeah. As a 1-drop, yeah. Not a 1-cost minion, but a 1-drop, yeah.
Get this from first day of school too. Ugh,
But I also didn't know that. I also didn't know that Librams were holy spells. Until you said,
They are
until I
holy.
listened to Coin Concede and they said that they're all holy spells.
Bad.
And so that would, if I had known that when I had done this, I would have rated it how you guys rated it. Because that's
Don't be shy. Change that rating
did.
to a 5. Join the
did.
club.
Yeah.
I did. It's a 5. It's really good.
All right, we're ready for the next one?
Yeah.
I think so.
All right. Soldier's Caravan, a 2-mana 1/3. At the start of your turn, summon 2 1/1 Silverhand recruits. I don't know. Again, I don't really like the caravans at all. I don't like the start of the turn effect, so this is probably a better one out of them, so I'm giving it a 2.
All right, next. No, this is bad. This is just a sad card. All these start of your turn 1/3s are just, it's not happening. Like this just.
Oh, the caravans.
Yeah.
Oh, all my caravan ratings are like terrible. These cards are so bad.
I gave them all a 1.
I
They're
wish
bad.
I wish they were better statted. That's all.
Yeah, it's
2 mana
just
1/3 is 2 mana 1/3 is pretty easy to clear. Like, yeah.
It's just not aggressive either.
hmm Like, yeah, it gives dude support, but there's better dude support cards than this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next one is Northwatch Commander, 3 mana, 3/4. Battle Cry. If you control a secret, draw a minion. I don't know. To me, it's a 2. Like, you're only playing it in a deck that you're running the secrets, and if you're not running the secrets, you're not playing this. So, yeah.
Yep.
3 for me. I think Secret Paladin is being heavily overrated by a lot of people. I don't think the deck is that good. People think the
No.
weapon is like the nuttiest thing ever. I'm like, okay, sure, the weapon's pretty good on turn 2, but like Secret Paladin, I don't think is going to be that good. Maybe like a tier 3 deck, maybe low tier 2. So that's why I give it a 3. I think it's good in that deck, but I don't think Secret Paladin's like this nutty deck that people are saying it might be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I missed it. What card are we on?
Northwatch Commander battle cry
Oh, the
if you
4?
control a secret.
That's
It's
the
a
3 mana,
3
3/4.
3 mana.
No,
3/4.
it's a 4 stars out of 5.
Oh, okay. I got you. I got
The
you.
3-star card, yes. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I've teetered. I had 3. I'm gonna stick with my initial 3 rating on this. I think that I think Secret Paladin's gonna be fun to play. Not sure if it's gonna be that good, but
You better play Ooze.
I'm ready for
That's
it.
all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Everybody should be playing Ooze.
You better draw your weapon on only turn 2.
That's the only time I draw it.
True. I believe it.
All right, we're ready for the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Weapon, 2 mana, 1/3. After your hero attacks, cast a secret from your deck. Still a 2. If you're playing the secrets, then this is great. Pull them straight from your deck. But otherwise, I don't know. I don't like it.
I'm so hurt.
Yeah, Dragon Riders doesn't seem to like the Secret Paladin.
I don't.
Maybe
I don't.
if we had Mysterious Challenger again.
It's a 2 mana ultimate infestation. You draw 3 cards, gain 3 mana, deal 3 damage. That's so good.
Yeah.
I'll be in a world of my own.
Yeah, but you don't summon a 3/3. You don't summon a 3/3.
But I deal 3 damage. It's 2 mana. What else? I'm not.
This card is really, really good. Okay. But I don't think it's enough to make Secret Paladin that great. I gave it a 4. I think this is like the nutty
Yeah.
Secret Paladin card.
Yeah, this is the nutty Secret Paladin card.
Like after your hero attacks, cast a secret from your deck. That's kind of nuts, but I
Mhm.
don't think Secret Paladin is going to be that good. So
This is-
I gave it a 4 instead of a 5.
There's so many good cards. So many good cards.
We'll see. I've been wrong many times.
This is just like very quick to get on the board. Tough to deal with the minions that they're gonna play because you have to also get through secrets. There's also a weapon that's continuously generating secrets. There's also a 3 mana 3/4 that's gonna draw a card immediately after the weapon. It's just like a lot of stuff going on that you have to deal with.
Yeah, the curve is really good if you get it.
But that seems to be like Paladin's thing now, right?
And there's
Like-
still like the good cards like Hand of a Doll and
Like
yeah.
Paladin's the Curvestone deck at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm not a huge fan. I'm not always a huge fan of Curvestone decks because if you don't get your curve, you lose. A lot of times, this deck seems a bit more. Maybe a secret version is a bit more forgiving on it than what we've had.
The art of holding secrets is like the key to the deck.
Mm-hmm.
The better you understand it, the less Curvestone it is.
Yeah, that's what that makes sense.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next one is a 1-cost Holy Spell, Conviction. give a random friendly minion +3 attack. And then at rank 2, it's +3 attack. And then, sorry, 2 friendly minions +3 attack. And then at the rank 3, it is 3 random friendly minions, 3 attack. I don't know. I personally like this, but I kind of like the styles of adding damage and being able to kill your opponents off. I think there's also a lot of synergies that this can go with the Silverhand Recruit stuff that we're seeing with like the core set. So I like this one a lot. I think it's probably a 4 or 5.
Yeah, this is so aggressive. It's kind of crazy. For 1 mana, you get so much attack. Especially with the 4 cost card we haven't talked about that reduces the cost of holy cards in your hand. This for
Yeah.
0 mana is just like, what? It's just
This
so
card is. This
give it
is
a
the reason why Secret Pally will kill you on turn 5. Like once this is rank 2, you just play 1 mana, deal 6 damage, and like how do you just don't like you don't win. If you have 2 of them in your hand, that's 12 damage on turn 5. Are you serious? 2 mana, 12 damage?
I don't like that it says random friendly, but I know why it says it.
Well, as long as they can attack, I don't give a shit.
If
Yeah.
it's board, smack them. We don't choose.
I don't necessarily like this is random, but I like that like you're gonna play it when your minions can attack, so it's gonna be good.
It just like hurts
This
that this is gonna
like
deal
is
12
this
damage
like
on
is
turn
this
5.
like is this the actual best rank up spell? Because it's pretty insane.
It's really
I don't
good.
know. Yeah.
This is like Savage Roar, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
mini Bloodlust, like 1 mana Bloodlust. Thank you.
I keep increasing my rating the more you keep saying about this.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I had it at a
5,
1.
6.
I initially had it at a 1 for some reason. I don't know why I gave this thing a 1. Probably because generally because I thought like Paladin doesn't necessarily want to give their minion. They don't need to give their minions attack, so I thought that this card's kind of not great. But when you get later in the game, because Paladin gets later in the game, this is really good. I have landed at like a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, come on around.
Yeah, this is like an aggressive finisher card. It's good.
It makes sense. I like it.
And it's cheap. Which
Yeah.
is nice.
Cheap is good.
1 mana Bloodlust. Okay.
Little.
Down,
I'm glad that card's gone.
Glad Paladin's a class. Wait, what?
All right. So the next one is legendary. 4 mana, 4/3, Rush, Divine Shield. Whenever this attacks, reduce the cost of holy spells in your hand by 1. Yes, please. 5.
No, please.
Like, I will discount all my Librams so many times.
So,
yeah, love it.
So this card is the reason I hesitate to give this a 5 is because it has to attack. If it attacks once, it's really good, and that's what to me makes it a 4. Yeah, so it does it once, but then it has to survive and it has to be able to attack again to get like that extra value. So like just I know reducing holy spells, and the other thing is that it's only in your hand.
That's true.
So I don't think it's a 5. I gave it a 4 because it has to attack. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead because you said it has to attack.
No, it just has. I just think if you can reliably make it attack like 2 times, then yeah, it's gross. Like
I also gave it a 4 because I think it's an insanely good card. Like 4 mana 4/3 Rush Divine Shield by itself is like playable.
Yeah.
And then to also discount the holy spells in your hand. So the only reason I can't give it a 5 is because the fact that it discounts Librams means that it'll always be in the bottom third of my deck. So there's no possible way that I can give this a 5. But this is yet another reason why Paladin can now not play Kazakus because this card is insane.
Yeah.
For me, it is very good. I don't think we need to swing with this twice for it to be good. I think it's just kind of nutty. You just attack, bam, discounts, rush, kill something, and they're like, all right, I kind of need to kill this.
Like if Thorison ticked once, you were favored. If it ticked twice, you won the game. So like kind of the same thing here, I think.
Mm-hmm. Cool card.
Yeah. I wanna get at least one game. I just want to do it once where I play Lady Leadrin and then coin this, and
Oh
then
my
like
god.
I can play all my stuff for free.
No,
I
you
don't-
discoin Lady Leadrin to get the extra Libram in your hand.
Yeah.
With a crab rider on the board.
Yes.
You can go do it to someone else. I'm gonna dodge that one. Oh,
Yeah.
my liver paladin. Just pain. Okay.
Instant pain.
So much
What's
pain.
the next one?
All right. Next one is a holy spell, 4 mana. Give +1/+1 to all minions in your hand, deck, and battlefield. I don't know personally. I'm kind of leaning towards like a 3 or even a 2 on this one. I've never really liked this buff thing. This is like a mini version of survival, but
Mhm.
I don't know. I also feel like you're just running so many spells, so you have to run this in a deck that has a lot more minions to get the payoff, and then I'm not sold on that. So I'm leaning towards like 2 for this.
Why am I saying so many 3s across the board? This card is like giga trash. There's no way I'm playing this. What? Right?
Yeah.
Like, how are we playing this in a deck?
This card's not that good.
Card is good, man. Don't do this. This
You
card
and
is
your
good.
10 pointers, man.
I gave it a 2.
I hope it's not good.
I gave it a 2.
This card is good. This card is good because of the Violet teacher.
Oh yeah, the guy that's
Ooh.
the chick that summons the 2/2s with lifesteal. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, just
Oh.
play a million Librams and then
Wow.
the
Yeah,
next
that's probably why I
turn,
gave this a 3.
Yeah, good
my
luck.
on my original rating.
Hard
Then
one.
I've also wanted this thing, and I've also wanted like hand buff to be a thing, but it never was.
But the fact that it's hand deck and battlefield is
Yeah,
Keliseth, like
it's really good.
Keliseth-esque or survival of the fittest, and like a deck that's like mid-rangey. Like if you're doing the mid-rangey paladin, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But like even in Libram Paladin plays enough minions, I feel, that it's justifiable. Especially with veteran war medic.
And it would like that would actually put a 4. There's no 4 cost cards that we currently run in Libram in like Broom Pally.
Cariel.
Yeah, like we'd run like like currently you would run Cariel in it now. And if you didn't want to run Cariel, you're running Kazakis. But Cariel's better than Kazakis, so you run Cariel. Yeah.
I think it's good. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's just probably fine.
Gets discounted by Cariel.
It does. That's good.
Okay. Anything else on this one? No? Okay. All right. So next we have Veteran War Medic, 4 mana, 3/5. After you cast a holy spell, summon a 2/2 medic with lifesteal. She seems real good. I'm debating between giving her a 4 or 5. I don't know, but I like her a lot. Probably 5, because the fact that you can discount all those Librams.
I give it a 3. I think it's just okay. I think you might play it, but I don't know. It seems a little sketchy to me. If you don't have exactly like your 0 mana Librams, this is kind of clunky. And it doesn't really work out that well with like Broom. Like you don't get to rush any of your 2/2s in because like it's literally just impossible to broom any of them and get the Libram. Like, do you know what I'm saying here? Like you can't play Broom and this and also give the 2/2s rush so that you can cycle the Libram a bunch. Like it's literally impossible to do.
Yeah.
Because you'd have to have something else on the board, then buff it with a Libram. Then you'd have 1/2/2. Then you play Broom. Then that thing that you buff dies. then you get the Libram back. Like that's very unlikely. I don't know. It just seems kind of weird to me. I don't think we're getting many 2/2s off. I think the dream is unlikely.
Just play Conviction with it. No, I mean Conviction is a card you would want to play with this. I don't know. I think it's a 3 or a 4. And then in my comments, I just wanted to vent about how much I hate Broomstick. So
Yeah.
I don't think I think Neji's right that Broomstick might be a bit iffy with this card. But maybe I still think that would be a reason enough to turn it into a 4 if it's just a 3 anyways.
Yeah, Broomstick's only good if you already have like low health things on the
Yeah.
board to buff.
You're right. Yeah. You're definitely right.
Any other comments? I will say it looks like Rotted scored this one as a 2, so not looking as good for Wild.
Yeah, this card's
Yeah.
not very playable in even Paladin.
Yeah, the only wild Paladin decks are like odd and even.
Yeah.
And the occasional like Mimi tip the scales list.
Mm-hmm.
Or any Fin list, whichever one.
Okay. All right, so next we have the last card. It's a legendary Cannon Masters. I'm going to say Smithy because I think that sounds sweet.
It's Smith. Pretty
Yeah, I
Smithy.
believe it is Smith.
Because the other, there's
But I
another
like
person in
Smithy.
it whose name is Wesson. So like Smith and Wesson in WoW lore.
I want him to be a pirate and be called Smithy because I think that's
know, right?
hilarious as a Cannon
No.
Master.
I mean, let's be real. That would be amazing. Transform your secrets
Old
into 3/3
Smitty.
pirates.
All right. Well, Cannon Master
All right.
Smith, 5 mana, 4/4. Battle Cry, transform your secrets into 3/3 soldiers. They transform back when they die.
This is
Yeah.
one of the coolest. This is one of the coolest cards.
It's a cool effect, but I'm just really not sold on this like secret paladin thing. I don't know. I'm bleh.
And what's
I'm
really
giving this a
good about-
2.
What's really good about this card, or what's good about like playing it, is that the soldiers have death rattle and it tells you what secret it is.
Yeah.
So that
Right.
way you
Your
don't have to
opponent
put-
can't see that.
can't see
You
them,
can.
but you can.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. I think like they designed it really well. In practice, I'm not so sure. Like I don't know if there's anyone here who can talk me into making it better than I think it is. I think it's probably a 3 because if it's probably like a 3 because if it is, because like it would be a strong support card, or that case is probably better than a strong support card. If this deck actually turns out to be really good, but being able to make, because there is, I believe, is going to be at least one one or two holy secrets that you can discount, and then they'll cost 0, so you can just go like secret Smith, and then you have two. Then you got a 5 mana 4/4 with 2 3/3s attached. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I don't. Yeah, it's like all the other secret cards. I think, like I said before, the best one is just the weapon, and all the other ones are supporting the weapon. So the weapon was a 4 for me. The rest of them are all getting a 3,
Gotcha.
including this.
Yeah, I give it a 3. Paladin seems like the most average class that we've had.
I think
Where like
Paladin.
everything's like a 3 or a 4, and then you got like you got like that one really bad card, and you got one insane card.
Yeah, but being average is pretty good for for Hearthstone. If all your cards are 3s, you're really happy.
Yeah.
So I think Paladin ends up being a big winner. I think it's
Gosh.
probably
Why does
got the best
Paladin
cards.
like I feel bad like ragging on Paladin because I know that there are people in AFG who like Paladin, like Dragon Rider, and I just the way that the decks play out, it just bores me to tears. Like I'd rather play Highlander Priest or Priest than Paladin right now. Sad.
Well, yeah, speaking of priest, that is the next class. So
You should
let's talk about priest cards.
Nezi's a priest person. You should talk about
I'm
this.
the only priest player.
Well,
The only one who does Nate Priest.
I don't hate priest. I don't have the dust
Okay, yeah,
to
that's
make
true.
priest.
I don't hate it. I just prefer to play anything else.
Okay,
So
that's
you're
fair.
so at least you're not in the Ron Mexico school of F priest.
Yeah, there's a
Nah.
lot of people that Zeddy literally has like a hate priest emote
Like,
in his
Well,
I
channel.
play enough
but
aggro, I
care?
usually just
But
beat
do I care
priest.
what that person has to say? Not really.
I mean, I like
Priest.
Zeddy, but
Yeah, I like Zeddy, but I mean, I don't. But
all right,
All right,
it's all good.
here we
take it
go.
away.
On to priest. First card, 4 mana, 3/4, Void Flare, Battle Cry. For each spell in your hand, deal 1 damage to a random enemy minion. What are we thinking here? It's kind of weird.
Priest is a spell class, though.
Yeah, I don't know
So-
how many spells we're having in hand at this point and how much damage we really need to deal for this to be good. Seems a
Yeah.
little bit sketchy. I gave it a 3. You might play this, but I'm not completely sold on this one.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's gonna take seeing it in action for me to think this card's insane because it's a battle cry. It's like it only happens once. Imagine if you could do that effect a bunch. Like if you could like have some other cool effect with it, but I mean this is 3. It's okay card.
I really don't like. I'm giving it a 1. I don't like this. I feel like this is just a, like, you get the body, but it seems like a worse Dark Skies. Like, you really have to have spells in your hand to make this work, and then it's gonna be split up like the Dark Skies does. So it's, I don't know. I feel like that would only be effective if you have a decent enough spells in your hand and your opponent has 1 minion. Then it's good, but like other than that, this doesn't feel great to me.
Yeah, I don't think priest plays a lot of minions anyways as is. So I think this will be fine.
Yeah,
Like,
between a
Palm-
2 and a 3.
Yeah, there's stuff. I would say I'm more stuck like that.
Decent, but doesn't light my world on fire. Also, hello again.
Welcome
Hi,
back.
Roger. Welcome back.
You know what? This is the first one I think I'm going to change from a 3 to a 2. I actually think this is kind of just bad. The more I look at it, I'm like, we're really not dealing that much damage
I mean, it's
here.
a 4-mana 3/4 that if you have spells acts like an arcane missiles, but doesn't go face. So Dark Skies, I guess.
I've been convinced to a 2.
But how? I want to see what this animation looks like. I hope it's really cool. I hope it's not just like. I hope it's like different than. I hope it's like kind of different from Dark Skies, but and also just as cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ready for next?
Moving on.
Go.
8 mana, power word, garbage. I mean, fortitude. Give a minion +3/+5. It costs 1 less for each spell in your hand. Wow,
No,
this
that's
seems-
power.
this is
That's power
so-
garbage.
Yeah,
Power word bad.
this is giga yikes. There's no way we're
Yeah.
playing this. Why does this
No.
cost 8 mana, please? 1.
Because they couldn't. Well, I imagine if they made it too good, then it would have to get nerfed.
All right. So hear me out. You get an evocation somehow and fill your hand with spells. Then it's free.
Pog.
Yay, we did it, chat.
Priest Evo. Nutty.
It's just way too slow.
The dream.
Yeah, it's slow. All right.
All right. I think we're all saying it's bad. Let's
Yeah.
move on.
Okay, next one.
Unless we got anything else to say about it. But I don't think so.
No.
2 mana, 1/3. Soothsayer's Caravan. At the start of your turn, copy a spell from your opponent's deck to your hand. Yeah, this is probably the worst Caravan. I've rated all the Caravans 1, so that doesn't bode well for this one. 1 for me.
Yeah. I mean, the upside to it being in priest is that you can buff the health, so it can at least live and trigger it once. So I will give it a 2 for the fact that Power Word Shield is. I'm pretty sure Power Word Shield is going to be in the core, but I might be wrong. It all depends on if Power Word Shield is in the core.
It is not in core.
Oh, that's still 1. The 2 mana 1/5 is good.
Yeah, it's a 1. I just don't like the caravans.
Giga trash.
Like
nice.
I like the idea of them, but I don't like the way that they're implemented.
Yeah.
All right. Priest, sad for Priest. They're
Sad.
not getting much better here. There's a few, but all right. 3 mana, Devouring Plague, Lifesteal, deal 4 damage, randomly split among all enemy minions. More like spit. This is
Yeah,
bad.
Eh,
4 damage? There's no way. This is actually just penance for 3, but worse.
Yeah, is penance sticking around?
No, but this is just bad. 1 for me. As someone who's played Priest, this doesn't do anything.
This doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
We are in agreement.
Is there any like spell damage stuff that makes this better?
Moarg?
Moarg.
I kind of think Moarg's going to be good in Priest. There's a lot of things that Moarg's good with in Priest, so maybe.
So maybe I'll give this a 2 for the Moarg.
Yeah, so I guess in that case it's good.
Maybe
Two with Moarg.
I'm not doing it. I can't.
I
do it.
still feel situational.
I'm optimistic, but that's why I say it's 2. It's a fringe case.
Which one?
So that's
Devouring Plague. 3 mana lifesteal, deal 4 damage randomly split among all enemy minions.
You mean reduce flesh by 4?
You
mean what?
mean we're playing Flesh Giant and Priest, and now I'm moving on.
Yep.
I have seen Flesh Giant and Priest in like some theory crafted Priest decks. I think Hockey Boys made one that had it.
All right, I don't think it's coming together here.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily great, but
Okay, next card. 2 mana, 1/1. But is it? Serena Bloodfeather, Battlecry, choose an enemy minion, deal attack and health from it until this has more. What are we thinking here?
Wish I
Fascinating
knew.
card.
Very fascinating. The math is kind of awkward, not gonna lie.
yeah, it's gonna make me have to do math.
What if you use it into a War Melt Challenger that has already been used?
Wait, does that? I doesn't it stop after 1 trigger because like one of the stats is higher, or do both stats have to be higher?
I mean, you can trigger. I mean,
I'm
something
not sure how that
something can live. Something can
Yeah, I
have
don't know how
0.
it works.
Something can
No,
have
it-
something can have 0 attack and still live. So
So this
No, but
thing
I'm
in here
saying your
says it
attack's gonna be
steals.
higher.
Yeah,
combined.
it says has
This is a
more
combined
combined stats.
Yeah.
So it's like if it's a 2/2, then it considers it 4 stats.
hmm
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
It's more
So we're
total
gonna
stats.
steal more than 1 from the Warmaul,
Yeah.
depending on how big it is.
I don't know
Steals
how to
attack.
steal attack from 0. Because once it triggers once,
Yeah,
there's
It'll
no
just
more
steal.
attack.
It'll just
health.
steal health.
Yeah.
So what happens if there's a 1/6 Warmaul and we play this on it? What happens?
The
That's what,
Warmaul
7 stats?
is.
So 2/2, 3/3. It's a 3/3.
Yeah.
2. No, it's a
No,
2/4 because there's no more attack. to steal.
2/4.
Yeah, 2/4. Yeah.
2 mana,
Okay.
2/4 are good.
Okay, that's not too bad to figure out the math. I think this card's just good. I think I'm playing this in a priest deck, to be honest.
I gave
Give it a 3.
I gave it a
Both
3.
priest legendaries, and I'm
That is insane.
obligated to play them both.
I'm insta-crafting the next one gold anyways, so it's fine.
I mean,
She's
somebody we know literally changed their name and has forsaken their 15,000 win class for this one card.
Facts.
Seems okay.
Yeah,
Removal, right? Like it's a decent removal and puts a body
it's
on.
good in standard. It's like I
It's a
don't
cool
see it.
design,
I don't see
too.
it being something in wild, but it's good in standard.
Also, things that have high attack and low health
Mhm.
it becomes like a minion.
Mm-hmm.
It also depends on how it steals it. Does it steal it 1 attack, 1 health at a time, or does it?
It steals 1/1 at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 to heal,
Mhm. Gotcha.
and then you steal the other stat.
Mm-hmm.
So the combined stats are high.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, right.
I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 4 mana, 4/4 Zyrella, Battlecry. If you restored health this turn, deal that much damage to all enemy minions. It's a really nice board clear effect. There's a lot of ways to
Oh.
trigger this. You can use Renew, then play this, do 3 damage. You can Hero Power, and then do 2. You put the new card Desperate Prayer, and then play
I was
this.
gonna say that.
That just think about that. You're playing against an aggro deck. You play Desperate Prayer, heal 5, play this, clear their entire board, and all right, the game's over.
Wait,
like they're not
how-
winning that game.
How does this work if you kill a light shower elemental on that turn?
It will
Does
deal
it do
8.
But it
Deals
says
8?
restore hate to all friendly characters. So
So if you
if it-
healed, I mean, it can
Oh,
be even more than 8.
it's the combined, it's the combined healing done.
Pretty
Yeah,
nuts.
That'd be
deal
nuts. That'd be pretty
approximately
nuts.
1 million
5.
damage.
Yeah. I don't think.
it's,
I mean,
like,
I don't think we're
super
gonna see
good.
the OTKs with this, obviously, but it's pretty cool. I like this card. I gave it a 5.
Wait, OTKs? How would we OTK? Does it deal it to enemies? It's not
Yeah,
enemies,
To
is
all
it?
enemy. Oh no,
Yep.
sorry, to all enemy
Minions.
minions.
Okay,
If this
I
went
was. Oh my
face,
god, I
this would
almost
be
had a heart
Giga
attack.
6.
Yeah, it'd be Giga 6 if it was face, but
Oh
I gave
yeah,
it,
yeah.
I still gave it a 5 without it being that way because
Yep.
Priest loves the big board clear.
I think this is good, and this is good in Wild. Even on a slow turn, you can just heal face for free with Raza and do 2 AoE with a 4/4 body.
Oh yeah,
I think is
Also, yeah.
this card's just good.
what's the dang it? What's the one cost little thing that's used in Silas OTK?
Soulbound Ashtongue.
Soulbound
Thank you.
Ashtongue.
Yeah, is that still gonna be in standard? I don't. There could be some
Yeah,
sort
I
of
think
crazy
so.
thing like
Yeah, it's from
doing that,
Ashes,
but I don't know how you
I'm pretty
give
sure-
it to your
I'm
opponent.
pretty sure that's from Ashes of Outlands. Oh, you just play Silas in the deck because Silas is a.
Well, like
Yeah, but that
Silent.
combo's gonna
You'd
cost
have
more than
to-
10 mana.
yeah, you'd have to play the Ash Tongue,
yeah.
then Silas, then Zyrella, and do healing, or healing, and then
Power Word
like.
Feast after you buff it with Divine Spirits.
All right.
Also, this hero portrait is actually insane. Like, it actually might dethrone
Wait.
my favorite portrait, which is Tyrande.
Wait, is there a Zyrella?
Yeah, it's a Zyrella portrait, and
crazy.
it's the
Oh.
best portrait I've ever seen.
Yes.
For Priest.
Yeah, it's ridiculously good.
Okay, I just haven't
So
seen
good.
You get it at level
When
100.
do we get it?
Oh, level 100.
It's like
Oh,
the
understood.
yeah, it's the final battle pass thing. There's also like 2 more Zyrellas that you get. Like you get 3 different versions of it, but
Oh
the third
yeah,
one's
it's
the best.
it's like the Jaina's from this last expansion. They gave us
Yeah, it's
way too
super
many
cool.
Jaina portraits this last expansion.
This is why I'm not opening my packs because I'm insta golding this and then opening packs.
Well, I opened a golden one, so
Rude.
boom.
Yeah, he just
Never.
got one. He didn't have to craft it. Good job, Itachi.
Must be nice.
All right.
Next
We're on to the
card.
next one.
5 and a 5/5 priest of whatever. Taunt battle cry. If you've restored health this turn, gain +3/+3. No thanks. I gave it
No?
a 1. I think it's
No?
terrible.
I think it's better than it looks, but it's not an 8/8 on 5 very often. So
Yeah,
No.
it's
can be
fine
wild.
though.
I don't think it's
well, in Wild, you're about 2 turns too late for the 8/8s.
Well,
Facts.
yeah, but priest isn't that bad against Dark Glare, so
I think this is a 3.
I got a 3.
I gave it a 3.
Like it's fine. It's not awful.
I don't mind just slamming an 8/8 most of the time. Like I like generating this off of what would have been Galakron, but
Mm-hmm.
like if I could randomly generate a couple of them, I'd be pretty happy with that. But
Yeah.
I'm wary about putting it in my deck because I don't know what my deck is doing. The thing with Priest is that I want to play a lot of spells, but it looks like you need so many minions currently, so it's making my life weird.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
Any other comments on this one?
Bing.
No.
Don't believe so. Right. Moving on. 2 mana. Condemn. This is a rank spell for priest. So you deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. At 5 mana, you deal 2 damage. And at 10, you deal 3 damage. And the art gets insane. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the art's insane. The
Oh, it's so
10
good.
mana, 10
Yeah.
mana, deal 3 to all minions is not good.
It's
5
kind of
mana, deal
slow.
2.
Yeah,
This-
this
Two
is why I
mana.
started with the art
This-
is insane.
This is like maybe this is like
I mean,
I-
at four, we already have Holy Nova.
hmm
yeah, that's the
But it's-
thing.
Too much mana. We also don't have Breath of the Infinite anymore, if I'm not mistaken, because that
Yeah.
rotates out
Yeah,
with
it
Descent of
did.
Dragons.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
Like I think this will be played at least.
if you need the early AoE, you kind of don't have a choice, to be real. What sucks is I can't coin on 4 and this do 2 damage, and that kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
That won't count?
No.
No, because you have to have 5
Oh.
mana. Like you have to have 5
All
mana
of the-
crystals,
Okay.
and then it upgrades as a card.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
kind of
okay.
sad. I gave it a
Mhm.
3, maybe it's a 2, but
I'm
yeah.
giving it 2.
I gave it a 2, but
Yeah.
I think sometimes it's necessary, and a lot of times every time you have to play it, you hate to play it. So
I think it's
I
like
think
a
it's-
10 on the art though, and it
Yeah,
also
yeah.
uses Xyrella, so it's like,
the art is
Yeah,
insane.
yeah.
Imagine
You know what she's
this
casting?
thing golden. Oh my
Yeah.
You know what she's casting, by the way? Question mark. I'm pretty sure the spell she's casting is Light of the Naru.
Whatever it is, I like it.
I don't know. I didn't play much priest in WoW.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, Light of the Naru was a card. It was a
yeah,
card.
Yeah,
I
Light of
remember
the
that.
Naru is a card.
Is,
That 1 mana
is
spell.
that not Xyrella
remember.
in Light of the Naru? Like Once Upon a Time?
I don't think so.
Question mark. Putting it in the chat, the reveals chat, and you guys tell me what you think.
That way. I don't think so.
I have to like. Oh, this is
I
WoW.
just-
Him.
Is that not youthful Xyrella, like a younger Xyrella? Who is it?
No,
It's not
I don't think
Tyrande.
it is.
Just some rando priest.
It's just some random. Yeah, it honestly just looks like a random character.
We'll
All
do
right.
more
Yeah.
research.
Next card.
All right.
Light Shower Elemental, 6 mana, 6/6, Taunt, Death Rattle, restore 8 health to all friendly characters. That's a lot of health. It has Taunt.
Well, deranged doctor power creep right here.
Yeah.
True.
Although this is a class card, not a neutral.
Still, this is like a better card to Defender, right?
Gave it a 4. This card's pretty nice.
I don't know if it actually is a better card to defender. It's better in terms of the pure health, but Kartut's back end gives it slightly more N'Zoth / resurrection value, perhaps, for me. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, it's better in like certain decks. The nice thing about Karta is also that it has 2 bodies, so you kind of have to hit through it twice. Like if you have one big minion, you have to hit through it twice. But I
Fair
mean,
play.
it's better in the healing effect at least. That you
Yes.
actually get 8.
The card.
And it's characters,
Kartut's
not just
like
your
a-
face.
Yeah,
Kartut's
they're
like
fairly
a-
similar.
The Kartut's like a 5, and this is to me a 4. So
Yeah. People are
Yeah.
going to experiment with this in Wild in like Big Priest, but it's still probably too weak for that. But people will
No.
try.
I'm not running this.
It's
in Big
very
Priest. I'm
new
only running big
N'Zoth
minions.
friendly.
Yes,
It's
correct.
very
Yes,
friendly
N'Zoth
to the
friendly.
new N'Zoth. Yeah.
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 It's an elemental.
New N'Zoth as well. Yeah, that's the elemental for it. Yeah. Although
I don't like the idea of this triggering with what's that Lightsteed or whatever that came out with
Yeah.
the last set. Like, ugh, no. I'm scared of that. I don't like it.
I like that it's a PP meme.
True.
I opened a golden light shower and I forgot to post it. I got to go back and do that.
But I gave it a 4. I think this is pretty good.
What did I give it?
Give it a 3.
Give it a 3. Yeah, good enough.
I gave it a 4. I think it's quite good. I'm really not looking forward to playing an aggro deck, and they drop this, and I have to sink 6 damage into it, and then sink another 8 damage into their
Yeah.
face just to get back to where I was.
Well, it's your fault for letting them get to turn 6. This is like the
Yeah.
same
True.
as
That's fair.
the Paladin 8/8 that heals 8.
Yeah,
Mhm.
once that comes down, you're like, well, now my
Oh.
chances
you're
of
like,
winning
well,
are none."
bottom
Me-
right.
Megi, I
Shut.
figured it out for you. Just set it
Oh,
up in
no.
advance with that that silence spell for Demon
Sigil
Hunter,
of
and
Silence.
off you go.
Boom.
Yeah.
They never stood a chance.
Or just
That
play
was
Owl or whatever. I don't know.
Demon Hunter and aggro Demon Hunter looks kind of sad.
Sad.
But yes,
Well, that's not my fault.
Edge.
that is Blizzard's fault. And Rotation's fault.
It's probably not
They're
really
losing
Blizzard's
Twin
fault.
Slice,
It's
which
probably
is,
not.
like, their
It's
good
probably
card.
not Blizzard's fault either. It's more the Hearthstone team.
Yeah. All right, we got one more priest card.
Right.
0 mana, Holy Spell, Desperate Prayer, restore 5 health to each hero. I think this is specifically good with Xyrella and probably not otherwise useful. Unless you have like Auctioneer, but that's kind of weird.
Flesh Giant.
I'm done with you.
Discounts.
Keep the dream alive.
Discounts.
So many discounts. I play so many cards, just get a nice little 8.
So many discounts, and this card already costs 0.
My 8/8 comes out on turn 3. Yo, wild.
Mhm.
In standard, 3 mana 8/8 on 3 in standard is like really.
How is your giant coming down on turn 3? There's actually
All
just
right.
no way.
There is a way. You just play the card. You play the Devouring Plague that makes it 4. You heal on 2. You Devouring Plague, and then you have a 3 mana flesh.
That requires them to have damaged me many, many times.
We're talking about aggro decks, right?
We'll see.
Yeah, I think this card's like a 1, probably a 2, because of maybe it's a 3 because of Xyrella being in pretty much every priest deck.
That's why I give it a 3.
Yeah, I gave it a 3 because of that.
It's just
Then
like lights out with Xyrella
That
against
that
my
and I
other deck.
that and I thought that priest, like priest sometimes just doesn't care about giving their opponent health. So that might be a reason it's also pretty good.
Priest often doesn't care about giving your opponent no.
Yeah,
And
but
also
but they always care about healing.
Yeah.
So I think this card is good in general for that purpose.
Looks all right. Not sure I want to hard run it in anything in Wild, but it's certainly fun to discover.
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to play that in Wild either. Just Discover is
No.
good.
Oh, you find that stuff all day long off of palm reading. Doesn't get a discount, I suppose, but
The
That's
rest of your
just
hand's getting
particularly
discounted
new,
is
right?
good enough.
yeah, as Raza fodder, it's just good.
Yeah.
All
Spawn.
right, we have finished the priest.
Woo!
Yay.
Yeah, it's
Now we can
excellent on your
delete the
spawn
priest.
combo turn because it
Mhm.
just it's built-in healing, so you can start the combo lower.
Yeah.
All right. Who wants to read the road cards?
I want Shaman, so someone take Rogue.
Rotted hasn't read any class yet.
I was just gonna save myself for Warlock.
Okay,
yeah,
I'll
but you
read
can
'em.
read Rogue. You can read Rogue and still do Warlock.
I'm happy to read Rogue if you would like me to.
It's okay. You can do whatever.
Go ahead.
I'll read
Sorry.
Rogue.
Sorry.
You need
Yeah,
the
that's
link?
right. So first we have a nice new minion, Field Contact. It's a 3 mana 3/2 that reads: after you play a battle cry or combo card, you draw a card. Thoughts?
Oh,
This card is
God.
wonderful. Why did you print these?
Why?
What is this?
Man.
This is a 5. This should not have been printed.
I said 5, maybe a 6. I can't decide yet.
It won't be nerfed because it's not the problem card, but
Ah.
Pinflinger is the problem card. So
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
This
Wow,
card is
that's the reason
insane.
to nerf the most hated card seems good.
My
Let's just
yeah,
dumpster
Rogue broke my
First
mind.
us.
Rogue broke my mind this time around. I have over half the cards rated as a 5, or I have a decent chunk rated as 5s.
Yeah, I've got a lot of high rating Rogue cards. This is silly.
Rogue
This could have stayed in a think tank.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't love this one. I gave it a 4. Could be a 5. It's just really good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There are plenty of interesting miracle implications, Penflinger implications. It's
Yeah, who needs Gadget Zan? This is just 4 mana Gadget Zan.
After
and
you
if you pair this with
draw-
Scab's Cutter
yeah,
Butter or whatever his name is.
True. There's so many ways to make this even more degenerate. Octobot discounts your whole hand. Scabs, Cutter Butter, make it 0. Oh god. Yeah.
Rogue
no.
Stone, Heroes of Rogue.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a 5.
Blizzard really likes Rogue. I've never seen Rogue be bad in a meta.
There was one time
There
where we
was.
tried to do Death Rattle stuff and it didn't work.
Mhm.
Okay, well, there's no way that Rogue's not the most consistently good class. It has to
Yeah,
be.
it's always
yeah.
pretty good.
Warlock's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah,
Warlock hasn't had
Warlock
much
always
downtime.
has, like, a
We'll talk
zero.
about that. We'll talk about that. No, I
Yeah.
think this is a good card, and I think we all agree on that fact.
Indeed.
Yeah. Next, please. Oh, baby. The efficient Octobot. It is a mech, also octopus. It's a 1/4 mech, like I said. Frenzy. Reduce the cost of cards in your hand by 1. Hello, Penflinger. What do we think?
This
So
is
I
good.
initially gave this card a 3. I was like, oh, it's pretty good, but I thought it cost 3 mana, and then I looked again, and I was like, wait,
It costs
No
2 mana.
way.
this is a 1/4 that costs 2 that Thor sands your hand? Are you kidding me? Why?
Yeah.
Yeah. I gave this card a 5, and I said, I specifically said, you should be able to proc this, or you're gonna waste or you're just gonna waste so much of your opponent's resources for them to clear it if you play it on 2, essentially.
They just can't deal 4. Like, who's dealing 4 one time?
Other
One
rogues.
Dark Glare with the Spirit Bomb. That's about it.
This is so.
Yeah. So
It's very strong.
This is like my most insta 6 ever. This is getting nerfed. There's actually no way. 2 mana 1/4. There's like no deck that removes that on turn 2. Like very few decks
You
return.
can't even like play a minion. You can't play a minion
But
because then your opponent throws it.
Yeah, I saw like the first clip I saw of this card was Kibler playing against it, and it was like turn 8, and he had to siphon soul this card because he's like, I literally my opponent has
know
like
what?
8 cards in their hand, and I can't
Yeah.
do anything except siphon soul it.
See, you know what, Neji? I didn't have a 6 on my list until then.
Yes,
until
let's
you
go.
just
Join the
until
six.
you just couldn't. No, this card is absolutely insane, and it'll probably see a nerf. And if it doesn't, I'll be very surprised. But then again, I also said Nazmani Bloodweaver was going to see a nerf, and that card didn't see a nerf. So
Still think it's good.
Yeah, this is just such a
Nazmani
strong
only
management.
discounted. Nazmani, you played a card and it discounted 1 card.
Yeah, this
discounted your
discounts all.
entire hand.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Does Rogue have any easy ways to heal this?
I don't believe so.
Not
Shadow
really.
step and do
No.
it again.
Yeah.
Shadow Step
Yeah, that's
and
about
do
it.
it again.
Stop.
Oh god. No.
There's a turn 3 where you can play this, Penflinger it, play the other Penflinger for free, Shadow Step, play the other pen. I don't know. It's just a mess. Play the coin.
Wait,
play
does-
the counter for coin.
Does frenzy only triggers when you
Oh, does it only
attack?
trigger once?
No, it only
Yeah,
triggers- it
frenzy's only once. Yeah.
triggers once. Yeah. It's a one-time
Oh,
trigger.
right. Still, a one-time Emperor Thoracen that's this easy and cheap that early.
Please.
It's humongous
Yeah.
tempo.
Actually,
Yeah,
no thanks.
it's a good card.
Yeah.
Yep,
But
I
Shadow
can-
Step is viable
In a
there.
class that already cheats so much mana, it's just gross.
This is our
On
highest
2.
rated card collectively. I just checked.
Yeah.
On 2, you play this, and then you damage it in frenzy, and then on 3, you play like Foxy Fraud, Scabs, Cutter Butter, and then you play Swindle and 1 more card that costs 3, and then you Shadow Step your Scabs, and then it's playable. Yeah, it's actually nuts.
I'm gonna stop you there because I've already conceded the game.
He's queuing his next game already. Yeah.
Like, I'm into the next game.
We are
I'm also
members,
going to
please.
say I love the homage to Emperor's New Groove with the flavor text. It says pull the lever, Octobot. Wrong
Yeah.
lever.
Yeah, wrong lever.
It's so good.
Thank you.
Love
Thank
it.
you for
There's some really good flavor text in this set.
Yeah.
They're so good at the flavor text.
All right, we got through the 2 most busted road cards.
Okay. Next.
Now for the
Did
rest.
we though?
Yeah, good point.
There
We
are
have
some
to
other
cover
good ones,
Hearthstone.
but I think those are probably the 2 best.
Well, let's slow it down a little bit because here's Silverleaf Poison, a 2-mana nature spell that reads: give your weapon after your hero attacks, draw a card.
Sometimes we play this, probably not.
Yeah, together we decided that this was about a 2.5, but has some upside.
But we're giving our self-sharpening swords draw.
I think I want to give myself sharpening sword attack.
Yeah, but we do that and we give it draw.
Well, the thing is that Rogue just has so much consistent, insane draw right now. They have
Yeah.
Swindle, Cutting Class, and Secret Passage. It's like just I don't think you need
So
any
so I
more
guess
draw.
this suffers from like too much syndrome. There's too much of it, so this is probably the one that's not good enough. I still think this is the
If you're playing the new weapon, you play this card probably as a one of. If you are playing
Gotcha.
self-dropping sword, you are not playing this card.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you're playing with Swine Tusk Shank, yeah.
Yeah, because you dump your hand to make the weapon really good, and then you lose to ooze. But before that, you draw a card.
Yeah, and
I-
in Wild, Kingsbane doesn't really want this because we just have so much
No.
other stuff.
You don't run it in Kingsbane.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 1. I don't think it's set for seeing play.
I'm giving it a 2. I think this might be a case where like this gets better in a year when some of the other draw rotates out. Then this gets put in instead.
Yeah.
All right, it's about a 2.5.
Yeah, I think we're all fairly in agreement.
Yeah.
What's next?
I overrated it because
Hey,
I didn't
that's
think
okay.
about the other cards we had. So
Ooh,
okay.
the upgrading spell Wicked Stab. It deals 2 damage at 2 mana, 4 damage at 5 mana, 6 damage at 10 mana, with the caveat that yes, it can indeed go face.
Me go face.
Nice, we got Eviscerate back. All right.
We all kind of like this.
This is 5. What? This is a 5.
Yeah, this is really, really good.
Yeah.
This is
Okay,
basically
this is the
Eviscerate.
best rank up. But you're playing this for 5 mana to do what Eviscerate did.
No,
What?
you're playing
It's
for
2
2
mana.
mana.
Oh, it's 2 mana Eviscerate.
The-
What am I
yeah,
talking about? Okay, yeah. I for
Yeah.
some reason yeah, you're right. It's Eviscerate.
And now I can start my combo with Eviscerate and not have to like wait
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because it's already going to deal the damage.
Quite nice.
Seems pretty
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Unnecessary to add extra damage to this class. Like,
I
oh,
mean,
we're taking all your damage away, and then we're
I
just gonna
still
give you
have
here's-
half the
Yeah.
cards rated at 5 at this point.
yeah.
Yikes.
The fact that this can go face too, it's not just like deal damage to a minion. Oh, this is it's insane.
It's crazy. Rogue is crazy.
Rogue is always crazy. Why, Blizzard?
And I'll be
Oh,
drawing
it'll be
cards
not
with
crazy.
the reduce. This will actually be 1 mana because I played an Octobot, and then I'll also play a Pin Flinger that'll draw me a card, and then this will do
Stop, I'm
damage. Like, this is
dead.
silly.
I'm in the next queue. It's okay.
Yeah, you win.
There will
Fine.
be more concede buttons than Pin Flingers played in this expansion. I'm almost certain.
Hey, loser.
Yeah.
So,
Oh my god. Yeah, all right. I think we all agree that it's fairly good.
Yeah.
mhm.
What do we got? Oh, this one is a nostalgic choice, but I don't think it's okay. Apothecary Hellbrim, a 4 mana legendary minion, 3/2 stat line, a little understanded, but with the battle cry and the death rattle of adding a random poison to your hand. Now,
Zeril.
Wild people will know that this is a Zero clone, yes, and I believe it's
Zeril.
the same poisons,
I
right?
saw this and I immediately thought about it.
I believe they're the same poisons, unless I'm mistaken.
No. It's Nitro Boost Poison, Deadly Poison. The new weapon poison cards.
I believe they are different poisons, unless I am mistaken.
Yes.
They're the new cards
I
that
think
read
the new
poison on them.
poisons are all bad, almost. So 1.
I don't like this. It's slow.
Yeah,
It's a worse Keyword in Ivory.
it's a worse everything. This just is kind of giga bad.
Really? We don't.
If you're playing the Stone Tusk or Swine Tusk Shank, then you're playing this card. Unfortunately, but you are playing it because you have to.
Like, is it just that Rogue is that good that this card is bad?
I just think this
Yep.
card is bad. Like it's a
No,
4-mana.
this card could be good in some.
I think this
battles.
card could be good. It's just
Zero
guess
was
because-
playable.
yeah, Zero was playable
That
and
would've
good.
been
Oh, those
a
were
lot.
toxins for Zero, not poisons.
Those
Yeah, they were
cheap,
toxins.
and that was
Oh,
a
and I'm the
time.
wild guy here. What the heck?
But
I really just don't think this card ever sees any play.
I mean, all the poisons cost
Oh.
1, and then Nitro they cost 1 or 2. I mean, they're not that expensive.
I'm actually changing this. I have it as a 3. I wanted to be a 2 though. I think I'm gonna change it to a 2.
Then change it. Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
it.
but
As,
No.
Poisons just aren't good in my opinion.
Yeah.
I put it as 2.
Oh, and one thing we haven't mentioned here is that also, if you play it, it blocks the new Kazakus, if that matters to anyone.
Well, you're not playing this.
I'm playing
Well, the new
Kazakus.
Kazakus, I think, is strictly better.
I don't think Rogue needs Kazakus.
I'd play
No,
Kazakus.
no,
We're,
no.
we are playing a 4-mana card. It's just not this one.
Yeah, it's Kazakus.
We're playing
No,
Scabs.
it's not.
Scabs,
it's oil.
Nutter
It's
Butters.
oil rig and
Scabs
scabs.
is gigabait, but we'll get there.
You gigabait. Okay, onward. The Swine Tusk Shank. Here's the new weapon. It's a 3-mana, 2 attack, 2 durability. After you play a poison, the new ones obviously, gain +1 durability. By our rating, it's sort of middling. We have a 2.8 average, and it's sort of okay, not great.
This gets worse the better it is.
Ooze.
As soon as someone plays an ooze, you lose the game. You can't spell lose without ooze.
Yeah. Use or lose.
Yeah, I just don't see this. I really don't think these poisons are very good. Nitro Boost is not very good. I don't think any of the new ones they printed are good. I think Deadly Poison's like the only good poison. And I just think that
Really?
Self-Sharpening Sword is just much better weapon in general.
Do the quests rotate? The current quests, don't they rotate?
All quests
Yeah.
are gone.
Okay, thought so. But I was gonna say, like, if you want the paralytic poison, you just play the road quest, but you can't do anything.
No. I don't know. I think this will be. I think this can be fine, but I don't know. Like, I guess Rogue is just so good that something like this doesn't have a spot right now as a deck, comparatively to like playing like aggro Rogue or some combo Rogue deck. But I want it to be good.
I think I just like the idea of buffing the other side of that weapon and buffing the attack, especially with things like cutting class.
Buff both of them.
I mean, depending on what you're playing, yeah, but like, I don't know. I don't really want to, like, if I want that durability, I'm just going to start with the other weapon that already has more durability to start with.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
I mean,
I gave it a
just
2.
two different types of decks. Probably.
All right. What's next?
The bait.
The bait. Scabs Cutter Butter. A 4-mana, 3/3, but with an interesting combo condition. The next 2 cards you play this turn cost 3 less. Neji,
Yes.
why is he bait?
Because it reads combo, not battle cry. It's just like only good with Foxy Fraud, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and Foxy Fraud's a nuts card that should be nerfed.
Okay, but I mean, I'm not gonna play a card. I'm not saying this is bad, okay, but I've seen people make videos on this card. Like literally, there's been like specific complaint videos saying how busted this card now,
No,
like
I just
bad Blizzard is for
I
designing
just
this.
want Foxy nerfed. This card's fine. Like, card's
Yeah.
probably not that good. Foxy shouldn't have never been printed. But
Okay, this is a really good effect, but
yes,
I don't think it's as good as people are thinking. Like, this is actually kind of hard to get off. To combo a card, you need to like either have a 0-mana card, do this later in the game, or have Foxy Fraud. But the 2 of those things that I mentioned, you are wanting to do earlier in the game. Like Foxy Fraud, you don't really want to be holding that long. Backstab is something you want to be playing before turn 4. Like, you don't want to hold Backstab from turn 1 all the way to turn 4 just to play
preparation
this.
is still going to be in the core set, so
Yeah.
that's a possibility.
And in Wild, we have stuff like Counterfeit Coin.
In Wild,
Well,
I think
yeah.
this is a lot better than
This
Standard.
card's a lot better.
I think I agree with Neji there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Again,
Alright.
I don't think this is bad. I just think it's like
I
a
give
good
this-
card.
I gave it.
I have some gripes about you guys' opinions.
What I gave it.
Please elaborate.
I have some gripes. Okay, so the thing with Rogue is being able to string together long combinations of stuff. Adding more stuff, even if you're breaking even on mana, is just making the string of combinations that you're already doing 3/3 in stats better. In addition, Foxy Fraud on this card, like you said, is an instant combo activator, as it is with any other combo card. But the string that Foxy Fraud creates going into this card is much better than the string that it creates going into any other card except Edwin. It's better than Swindle. You get Swindle as well. You get whatever other card you were going to play with Proxy Fraud. If Miscreant was still in standing, you would get your Miscreant. And you're spending 4 mana to add 6 mana to your mana pool. You're essentially playing Innervate. You're playing Octobot, so this card is probably going to be 3 mana to add 6 mana to your mana pool. And I don't think that in any way is a bad thing. So, Scabs is good. It's not me.
I agree.
Yeah, I can see it.
Especially if you have such a niche combination where you can prep him out, and then after he plays discounted cards, play Swindle or something. Just even more mana. Where you don't have to use a spell as one of the cards you're discounting. You just play it on interesting minions or whatever.
If you prep Scabs and you don't have a weapon, then you just play your 0 mana Cutting Class because now it's a 3 mana card and it's discounted and it's 0. And then you play whatever other draw card you want, or you can play another Proxy Fraud.
That works.
But what weapon are we? Are we just? So we're playing Cutting Class in that just because it can go to 0. I don't know if Cutting Class is the card you want to play there, unless you're playing.
But we're gonna be playing weapons in Rogue most likely. It looks like.
Gotcha. I just wasn't sure if that was like if
even if not,
the deck that does it. Yeah.
Like even if not, we're playing stuff like Field Contact.
Yeah.
Like there's so many good cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. This kind of just feels like a 0 mana 3/3 to me, which is not bad. Like I said. Yeah, I mean, I gave it a 3. I don't think it's that bad. I just, again, all these things we're saying is like you're holding. Like, you don't Foxy Swindle on 2. Instead, you play Foxy this on turn 4 and then play Swindle. It's like, well, why didn't we just Foxy Swindle on turn 2?
I mean, if this card's in your hand at the start. Yeah, Octobot is just like gonna help this a lot.
Okay, well, I agree that having the perfect hand for this would be pretty good. I just don't think it's that consistent. I am definitely could be very wrong. We will see.
We'll see.
Gotta be some hot takes.
I mean,
I only gave it a 2. I don't like it.
I'm not scared of this card. I don't
He
even
doesn't like you
you
either, boss.
I think it's just an inkling. Like I think you just play it because it lets you continue to add things to the chain. Like it's not scary.
And we
It's
run
not
two
like, oh my God,
you run 2 Foxies. You don't run 1 Foxy, so you can't. So you
It's
don't have to
also
save
not
that one.
mulliganing. Are you not keeping Foxy and Octobot in your mulligan? I'm keeping.
I am.
I mean, I would love to have 2 Foxies in my hand every game by turn 4, but that happens like one in like
No,
every
I
20
know.
games.
But I'm saying like when that like there's a case where like you don't need to play this immediately. You could build up a hand and you can obviously have your second Foxy or whatever you have to kind of do that. I mean, it's not like we're gonna go Foxy Swindle on 2 into Foxy Scabs on 4 necessarily. So
I'm gonna go Foxy, Scabs, Swindle, Field Contact, Shadow Step, Foxy, Worship. Like it's gonna be ridiculous. You just have to see. It's gonna be
I got you.
ridiculous.
I know. I see what you're saying, and it's gonna be really good
Ridiculous amount of stuff.
when it comes off. Like those combos are stuff that we're not going to see all the time, but when they do happen, that's like
you just used to not be able to add stuff to the chain like this, even if it was like awesome and added you a bunch more stats. You used to not be able to do it because you couldn't just empty your hand. But now you're not emptying your hand when you do it, so it's not the same. Like you just want to add whatever you can add for free because you have so much draw.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my
No, that sounds good. Yeah, I mean,
Very
perfectly good
interesting to see where
reasoning.
it lands.
Yeah, I knew this card was going to bring up some discussion, which is good.
Yeah, I like that.
Discussion good. What's next?
Paralytic.
Poison.
Ooh, Paralytic Poison. 1 mana nature spell. Give your weapon +1 attack and the condition your hero is immune while attacking. Thoughts? Looks like we are somewhat split on this. We're right down the middle of 3, but we have some people rating it sort of highly, some people rating it sort of poorly.
I mean, I think this card could work in a self-sharpening deck. I don't think it sees play in many. I mean, obviously, you probably also play it with the other poison because it adds an attack, but it also makes it so that way if you have to trade with your weapon that you can. So
I like this as a
I like
one-off
this
in
card.
Kingsbane.
I
Just
like it.
one-off.
I do
though.
like it in Bane too.
Just one-off, but
Yeah.
being able to tank some of the humongous big priest minions that Wild has.
Yeah. Agreed.
Mm-hmm. I quite like this, like you said, in Kingsbane as a one of. Seems good.
Mhm.
I don't really like it in standard too much. I don't think it's super relevant. Like if you're playing self-sharpening sword, you kind of just want to go face anyways.
Well,
And
yeah.
the immune part doesn't really matter. Like if you have to train to a minion at one point, you don't really care if you're immune or not. You're still going to be okay. And then just based on my other rating, I just didn't think Swine Tusk Shank's going to be very good. So
Yeah.
this just kind of
Yeah.
by default ends up being bad for that too.
I don't think
So
this
give it a
card's
1.
that. I don't think it's that insane.
Congrats on second, by the way, Dawn.
Hmm?
Dawn got second in the tournament that she's been also playing while we were doing this.
Oh, congrats.
Yo, let's go.
Yes. Speaking of second, I gave this a 2. I don't know. I don't like it. By the way, I don't like putting this in the deck. Like, it might be fine if you generate it somehow, but like, I don't know about taking up a slot in the deck.
If you're playing Shank, this is upgrade. It's a durability and attack. It's +1/+1. But if you're not playing Shank, it's garbage.
Yep.
Not me.
All
And
right.
there will be a moment where Shank will be in standard and sharpening will be not in standard. So I guess that's the break.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I guess we'll have to actually see whether or not it comes to pass like that.
Mm-hmm.
True.
What do we got next?
Oil Rig Ambusher.
Oh, now this one is interesting, and we're gonna start with Itachi here, but first let me read it off. The Oil Rig Ambusher is a 4-mana 4/4, so right down the middle stat-wise. Battle Cry, deal 2 damage. But if it entered your hand this turn, you're dealing 4 instead. We had it sort of middling. All of us had either 2s or 1s, except for Itachi, and now Dragon Rider, who rated 4. So I'm curious to see from you guys where you think this is better than the rest of us.
It's a 4-mana 4/4 deal 4 damage at best. 4-mana 4/4 deal 2 damage often. That's good enough for me to play in a deck. I'm totally okay with this.
Is it really a rogue card that we're gonna play in a deck though?
Is it really? Does it do damage to face?
I mean, sure, but
And then
don't I want a lower
even-
curve?
Even if you like, you have to
Like,
top out
if-
at something. What's your top out?
Well, if you're playing it in like
Not this.
if you're playing if you're playing of what we have with like aggro weapon rogue now, then you're topping at like cutting class maybe Jantis as well.
Yeah, I'm okay with, which is great. That's fine.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily want to play this over Jantis and weapon rogue. I'm trying to kill my opponent, not make a board.
Oh yeah, no, I mean this. If you're playing this in like mirror, if you're playing it at a deck that goes at a higher up rate, I mean, yeah, cutting like Secret Passage makes this card probably guaranteed to do that. But I don't know.
I'm
I think
cool
it's
with every card doing damage in the deck. Like if it's a minion, it's doing damage. If it's a weapon, it's doing damage. Weapon buff, it's doing damage. Everything's doing damage in the deck. And this is doing 2 to 4 damage. That's pretty awesome. And shadow stepping, it makes it enter your hand, and that's 4 damage. And
Yep. Yeah, being
I
able
don't
to
know.
shadow step
I
it
still
or
think it's a
draw
4.
it.
I'll give it like a 3. I don't know if it's a 4.
Saying if it entered your hand this turn will prove to be a mistake. I can guarantee you that. They should have said if you drew this card this turn, deal 4 damage. That would be cool.
Yeah.
But no. Entered your hand means it's abuse.
It means that Secret Passage works with it, yeah. Which means you're playing an Eviscerate with a massive upside.
It's Eviscerate on Millhouse.
Yeah.
Okay, this just seems bad. I think it's really bad. This seems like a really bad SI7 agent that doesn't have combo, that doesn't get cheap from my Foxy frauds and off Secret Passage. If I'm playing Secret Passage and I have 4 mana and I'm spending on this, I'm really not thrilled about that. It seems kind of bad. And if
I
you
mean,
don't
there-
top deck
I
the
mean,
Citrus,
I mean, if there's
it's
a
really bad.
I mean, if there's a more mid-rangey control-y version of Rogue, then yeah, but I don't think there is right
It's-
now.
It's still not bad, even if you just do the 2 damage. I mean, I still don't think it's bad.
Pretty
I think,
bad.
I think on par with Fire Elemental is it's actually better statted and it's better stats and damage for the mana cost than Fire Elemental.
I am happy with my 1. We will see what happens. I don't think it's good. At least
It's not
Rotted
the American card that they released.
Neji, I always
This
got your
card
back,
just
baby.
this card just doesn't see play in Wild at all, though. That's not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what wants this in Wild. It's an interesting effect and powerful in the
Mhm.
sense that it can go face, but nothing that I
Wait.
would play in Wild wants it.
Wait, they didn't.
But I think I mean, I see the points of view. It is
I
what
want
it
to
is.
point out that before Nitro Boost Poison, we played Burrowing Scorpion.
Yeah, that's 4 mana. That's 4 mana,
That
5/2, deal 2.
Hey, just because you're playing Arena, you can keep that to yourself.
No, no. That was played in aggro
No, that-
stealth Baru.
I know.
Yeah, it was a jab at the card and Arena.
That was the joke.
I know.
Yes, but that card also had stealth when you dealt
Yeah.
damage.
Oh,
Good
Not,
card.
you had to kill something. That meant you were not hitting face. No.
yeah, fair play.
Yeah, but I'll take dealing 2 to something and stealthing just to hit them for 5 in the face next turn.
I'll take a pass. Discard fate.
I don't think it's that good. My 3 might be generous. I gave it a 2 to start, and I just
You know what?
bumped it
I'm
in
about to
case.
move it to 5.
Why the bump six?
I'm not sure.
No,
Myself.
honestly, I think it's a cool. I mean, it's
Insta-nerf.
an interesting concept. It's a neat card, but I to me, it's just not a 4.
very-
It's not a 4. It's not a 4-level card. It feels like
It's
it's
a simple
four
card.
card.
It is a 4-level card. It's a 4 mana card, and it deals 4 damage. And it's a 4/4. It's a 4.
I like your
Pass.
reasoning.
All right.
All
One
right,
more rogue card.
last rogue card, everybody.
Yeah.
And this one might be the best card in the entire set. Psych. It's Yoink. It's an interesting card. It's a 1 mana, well, not an anything spell, it's just a spell. Discover a hero power and set its cost to 0. Swap back after 2 uses.
Bro, I want to do this so bad.
It's so bad,
Dude,
though.
dude.
I
It's
mean,
like rogue. The thing is that rogue hero power to me is like, if I'm looking at all the hero powers, it's one of the worst. Like, and so there's
wait,
I-
what's the worst?
like just having to use a rogue hero power when you could be doing other stuff type of thing.
Wait, Rogue
Rogue
Hero
is
like
the best
second
hero
best
power
card.
in the game. It's
I don't know.
number
I
2
think
behind Warlock.
Warlocks is the best hero power in the game.
I
It's
agree,
Warlock 1,
and I
Rogue
think
2.
Rogue is the second best for sure.
I don't know. I feel like I really want to do this at points in the game. I think it's a fun card. I don't think it's insane. I overrated this card for sure. But
The only hero powers I'm ever happy to do on 2 are draw a card and make a 1/2 weapon. Always happy to do those on 2. But I don't know. Like
I like
Rogue
this
is the one
card,
hero
like,
power you can skip. Like,
you get a
can skip
zero
Rogue
zero
hero
mana
power.
zero mana hunter hero power. Like, it's pretty good.
That's neat. It's neat
Like-
discovering.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
think.
chances are you could also just roll Priest or Paladin or something
Well,
like that.
it's discovering hero power. Like, I'm happy to do like 0 mana gain an attack for like Demon Hunter, 0 mana gain an attack, and I think the fact that the hero power costs 0 makes it feel better to play. If it costs your normal amount, then it's a terrible card. But at least it costs 0. It might see some play. I definitely way overrated the card because I
interesting.
really like it.
Yeah.
But
It's a 1 mana game for mana though, so there's that.
I like.
Yeah,
the
that's
rule.
true.
like,
1
it's
mana
pretty
gain, 4 mana.
cool. I like the
It's
name
cool.
of it. I mean, I like yoinking things.
Yoink.
I felt like
Except-
Yoink would be a burglary card, but
Yeah, I thought so too.
Just eating.
It's like it's a temporary Finley.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I gave
There
it
are
a 2.
obviously low roll scenarios with it. So I mean, yeah, it's probably like a 2, but I want to be optimistic and say it's a better card. because I like it.
I agree with
Shaman
you too.
warrior.
Like, I like the idea. I don't know if it's there.
It's there until you hit the Shaman warrior priest moral,
Yeah.
and you're trying to kill
And
your
then
opponent.
there, I guess you probably just take the ability to heal a minion then.
Just like Shaman, I'll take my strength totem and move on with my life.
Strength totem.
I'm already in the next queue, but okay.
Yeah, games.
You already like 4 games ahead of us.
Yeah,
Played.
I'm playing Nosdormu mode here.
It's time. It's
Well,
already tomorrow.
what?
Yeah.
You know, speaking of next, Itachi, it's your time. Let's
Shaman
go,
time.
Shaman.
Let's go.
Shaman.
Time to
Shaman.
shame a lamb.
At Murloc Land. I mean, what?
All right, so we
I
have
don't-
got. Let me go back to the. I got away from it for a second to talk about Light Warden and Light of the Heart.
Okay.
So I lost it. So we are in Shaman,
Shaman.
and the first card is Swamp Pool or Swan Pool Forager. So
Spawn.
1 mana, a Spawn Pool Forager. Okay, 1 mana, 1/2 Murloc. Death Rattle, summon a 1/1 Tiny Fin. This card is absolutely insane. This is the nuts. It's a 5.
Yeah, it is. Because it's a 1 mana. Because it's a 1 cost card that has a death rattle upside.
So yeah, better possessed villager, which also has the Murloc tag. Yes, please.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I think it's a decently good minion. I'm just giving it a 3. I don't think it's
Yeah,
extra
3 here.
special. If you're playing a Murloc deck, it's really nice and sticky. But
I
I
mean-
don't think Murlocs are going to be that great.
I mean, if you're playing a Shaman deck, this just works as a 1-drop, right?
Yeah, and I think it's just like a decent 1-drop, so that's why I gave it
Yeah.
a 3.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
Nothing there. So we'll move on to the next card, Earth Revenant, 4 mana, 2/6 elemental, taunt, battle cry, deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. Okay. So elemental shaman
Yeah,
is
this is not
definitely
terrible.
happening. It's gonna happen. It's
This is
arcane
not
explosion on the
terrible.
stick.
No, this card's not terrible.
That is not a great argument.
I gave it a 3. I don't think it's like the best card in the
Yeah.
world.
Yeah.
But it continues the elemental train. It's a 2/6 on probably turn 4 or 3.
Yeah.
It deals
gave it a
1
3.
damage to stuff. It's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Cool.
I'm actually going to be running this.
Very
I
good.
think I'd give
Especially,
it a
Very good.
two.
especially like with a consistent, with having Lightning Storm actually be a consistent damage dealer, like something like this can also help that with just clearing boards. Just adds to Shaman's good ability to clear big boards well.
I'm only jumping at myself. 1 mana, 1/2 elemental is just so freaking good that it makes the other elementals worth looking at. So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 1 mana raging fell screamer for elementals. It's just silly. The discount just stays there until you use it.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the next card is Lily Pad Lurker, which is a 5 mana 4/5 elemental.
I think this is
Battle-
really cool.
It is a fantastic effect. Battle Cry, if you played an elemental last turn, transform an enemy minion into a 0/1 frog. So you
It's-
hex a minion.
It's
and
hex
you
on
get
a
1 mana
minion. It's hex on a minion, but it has but you
very
need to play an elemental before. So like obviously, if you're playing elemental shaman, then this card will be active because you're not going to play it until it's able to be come at a hex.
But I gave it because it's elemental shaman type of thing. It goes in that specific deck. I gave it a 2. But it might be a 3 just because it's a strong card.
Yeah, I give it a 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. I think it's
Yeah.
good.
I can agree with
You
that.
just,
I'd
I
lean
think you just
2.5.
play it like you just play it on curve. Like if there's a minion up, you just hex it, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it's
Yeah.
really, really strong. I give it a 4.
Really good and wild.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Agree.
wild for
Wild a
sure.
lot.
Also, the artwork is fantastic with the little frog in the center of the
Yeah.
cyclone. It's so cute.
Nice
Love
and
it.
Okay,
cute.
there you are. I didn't know.
Hello.
All right,
Hello, Froggy.
so pretty decent.
Yeah.
We like them.
Next
Yeah.
card is Tiny Fence Caravan, 2 mana, 1/3. At the start of your turn, draw Murloc. It's a caravan, 1-star. Art is amazing. Thank you, man. Sorry, your cards don't get played more.
Yeah, this card
Um,
is really bad in standard, at least.
I think it's decent and wild. The caravans are all a little for me because of the start of turn, but I think it's decent.
They really could have made these end of turn. Like, I don't see a reason why they
Yeah, I
couldn't.
don't know either.
I bet you they were, and they changed it.
Oh, they probably
That's-
tested it and they probably determined they might be a little bit too strong that way, but
I
they
think
nuked them.
2 mana, 1/3 battle cry draw on Murloc would be fine. Like,
That would be pretty
literally would just be fine.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd play that.
Maybe I'd play it.
Any other thoughts on the bad caravan card? I'm so sad at these.
Nope. Don't like them at all.
Yeah, do we have to go through any more of these? I think there is another one.
There's
Well,
one for every
Warlock.
class.
Everyone
So
has
yeah.
Warlock and
Almost every. I think it's like half of them have it.
Yeah.
next card is OP though. Arid Stormer. 3 mana, 2/5 elemental.
Oh, that's a
Battle
great
cry.
card.
If you played an elemental last turn, gain rush and wind fury. Smaller here, the Wind Lord is in the building. You can play this card on 2, and that is insane.
What
And
elemental
that
are
is
you playing before it?
the 1 mana, 1/2 neutral that says the next elemental you play costs 1
Oh.
less.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, I haven't gone through the neutrals yet. So.
That card is insane. It enables you to play this on 2, and that's just
Mhm.
really good.
Yeah.
4 for me.
Yeah, it seems
I-
quite powerful. This is really good early game.
I gave it a 4. Yeah, it's tough to battle 2/5 elemental when you rush or 2/5 rush period. Like, that's just crab rider with blessing of wisdom. Or, yeah, like,
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
Yeah.
4.
Yeah,
Next
a lot
card's
of good
interesting.
ratings.
Next card is South Coast Chieftain. That's a 2 mana Murloc, 3/2. Battle cry. If you control another Murloc, deal 2 damage. And the fact that there's 1/2 Murloc with Death Rattle that summons a Murloc makes this card even better than it was. I give it.
This is an incredible card. Absolutely incredible card. Oh, that card. Wait, we're looking at South Coast Chieftain.
Yep.
Oh, jebaited. Still a good card.
Wait.
Sad.
I like South Coast Chieftain. Good card.
I think it's good. I think it's really good.
No, this is a good card. Nice staple in Murloc Shaman.
I like it. I gave it a 4.
Murloc,
I mean,
Murloc Shaman actually getting some like
yeah.
actual support.
A ton of support this expansion, yes.
Yeah, like old Murloc Shaman before was just like do all this stuff, play the 7 mana, fill your hand with Murlocs, and then mill a card because you can't play the rest of them.
There was a Murloc Shaman that was good before that. The one or after that, more recently,
Oh.
when the 2/3 was released. Rock, or I can't remember the name of the 2/3. The one that when you
Rockful
play a
Hunter?
Murloc. No. When you play a Murloc,
yeah,
it adds a Murloc to
Underbelly Angler.
Underbelly Angler. There was a Murloc Shaman when Bloodshipper came out, and it was really good.
Okay. Yeah, I might remember. I might not have been playing then though. That's the thing.
Oh, okay, but yeah, that version was really good.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Spoiler alert. I think Murlocs are decent, and they're all about the same power. They're all like good Murlocs, but I don't think Murlocs is that amazing. So yeah, I gave like pretty much every Murloc card a 3, including this one.
Are we ready for this one? Sure. You give this a 3.
I'm ready for it.
All right. 2 mana, 2/3 Murloc. Firemancer Flurgle. After you play a Murloc, deal 1 damage to all enemies. That's
Ghost
phase
face.
2.
Ghost face.
You don't have to outcast the Murlocs. You just
Yep.
play them. That's insane. Do you know how
love
cheap
this.
Murlocs are?
I love this card. I love this card.
This is ultra. This is so good.
Firemancer Altruist.
Yes, Firemans are altruists.
Just a
I'll
good
make it
card.
simple.
Yep.
I gave it a 3 with all the other Murlocs. I think it's just good.
Gave
I
this
think
card.
the fact that it costs 2 mana to start with is just chef's kiss.
I know.
Yeah.
I gave this.
So
I gave it a. I gave it a 4.
Is Scarkill still in standard? BT dubs?
Is
What's
is
that?
Gargle? I don't know.
Scargill?
I just don't know what expansion.
That's the one
I
that
don't-
makes the Murlocs cost 1.
costs 1. Yeah, Murlocs
Yeah.
cost
Yeah,
1.
no, he's not in.
Darn.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
But
Just-
Lightning Bloom isn't standard, and that's good.
Yeah, just pair this with Toxfin. And you have to build your own board clear no matter the size.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
gonna be fun,
wild.
yeah.
That's with Toxfin. That's insane. So
Classic
you have a
that
board for 3
rotated
mana.
with standard.
Yeah, I'm glad that's not standard.
I'm glad to.
Yeah. In Wild, you have a package where you run that, you run Toxfin, and you run Ice Fishing to draw both. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Mhm.
Wow. That is
Good luck,
ideal.
Dark Player. Shaman new OP King. Yeah, Flare goes pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, Flurkill's cool.
Fun card.
Yeah.
Next card. 3 mana spell. Nothing can stop us. Give your minions +1/+1. Give your Murlocs an extra +1/+1. I gave this card a 4 because this card is literally yelling at us that we had a 3/3 minion that did this exact same thing. Almost.
Mhm.
-1 health. Murloc War Leader used to give +2/+1, and that was insane.
Mhm.
That was so crazy. Yeah, this card's good. 3 mana, buff the board, give it all +2/+2. Druid can't do mana, give it both +1/+1 sometimes. This is more than
We're back to the Finn names of cards. I love it.
love the Finn names.
Nothing can stop us.
I gave it a
Just-
3.
It's just good.
I see you close to coming around there. I see the 3 creeping up to the 4.
It's
I
like
can see it. Right.
I don't know. I think if you're not running Murlocs, it's just okay. But it's a key support for Murloc decks, so that's why I give it a 3 instead of a 4.
I think this card makes Murlocs insanely strong.
I think we can play with
Yeah.
second option.
Yeah.
It's not consistent. Next card is the diamond card of the set. The
Yeah,
Obtainable
one of the 2. Yeah.
Rukon.
Mhm.
4 mana, 4 legendary. Nature spell damage.
We're losing you. Your connection is like cutting out.
Can you hear me? No? Yeah?
A
Mhm.
little bit.
All right. Well, someone else read it. I'll cut back in.
I mean, you read it. We heard him read out the card. It's Brucon.
Yeah.
4 mana, 5/4 nature spell damage +3. I don't know.
I just don't know how many nature spells were really used in here. Like Lightning Bolt's the best one. Actually, while everyone else discusses this,
Chain
I'm
lightning.
gonna go
Chain
look
lightning is
through.
a nature spell. So we'd use chain lightning with it.
Yeah, but I want to be
Um,
smorking when I'm playing this, so I'm just gonna go look through.
Sure.
what
Yeah.
we're at.
That's why I
I-
didn't. I gave this card a 2. I don't like it.
Oh, I went the other way. I give this a 4. This is one of my favorite cards from the whole set. I love this card. I think it's super flexible. Like, you could play it in a pretty aggressive deck and deal a bunch of face damage. I think you can easily slot this into a control deck and deal damage to the board. Like, I love this card. And it's definitely going to be something that your opponent wants to clear. They're not going to want to leave this up.
Oh yeah, it's like it's got soft tone on it essentially.
Yeah.
Am
I mean, you're
audible?
yeah, you're audible.
You're back.
Okay, good. Sorry.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I think this is a good card, and I think I don't know. I just looked at it. I was like, eh.
I like to consider this as a developer team boundary test
Yeah.
to see if they can put a lot of spell damage on a medium costed minion. And so they're going to try it out with nature spell damage, give it +3, which is a heck of a lot. And they're going to see where it goes.
Mhm.
So if you play Phoenix on 2, and you wait your 2 turns, and then you play this on 4, your lightning bolts deal approximately 1,000 damage each.
I like it.
All right, I found the good nature spells that we can use here. We got lightning bolt, chain lightning. Like you said, landslide is really good.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh yeah, this card's gonna be really
you
good.
could use lightning storm. Serpentine portal is more burn damage. Dunk Tank
Yes.
is also a nature spell.
Oh yeah.
Torrent is 1 mana, but already deals 8, so it's kind of a lot. And Tidal Surge is in the core set. That would be heal 8 and deal 8. I don't know which of those
Okay.
are the best, but those are kind of the ones I would
Yeah, no,
see.
this card is a limit test, and it's gonna probably turn out to be a 5.
Can I picture you guys the trolled in video that's going to happen as a result of this card?
Yes,
Are you guys
please. I really want to know what this trolling video is gonna be. I'm actually gonna rate it. I changed my mind.
Go the other way. It's really good after hearing those spells.
Here's the trolled in video. All right, turn 2, the Shaman player goes Imprison Phoenix, Lightning Bloom, Imprison Phoenix. And then turn 3, they do whatever because they're overloaded. And then turn 4, they're going to play Brucon, Lightning Bloom, Lightning Bolt, and they're going to do 20 damage to their opponent. That's a lot of freaking damage, man.
That's a lot.
Prison Phoenix is a dumb card.
You're just going to win the game. That's it.
Lightning bloom.
Much damage, much wow.
Mm-hmm.
Much damage.
Such damage, much wow.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, Brucon's neat. It's a boundary test. I hope the boundary works out. I like to see some aggressive spell damage now that Malygos isn't in the game, so you can't like do silly stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. We ready for next card duel?
Let's do it.
Last card duel. It is Chain Lightning. It's the ranked spell for Shaman. It's 2 mana nature spell. You deal 2 damage to a minion and a random adjacent one. And upgrades to 3 and then 4 damage to both the minion and the random adjacent one. It's pretty much cleave at the base. It gets a little bit better at 5 mana, and it gets a good bit better at 10 mana.
Mm-hmm.
I am not totally convinced that this card is great, but at the baseline, it's not bad. I'm okay with playing cleave. Zephyrus would give me cleave. I didn't want it, but it gave it to me. So cleave is not a bad baseline card.
No, it's not.
So you can usually target it the way you want it to on the left or right in the early game. In the mid game, it's a little bit more challenging sometimes. Some people can play around it, but 3 minions means you guarantee both of your targets every time unless they're on the opposite sides of each other. So I think it's a pretty good card worthy of playing in a deck.
Yeah, I give this a 3 for the exact reasons that Itachi said. That it seems playable. It'll be a pretty good support, and like this card's probably played in maybe in an aggro deck, but aggro decks like to go face, so probably a controlling mid-range shaman deck.
Yep. 3 as well for me. Same reasons.
I am pessimistic on this card. I don't think it's very good. I don't think I'm very interested in playing cleave that gets slightly better as the game progresses in my deck. Don't think this goes in any shaman, so I give it a 1.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for the Neji big brain card where he like is completely right about a card being insane and we're all wrong about it.
Neji and Itachi both have one every set.
Yeah. I had Relentless Pursuit last set where I was higher on it than most other people, and it turned out to be insane.
You want to know the fail that me and Neji had? The biggest fail that we had collectively?
What?
It was Ace Hunter Crane.
Yeah.
We both thought that card was so good. It was terrible. No one played it.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. I was right about that one.
All 3 of us.
Oh.
All 3 of us.
All right,
all
moving
3 of
on
us
to
were right.
Warlock.
Yeah. We get to go
Don't
back
make
to
me
Rod.
bring up Mind Render. I didn't want to do it.
Rod, yeah. Well, Neji called it. It was getting it nerfed in the week, and it did.
Did we all call that card that card was insane?
I did not. No.
You, Itachi, were the other person who said it was going to be good, but I said it was going to be nerfed within a week, and it was.
I think the way I looked at it is how it ended up after it got nerfed. Is how I saw it from the beginning.
Yeah.
Well, Neji is cheating because he saw the patch notes because they were patching to nerf that thing before it came out. They're like, wait a minute, how do we get this through?
I mean, to be
Yeah.
honest, I don't really think it's balanced still, but whatever.
Oh no, it's still absolutely ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Warlock cards. And I figure Rod
Alright.
can do
New
these because he
class.
loves his Warlock.
Hooray! It me, the Warlock. Ending the caravan is, well, an apothecary caravan. At the start of your turn, summon a 1-cost minion from your deck. Now, I think this is fairly hot garbage, but apparently you all agree.
Wow, this
Yeah.
is a unanimous one.
Yeah. Well,
What's
I
the
just
next
followed
card?
everybody else's suit. They're like, "Oh, these are all ones," and I looked at it and said, "Start of turn. That's garbage."
This is
Alright.
absolutely atrocious. This is a disgrace to the game.
I'm so glad that on turn 3 I have my Flaming Imp now. I only had to pay 2 mana.
Now that's gameplay.
Yeah. Ooh,
Solid.
Speaker's back. Let's go.
All right. Go next.
Yeah, we can just be done with this one. This one's horrible.
Facts.
Cabal Outfitter has the same battle cry as it does Death Rattle. Give another random friendly minion +1/+1. So looking at what we had to say about that, we were sort of middling for us. We had a 2.75 average. What are thoughts about this? I didn't like it, but some people were more sanguine.
What? This card is good.
I like it in Zoo.
It's good in Zoo.
I think from my perspective, I don't have anything I want to play this in Wild, so I'm just sort of like,
Yeah.
bleh. But
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
This
could-
is
I
not a
could see where this would be
no.
good.
This card is not a wild card. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
All
card
right,
is
but in
absolutely not playable in Wild, but it's everything Zoo
odd-
wants to do in Standard.
It's funny how that works.
Odd Warlock is on the way. Just wait.
Get out of here.
Sure, it is.
I'm done with you.
No, Molten Giant is 25 mana. Don't you? Oh no, it's 20.
Oh,
no, never mind.
no.
No, it's deep nerf.
This is over.
Which is a nerf. It's a nerf.
You sounded
All
so
right,
sad about that.
It's still good. A 3 mana 5/5 is not bad.
Good and standard, bad and wild.
Yeah. Agreed.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess we know where that lands. Onto the Barrens Scavenger. This one's interesting. It's a 6-mana 6/6 with taunt, but has a sort of unique condition that we haven't seen a whole lot of in the past. Costs 1 while your deck has 10 or fewer cards. And looking at how we rated it, it was sort of meh, like a 2, like interesting but not amazing. Thoughts?
It's only played in one deck.
You'll have and also having standard bladed lady, and then show me this. Like you can't do that. That's illegal.
Facts. I think this just blow up your own deck strategy is like probably the worst thing they've pushed since Freeze Shaman. So I give literally all of the cards away.
Was
I gave it
thinking
a
that
2.
exactly those words.
Yeah, it's kind of atrocious.
Yeah.
1 for me.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
think
see
it's-
I
any
don't know.
reason to ever
The
play
2
this
was
card.
actually a typo. It should have been 1. I'm sorry about that. I'll correct that. All the other ones are 1. I don't know how this made it.
We are shifting from orange to red
Yeah, we are.
everywhere.
I put 2s for everything just because I didn't
Yeah.
want to think about it when I was doing this at 11 o'clock at night last night.
In Wild, this might have a home in something like Mechathune, but that's still so fringe as it is
Mechathune.
that I don't even know if that's worth talking
Yeah,
about too
it's
much.
not. It's not.
If I've got less than 10 cards in my deck and I'm trying to taunt for 1 mana, I don't know. I'm not doing good stuff.
This
Mhm.
card is not good enough in Mechathune. Like even in Wild, Mechathune Warlock, this card does not make the cut.
Well, that's my thought. Yeah.
You want to
It's for,
either
like,
be
fringe.
cycling or selecting what is coming next, or blowing up your deck with Hemet.
Yep. Yep.
This doesn't leave with Hemet, so it's bad.
Nope. Yep. Gets in the way. Yep.
What else?
What else? What do we got? Gimme.
Ooh.
Legendary.
Wow, legendary.
Wah! Nehru Fireblade, one of the legendaries indeed from this set. Battle Cry. If your deck is empty, open a portal that fills. Hold on. Sage is very excited. Open a portal that fills your board with 3/2 imps each turn. Oh my god! It's Lavokari sacrifice on a body.
That is
I don't
so
know.
interesting from like a
Yes,
design
it's
standpoint. That's a
design.
really interesting card. It's also a 1, but it's
Yeah.
really
It's a
neat.
really cool card.
I
Yeah.
gave it an aspirational 3 just because I want someone in Wild to do something with it, but it's
The die? Yeah,
not.
it's okay.
Battle Cry. 400 dust. Nice.
Wowee, that's a lot. That's some good dust.
Yeah, that
I want to go. I
Battle
want to golden.
Cry lose
I
the
want to
game.
open it. I want to open a golden one.
Yes. Into dust.
1600 dust or 800 dust, whatever it is for goldens.
It's equal value.
800?
1600.
Yeah.
16? Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that.
Do are we confident the Burning Blade portal here, does it occupy a same spot on the
It
board
does.
as Lavokari?
It's
Yeah.
Lucari. Yeah.
That's
You only get
exactly what I was thinking. I was just curious.
So you have effectively hindered your ability to summon more stuff, and you're also actively summoning bad stuff that you can't even broom because
But your
board
deck
full.
is gone.
You can't even broom. Jesus.
Okay.
This
You
is
do
horrible.
this, and then you play Envoy Rustwix, and then start shuffling them back in. Ha ha.
Yes, you do this. You're holding Vectus. You're
Oh wait, I'm into the next queue because I died.
oh
My bad.
no, because I died because I'm playing a meme. It's cute and interesting, but not
Terrain.
Free
Yeah.
Shaman lol. All right.
onward. Now this one interests me. The Altar of Fire. A rare fire spell. Destroy the top 3 cards of each deck. 1 mana. I want this to be something that is interesting to me, but I think it's practically weird. I don't know what deck really wants it, but there are plenty of decks that don't want to see it.
Says 1 mana, discard this card. It's so bad.
In standard, this is like actually the most unplayable garbage I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And in Wild, we already have Gnome Feratu, which is going to have a space over this, so why?
Dust. Wow. Warlock's
easy dust.
Team this expansion. Dust.
Man,
What are
I
you
want
playing,
Warlock
Dust
to be
Lot?
good.
You got
It
one
is
mana?
already good.
We'll get
It's
to it.
fine.
No,
Just
it's
not
fine
this
in
stuff.
Wild. It's just not good in Standard. Besides Zoo.
Hooray!
More than
All right,
Zoo.
I think
please.
I have a hot take on this card.
I want more
There you
Tick
go.
Lock.
I think
Wait, who's
this card's going to be really good, actually.
Really?
Ooh.
The
the
thing
Altar of
is,
Fire? Are you
we
talking
don't
about
know
the
what's
next card?
coming up in the next few. Take
I
me on
see
the word
how
on
it
it.
is.
We don't know what's coming up in the next couple expansions. I think before this card leaves Standard,
Oh, sure.
it's going to be a mainstay in a Warlock deck.
I agree.
They're going
I
to
would
backfill
I
support
do
for
not
it.
agree.
I would bet my
think,
house that
I
would-
think that they'll put. I
I
think they'll
will
give
take
support
your
to
house.
this.
Thank you.
I think they'll give support to it, but I just think right now it's not that. It's just not good enough right now for anything. Like
Maybe you're right. Maybe they'll do something in the mini set that'll make it worth playing, but or in the future. But I just don't see it right now, at least.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It's
Unless
like,
there's
hey, what's your
un-
theme of the expansion? Blowing
like-
up my own deck.
like
He
so
could
in a
top
world
you.
so in a world where instead of printing cards like in a world where like there's a Hand of Gul'dan and or cards like that trigger when you destroy them from your deck,
In
then
a
yes.
world.
But if that doesn't, if I feel like that would have to be what this is going to lead to, possibly.
I mean,
And
there's
if
gonna
not,
be
I don't
something.
understand
They're
it.
gonna print support for stuff like this. It's just a question of what.
Or and how
Like,
good is it? 'Cause
yeah.
Yeah.
you don't want to make it too good, but you don't want to make it useless like it is right now.
I mean, are they telegraphing some next level like new Mechathune?
Oh, please.
All
Please do it. Please do it.
right,
All
Andre,
right.
please. As Ronald froths some more.
Next card.
Ooh, the Grimoire of Sacrifice. Destroy a friendly minion. Deal 2 damage to all enemy minions. This is a shadow spell, and I kind of like it. Let's see how we let's see what we all think of it. Sort of actually more positive than not. 2.83 average. Decently playable. Thoughts?
I only have it at a 2, but I think it can shine at some point. I think it'll be better in Wild because you can blow up your cubes and stuff like that.
Want to
But
pop my color? Want to pop my cube?
Exactly.
Raised
In
dead is a card.
standard, we don't really have anything that we want to pop, but it does prevent us from trading in all of our minions when we can just sacrifice one.
Let me check really fast where this
Yeah.
card is from.
I gave it a 2. I think this was better if Galakron were still staying, because then you could just use this on a 1/1, right? 1/1, cool, destroy that and deal some damage. But since Galakron is leaving, I don't know what necessarily you're wanting to use, but it's not bad, so I think it will see some play.
I mean,
something.
with Raised Dead being a card still right now, there is worlds in which there are situations where Grimoire will be actually pretty okay, because you'll just be able to raise dead something back for that. Like, yeah.
There's also Tamsin Rome, which
that's the thing. Well, yeah, we'll get to
you have it on
Tams.
board. We'll spit out a second of these.
Yeah, we'll get to the other Rome sister eventually.
Yeah. What did you guys think of the condition of something like Dark Pact, which is give you health instead of deal damage to the other side?
I mean, I loved Dark.
I mean, that was good because we had cube. Otherwise, it was not great. Okay, the question though.
Understood.
This card does not say destroy a friendly minion, then deal 2 damage. Like, you can just play this if you don't have minions, right? And deals 2 damage. And that's just
I think
you
it
have to have
will require you to target a friendly minion.
Okay, that is not what the text says, though.
Really?
And the text says destroy friendly minion, deal 2 damage.
Oh yeah, well yeah, the way that the
just
text
deal
plays.
2 damage to all enemy minions for 1 mana. Like, I'm almost certain.
The first part of the text is what has to happen first. So you have to destroy a friendly minion.
Yeah, you need to pop something first.
The text resolves by sentence.
Are we sure?
So, like,
I feel fairly confident
that
that
99% positive. Minion to kill.
You can't play Dark Pact just to gain health.
It's a targeted spell.
Let me look at target actually.
What does Dark Pact say?
Destroy a friendly minion. New sentence. Restore 4 health to your hero.
Yeah,
I would think that we have to have a targetable
Sorry,
minion.
I'm changing my rating. This card's terrible.
I gave this thing a 3. I gave it a 3. I think it's fine. I think it can definitely work.
Like, I don't know. I think I like this card.
It's worded the same as Dark Pact.
I'm more positive on this card.
All right, my Warlock ratings have continued to drop.
Think about this though. In the cubes that we've been playing in Wild, we haven't even been running Dark Pact. So we run this maybe because it deals with a small enemy board. Maybe. Oh, I think we prioritize AOE over health, but how much?
But you've already got Defile.
Dark Skies, Flames, the new Drain Soul.
Is this really necessary?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think it's a cool card and it has utility, but I don't think it finds a spot in Wild.
If you're obsessed with popping your Void Collar, you run Sack Pack because it's free.
If Warlock's as bad as we think it is, then this card is probably fine.
Yeah. In standard, it's hot garbage.
Fine in a class that isn't going to see play anyway, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like if I have 1 minion on my board and my opponent has a minion of 2 health Gibberlings, I want to destroy the Gibberlings. Like, I'd rather take out I'd rather attack with my minion, kill it, and then clear their entire board. Like, this works so well against token decks and against rogue that play stealth 3/1s.
I don't know if Warlock is playing cheap stuff that they want to destroy. Wait, didn't Egg back in Stamp? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah,
Egg's back.
Okay, never mind. There's Egg.
Egg.
There could be an Egg lock.
I guess.
Egg.
I could see that. Then You probably played in that, but that still
Yeah.
feels pretty fringe. So
And in Q block,
Yeah.
if you're desperate, you can play a Bad Luck Albatross, pop it on 4, pop it with this, and deal with a board. Oh,
Gotcha.
That sounds sad for me.
yeah, right.
That sounds
Uh,
sad.
Onward.
Indeed. Now I get to get to the
Sure.
cool card.
Let's get the cool cards. I mean, this card's cool, but oh boy, Tams in Rome. 3 mana, 1/3 legendary. Whenever you cast a shadow spell that costs 1 or more, add a copy to your hand that costs 0. My goodness. So let me review for you guys which shadow spells in Warlock cost 1 or more.
I want to say the one before.
Yeah. Do it.
Power overwhelming.
Oh,
+8, +8.
Kinda good.
Cregasm.
yeah. You basically just said my entire
Sorry.
This is an
With twisting-
insane card.
I'm sorry. There's other good ones too, though, that
Oh,
you can
yeah.
play.
This is an insane card.
Love it.
Say more.
Twisting Nether is another.
Siphon
But like,
Soul.
okay, yeah. The thing with the power overwhelming is that like, yeah, but can't you do something better with 3 mana than deal 4 more damage in a turn?
So see, shadow spells.
What would you want to?
Mortal Coil is there's Mortal Coil, Ritual of
Let's see,
Doom,
3, 6,
Drain Soul.
gives you
What I mean is that
Siphon
like if you're trying to
Soul.
set up like a big combo thing, then like you're gonna use your power overwhelming on your combo turn. Are you really able to add 3 more mana on that combo turn to add 4 more damage?
if you're at, let's see, so Arcane Golem is a 3 mana 4/2 plus 2 power overwhelmings for 5 mana, brings it up to 12 plus
Power
Tamsin
overwhelming for
plus
4 mana.
yeah, it's just if you, this finds a spot in Dark Lair. I think this is a bananas card.
So it's like 7. It's currently 7 mana, 3 cards, and it deals 12 damage, which is a lot.
Yeah, and if you
But
have 1 more mana, you deal 8 more damage if you have the second PO in your hand.
Oh, you can use it with. Okay, it's not a once per turn thing. You can double it up on the POs.
Yeah,
I guess that's
yeah,
what
you
it is.
could-
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so you can add 8
whenever.
damage for 3 mana, and that's a lot. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's relevant. Adding
Yeah,
8
yeah,
damage
yeah.
for 3 mana is a lot.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can also get like 0 mana Siphon Soul, 0 mana Drain Soul, which is really good. 0 mana
Yeah.
Twisting Nether, like. I mean, those are just the shadow spells that are in standard. I haven't even. That's the core set. I haven't even looked at the wild cards essentially.
We don't even need to
Isn't
look at the
there a-
wild cards. 0 mana.
Shadow card penance.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you have 2
That's
Drain
great.
Souls with this into aggro, you're just winning the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I gave this a 5.
Same.
Comments
I
power
think it's good.
overwhelming.
What did I give it?
She's just
4. Yeah,
good.
seems
I don't
pretty
think
simple.
it sees a lot of play in standard.
Yeah, but it's
To be
really
real.
powerful. I think
It's-
it's really good with Drain Soul and Standard. And
I
Siphon
just
Soul
think that
seems
Warlock
pretty
is at a
good.
place where it doesn't. This isn't the thing it wants to do. It wants to do stuff with like Hand of Gul'dan.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah.
I agree. This just gets better like every expansion though. It's one of those cards just keeps
Yeah.
getting
yeah.
Currently, it's not the best, but in the future, I think it could
The
be
other
really good.
right now, the other Rome sister's probably better, but this one will be
Yeah.
just as good eventually. if
Well,
not
there's
better.
Librams all year long, baby.
Yeah.
You know, an interesting use case. If you have Mortal Coil,
Yeah, it's MC. Yeah.
on 4, you drop her, you Mortal Coil something, you Mortal Coil something else, you draw 2 cards and you kill 2 1-health minions against an aggro deck. Not bad.
Yeah.
One thing I need to know, what is the % chance that Rotted crafts this gold on day 1? Just saying.
99.9.
Now, we don't need to
Well-
speculate.
All right. So moving on to the next card.
Yeah, this is going to be 100% Rotted Gold card. Next card, please. Yeah. Soul Rend, a 4 mana shadow spell, indeed. Deal 5 damage to
Oh,
all
yeah.
minions, but destroy a card in your deck for each killed. Our rating on this was pretty bad. 1.5. We pretty universally thought this was hot garbage, but yeah, thoughts.
Okay, this may change my rating. I have a question.
Go ahead.
It's a shadow spell. So does this trigger roam?
Yes.
Do we get a 0 mana soul rend?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it's a 1 either way. I don't really care.
Yeah,
It's
you're gonna
Yeah,
you're gonna kill a ton of things and blow up a ton of cards. Let's go.
I don't know. Not being bad. Yeah. Is really good as a baseline. Very good AoE. But actually, I'm probably giving it a 2, not a 1. It's just a really good AoE. I don't care
Yeah.
about the burning cards thing. It doesn't really.
Yeah.
I mean, if
I
you're
think Burning
aggro, I
Birds is like
guess.
actually terrible.
But it's
Like, if
deal
you're-
5 to all minions, so
Wait,
you
but
can't
what
save your
makes
own
it
stuff.
terrible?
If you're
It's
playing
just a
control
good
deck,
AoE.
you need to have a win condition, and you could just instantly burn like Jiraxis, and you're like, well, now I've
Whoopsies.
burned my deck, and like, cool, I get to blow up the deck, and then you're like, oh snap, I already blew up my deck too.
Yeah,
That's the
it's
All right,
bird.
would you rather
Too much.
have the rest of those cards or die?
I'd rather Q next.
I'd rather just not play the deck.
I'd rather die.
I mean, we're
and then go
probably not
next.
playing Warlock, but
Yeah.
it's honestly, it's not a bad AoE. It's really not a bad
No,
AoE.
it's not. I gave it a 2.
I gave
I
it
don't
a 2
think
as
it's
well.
terrible.
I'm sticking with my guns. Freeze Shaman.
Sure.
That's the spirit, buddy.
I think this is the only card that breaks
People
that.
won games with free shaman.
Now this is a card that I find interesting. The Blood Shard Bristleback. It is a 3-mana 3/3 lifesteal, but with an interesting battle cry that is also based on the size of your deck. If your deck has 10 or fewer cards, deal 6 damage to a minion, and that damage, of course, will have lifesteal.
If it went face, it would be okay. It does not go face.
1.3.
Like you have less than 10 cards in your deck, and you're still trying to fight for board. Like that's not good. You have to win the game.
Yeah, if this went face, this card would be really good.
Because there are games where you just get down that low as a warlock, but because it can't go face, like it's kind of weird.
I don't like it.
I would play this in Zoo if it went face. I'm not even joking.
Well, everyone
Yeah, I
would
would
play this if
too.
it went face, I think.
Is there a world where we play this just to tempo it out?
That's kind of what I was
not.
thinking. I mean, you get lifesteal regardless, so
3-mana 3/3
Okay,
with lifesteal and
stats.
Warlock is okay.
yeah. I mean, I gave it a 2. I'm not
But
saying
like,
it's great.
aren't
But
we
like,
we could just play Earth Ring Farseer if we wanted to do that, right? We get the heal every time.
My eyes
And
are
targeted.
open.
Targeted
yes.
heal.
Mine are closed.
Mine are closed. This is a 1.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
say
probably was over sanguine with this. It's probably a 3 for me, but I think it's
It's
I think
crazy. Over
okay.
half my warlock cards are 1s. This is sad for one of my favorite classes in the game.
I said a nice amendment to your statement there.
Is Soulfire still in standard or did it rotate?
nope.
It's rotated?
It's
Oh, rip Zoo.
Yeah.
Zoom. Yeah, they only have matron really.
Yeah.
I got 3 words for this. Can you guess? Free Shaman lull. All right, next.
Next.
I thought it was 100 dust. Okay.
It is 100 dust sometimes. Here's the rank spell for Warlock. It is a fell spell, Imp Swarm. Summon a 3/2 imp, and it upgrades when you're at 5 mana. You get 2 imps at 5, 3 imps at 10. This is... I don't know, thoughts.
Next color.
I like it. I gave it a 4. I don't know. I like this in Zoo.
4?
But you're not
Are you
you're not,
making it to 10
like-
mana?
I don't think you could play this in 2.
I don't know.
The
I
5
still
mana
think for
it's a
2, like a 2
4.
mana 2/3/2s is fine.
Yeah, I think once you hit 5 mana, it's fine. Otherwise, it's not.
Like you're
great,
getting
and
the
we're not
body of a
and we're
flame
not-
imp.
and we're not making it to. Yeah, but flame imp costs 1.
Right, that's why I said you're getting the body of a flame imp, but you're not taking the damage, which is why they're 2, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
but the
I think
damage
it's
is actually good because of Flesh Giant.
true.
Which we're playing in Priest also, by the way.
Yes, thank you,
I'm-
Itachi.
Yeah.
Also.
I was just gonna say that they got the saddest archetype ever, and they also, in my opinion, got the worst rank spell, so that's kind of lame. But yeah, I'm gonna give it a 1. I don't think you play this.
I think Warlock's in a rough spot but the game is, I don't know, the game is so much slower. I don't know what happens. So
Tick lock.
Take lock is a thing.
I hate
Yeah.
that.
I mean, Ticketus in your Sarge is just like gonna be a combo as long as you can play a 7-mana or higher
Hell
card.
yeah.
Anti-fun. Sad.
I don't
Unless
think
you
this is
die on
good.
turn 5.
Well, yeah, but
I think Warlock has good enough AoE to survive, so that's good.
Yeah,
I just want to
think so
play
too.
Jiraxxus. That's all I want to do.
I do
Yeah,
want to
you play Jiraxxus and
Jiraxxus.
Tick Lock.
Not if I blow up my deck.
No, Ticket is lock, not blowing your deck up. You lock. You blow your opponent's deck up. That's the fun.
For who? Okay,
Yeah, but
it's
that's why you-
definitely fun blowing up your opponent's deck.
Yes.
But that is yeah, okay. I'm
It's like-
gonna refrain from commenting.
I mean,
That's probably
Ticket.
the
I
thing
have
to
Ticket as
do.
one of my 10 favorite cards of all time. Like,
Oh my god.
absolutely love it.
All time? Oh,
mean,
I shouldn't say
I
anything.
can't
I'm a guy who
bad,
like
yeah.
double crafted golden Mechatoon all over the place.
I mean,
And
you did,
Lucia is
though.
one of my favorite cards, so I can't really say anything.
Oh yeah, you got to shut up now because you like that card. You're an actual degenerate.
Insta gold.
so we go to. So we're moving to Warrior.
Warrior. Good luck,
Warrior.
everybody. I'm not reading that, so whoever wants to read Warrior.
I've already read twice. Fish read twice. Who has not read twice?
I've got you.
All of
Anybody?
us got. I think that Baker should probably do this one.
Yeah,
That
I don't
So,
think I read twice.
First one up we've got is Whirling Combatant. It's a 2/6 for 4. Battle Cry and Frenzy deal 1 damage to all other minions. It's kind of
I
so-so.
gave it a
I think.
3. It's
Yeah.
okay.
I don't
Like
think
got
it's
spied on a
fantastic.
mistake.
Yep, 3 for me. It's just like kind of medium.
It's a
Yeah.
really expensive whirlwind effect.
it's
Yeah,
kind of plays like.
My comment was
plays-
that like this is a 4-mana risky skipper, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have risky skipper, so
kinda
we got to
does-
make do.
Kind of does like Death Spite, but it's not a weapon, so you can't just hit face with it on the first turn you play it.
Yeah.
Because that's what. Because that's.
Isn't Inner Rage also gone?
Yep.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate. I thought Frenzy was when it survives combat, not when it takes damage.
What? It's when it survives the
It's-
first point of damage. When it
Yeah, when
survives
it
damage.
survives damage.
Gotcha.
Any
Okay.
damage.
Okay, that makes yeah, that's good.
All right. Next.
All right, so we've got Stonemaul Anchor, man, a 5-mana 4/5 with Rush, Frenzy, draw a card. I gave this one a 3. I liked it. It's a rush, but the stat line for 5 is not great. It's cool that it replaces itself, but I don't know what you're really killing with this.
Oh, I think this is good,
Mm-hmm.
especially with the legendary. This is nuts.
Yeah, this is what makes the legendary playable.
This is essentially like a Starfire for Druid, except a little bit better because it can stick around and do more damage.
Yeah, I gave it a 4. This is solid.
Seems like a
And
pretty
Stage
good card.
Dive makes it like a 5/7 or
Oh.
something, shit like that. Or
5,
6/6.
6. 6/6. Yeah.
Stage Dive makes it a 6/6.
Yeah, I like it. I think we'll play this. It's good.
All right, bulk up, 2-mana spell, give a random taunt minion in your hand +1/+1 and copy. So I gave this one, I gave this one a 1. There's not really a lot that we're going to be playing with taunt, I don't think, in this upcoming meta. And we don't even really have a lot of options in Warrior for taunt. I mean, there's a couple here and there, but there's nothing really that stands out.
Yeah, this is Omega yikes.
We talking about bulk up?
Yeah.
1.
1 for
Maybe
me.
maybe a 2 if we're talking about, because if we're running this and we're running Sword Eater, then that's 2 Sword Eaters. So that was like my thought process to maybe make it a 2, because you can just make multiple Sword Eaters and that's really good. But otherwise, no.
Mm.
All right, I think we can move on to the next one then.
Yep.
We'll do Outrider's Axe, 4 mana, 3/3 weapon. After your hero attacks and kills a minion, draw a card. So 4 mana is kind of a lot for a 3/3 weapon, but you do get 3 cards off of this as long as your opponent's not running weapon destruction. So I think it might be okay, but not great. So I gave it a 3.
Mm-hmm.
More card draw on Warrior is good.
Seems pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
But Sword Eater's in the same slot, which is why I'm rating it 3 and not a 4. Because I think the redundancy might make it less good, but the effect is powerful. So 3 for me.
Yeah, I just kept imagining this being in a deck like OTK's, like a control deck. But I mean, even I guess control decks also run Sword Eater, so it's like sometimes having too many weapons is not good, especially if they're in that same zone. That's why like Sword Eater and Ankar work so well together, because they were kind of like, one is like a 2 mana, and the other one was like 4, so they worked very well in tandem. This one does not work in tandem with Sword Eater, so I don't know. I like it though.
I gave it a 2. I think this is one that probably doesn't get played immediately, but I think at some point it will be good. But I feel like the other weapons that are being played right now, like you guys just listed, are fine. And you're already playing those weapons and then cutting class for the draw. So I don't like the requirement of having to kill a minion with this weapon.
I mean, you could also just send it face and not care about the draw, but I mean, Warrior tends to favor being what is it? Favors sometimes just being controlling with their weapons. But yeah, there's probably better weapons than this already. So
Yes, I feel like you probably don't want to just be smacking every time into minions, because I don't think there's going to be as much armor generation. There's still going to be some, but you're going to have to be a little bit more careful, because now you can't gain like 20 or 30 armor in one turn from like Skip or Armor Smith. So I don't know. I think it gets used a little, but I'm giving it a 2.
All right.
So we've got Rancor, a 4 mana spell, deal 2 damage to all minions, gain 2 armor for each destroyed. So I gave this one a 3. Its cost is a little bit high, I think, but it does allow you to gain the armor from the clear, which is really nice.
being a warrior, you're able to set up clears pretty decently. So I think I gave it a 3 as well. Especially because you're gaining. Or if it was just like, obviously it would cost less if it was just deal 2 to all minions.
Yeah, for sure.
But like, the only downside is that it also hits your minions. But if you're playing a deck that's not a minion heavy deck, then this is, fine.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it only goes in some kind of control
Yeah, for sure.
shell. There's no way you run this in a minion heavy deck.
Agreed.
Yeah, I feel like this is just kind of like subpar removal. It doesn't seem that great to me. I give it a 2. Maybe like a 1 of, I don't know. Big Warrior could be interested in this. Yeah, I'm interested to hear from Itachi later why I gave it a 5. I'm interested.
Yeah.
I guess yeah, I also gave it a 2, but I'm trying to think of, maybe he gave it a higher score because of trying to use it in tandem with like the other frenzy cards that deal damage, and then you play this so the things actually die and you get a bunch of armor. But I don't know. I'm not seeing it. Like, it just feels kind of bad.
Yeah, I feel like on turn 4, it's not going to clear as many minions as you really want it to.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So another warrior spell, Conditioning. Give minions in your hand +1/+1. This costs 2 mana. Upgrades when you have 5 mana to +2/+2, and upgrades at 10 mana to +3/+3. I gave this one a 2 as well, mainly because you're going to have a pretty heavy minion build with a lot of minions in your hand, and there's not really a lot of hand buff support for the warrior class. I don't think this one card by itself is going to make that much of an impact.
I gave it a 1. I've never really liked the hand buff stuff.
I think this works. I think this helps the Watley deck. Because everything in that specific thing is buff minions. You can play like this card and Tent Trasher like each other a lot. You just buff stuff more. I gave it a 3. I wonder if because there's no Risky Skip or Armor Smith that there's not better warrior decks. If the Menagerie deck that has kind of just been sitting there and hasn't been that great, if that deck gets better because of whichever way this meta lands. Like and that deck can be pretty aggressive, especially if you're running a pirate, like a piratey build of it. I like this card. Like +2/+2 to everything in hand for 2 mana is pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm just not into hand buffs.
Yeah,
I'm just they've
I'm
never
always
worked
more.
for me.
I
So I'm
I
gonna
always
give it a
land more
1.
optimistically on hand buffs. So yeah, I mean Itachi's out here. I would love this. I don't know what he rated it, but
You gave it a 1.
ooh, doesn't like it. Okay.
I just
All
think
right,
hand buff is
so
too slow.
one of our warrior legendary minions, Overlord Sourfang, 7 mana, 5/4. Battle Cry, resurrect 2 friendly frenzy minions, deal 1 damage to all other minions. This card, I gave a 5. This is going to be really good, I think, in some kind of frenzy controlling warrior build. Because when it comes into play, it's going to go ahead and trigger any frenzy minions that it brings back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think this card is really powerful. The problem is right now, there really just isn't very many good frenzy minions. Like the only thing you want to bring back is the rush guy that draws a card. Otherwise, just like actually nothing. You're playing your deck that you really actively want. I gave it a 4 because the card is just like really strong, but I'm not sold that it's gonna work out because of the quality of frenzy minions that it printed.
The Blacksmith would probably be good. Blacksmith is playable in that deck.
What's Blacksmith?
It's a neutral. We'll get to it later. But it gives your other minions +2/+2. So like you summon them and then 8 triggers, and then everything that it brings back, including Sourfang, gets +2/+2.
Yeah, buffs would be good. I just don't know if we can actually play that.
It's yeah. We'll talk about it when we get to neutrals.
I like it. I gave it a 4. I think it's decent. I don't think it's super insane, but I could see this played in a more kind of control-y thing that runs a lot of the frenzy stuff that does damage to the board, or more of like a mid-range deck that runs some frenzy stuff. Or maybe this even slots in like maybe just with that frenzy, the pirate rush in some menagerie deck. Oh, I could see it. I think it's solid.
I think I rated it a 4 as well. I think if you're playing Sourfang, you only want a limited amount of frenzy cards to be played. I don't think you need to run a lot of them, obviously, because it's a resurrect effect. You want the res pool to be pretty good.
Yeah, luckily that won't be too hard because there aren't that many.
Yeah, I know right now there's not a lot of frenzy cards. Yeah, but they'll make I don't know if this is something you're gonna keep up for the entirety of this, of like, if they're gonna keep making frenzy cards like for the next year, or if this is just like this in the mini expansion and then all of a sudden, oops, it's gone. Like,
Well,
Yep.
let's go ahead and jump to the next one. The other legendary minion, Rakara, 3 mana, 2/3 rush. After a friendly minion attacks and survives, give it +1/+1. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, it seems okay, but I'm not completely sold on it yet. I feel like I would have to see it, or like there's so much setup, I feel like, for it that makes me hesitant.
yeah, I gave it a
Hard-
high grade
yeah.
initially, but with a friendly minion having to attack and survive, it just seems really weird. So I don't know if I like it as much as I rated it. I think it's cool, but I'm gonna give it I'll give it like a 3.
I think this card's pretty flexible. It itself is a friendly minion, so if it survives, it buffs itself. If
Oh,
you
it
have
is?
something on board, it can go face and buff
Cool.
itself.
Okay.
This with Warmaul Challenger is pretty insane. It attacks like a million times and keeps buffing itself. And I mean, if you're already ahead on board, this just like really starts closing it out. And this having rush is just really nice removal.
Mhm.
I think it's just like pretty good in a lot of situations and flexible. So
Mhm.
I don't think the setup's too much.
Mhm.
And also with card Stage Dive
Yeah.
buffs this too. Then it's more likely to live. Then it attacks again. It's almost like a little Darius Crowley that also buffs
like
your
it.
other minions. I think it's just pretty good. Give it a 4.
Mhm.
Sure, it'll see some play.
Sure, I can see it being a 3 of being that good for sure. Like, I just think I
took some cards and I overrated them a little bit by like a number or two.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, ratings change after people talk about it. You think of new ideas, and
Yeah.
you're like, oh well, yeah, that's actually
Yeah,
pretty
like
good.
I didn't think about all the ideas of like running Warmaul with it and everything. So I was
Oh.
like, oh well, I had it as a 5, and then I dropped it to a 3, and now it's a 4.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you all gave it a 4. I gave it a 3, so I guess I'm not rating it quite as highly as everybody, but overall, everybody seems to like it.
I mean, it's just, I
Yeah,
mean,
three's still good.
sometimes you just want to see a card in practice,
Yeah.
before you're like, oh well, it's actually insane or whatever. Yeah.
Let's go to the next one. Is a 1 mana 1/3 frenzy, gain +1 attack for each damaged character. I gave this a 2. I don't know. I'm not sold on it. Like, I don't know if this is one of the frenzy cards I really want to be playing if I'm going on like the frenzy synergies.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I'm not sure I'm running it in a frenzy synergy deck. I might run it in a deck that just doesn't bother with it, but just like this card with I guess with Whirlwind being around, if Whirlwind's even around, I don't actually completely know the core set, but like if this card can live, I mean it'll gain a decent number of attack and it will force itself to have to be removed. But I also gave it a 2. I'm not completely sold, but I think there's a possibility it's just not played in a frenzy deck, but in a different deck.
Yeah, Whirlwind is in core.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, this card's just kind of awkward. I don't really know what it's
Mhm.
doing besides being a 1 mana 1/3. Like, sure, if it lives and hits something with like 1 attack, it becomes a 2/2. Like, what?
is that
Yeah.
but that's not good enough.
Yeah, it's just kind of meh. It's a 1 mana 1/3. So maybe that's why I give it fringe, but I'm getting closer to a 1 as I talk it down. So I'll keep
Yeah,
it at the 2 for now.
okay.
Well, the last warrior card we have here is a 5 mana 4/4 taunt. Battle cry. If your hero attacked this turn, summon a copy of this. I don't know. I gave it a 2. I feel like maybe there's a case for it. I don't know. I guess if I could see this being used, like if you can do Sword Eater on 4 and then on 5 you attack and then play this, then sweet. that seems pretty cool. But
I
I don't know. Like outside of that, I don't know.
I actually think this is the best warrior card for this expansion because warriors like using weapons, and it's very likely, like, because you can hold swings and you can get this off whenever. Like, it doesn't matter if it's on turn 5 or it's a little later. Like, creating two 4/4 taunts for decks to have to get through, is pretty good. I rated this a 4 because I think this card is just a very strong card for warriors wanting to, like, warriors controllability. I mean, I might be wrong, but I like it, especially because it's a copy.
Yep, I agree with pretty much everything you just said, Fish. That's kind of what I'm thinking. 4 for me. I think it's really good. There's a lot of weapons we're swinging with, and this is good tempo.
Yeah, I'm not sad to see Wrench Caliber go, even though I've played a lot of Bomb Warrior. I'm glad it's gone, but we have good weapons still.
True. All right, class cards have concluded.
Woo!
We can bullet through some of these neutrals.
Yeah, I don't know.
There are a lot of sketchy neutrals.
I haven't rated like any of these neutrals, so I've rated a few. I've rated the legendaries that I've seen for the neutrals, and that's about it. Cool.
All right, let's go. Who wants to?
I can spit them off.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
We can even rotate through if we want.
I think we just bullet them here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Bullet 'em.
All right, cool. Firewatch Post, 2 mana, 2/4. Can't attack. After your opponent draws a card, it costs 1 more, up to 10. Not gonna lie, I don't really like any of the posts. I don't know.
This is the post I like. Because it hinders decks. It hinders classes like Rogue that like to cheat out mana. Like it's one of those. It's like an anti mana cheat card, which is pretty cool. I would give this. I'd probably give this a 2 because it's probably. This one. I might give a 3 over the other ones just because I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is really annoying if they coin it on turn 1, but I don't think it's very good. I gave it a 2. I think there's one watch post that's actually really good, and this is not it.
Okay. See, I haven't looked at all the watch posts, but I think this is like one of the only good ones.
Yeah, there's only 3.
Yeah, so it's one of the. So there's 2 good ones, and then
I think
one
there's
bad.
one good one in my opinion, and we haven't got
Gotcha.
to it yet. But we'll see.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, next one is Lushwater Scout, 2 mana, 1/3 Murloc. After you summon a Murloc, give it +1 attack and rush. I think with some of those other Murlocs, especially Shaman, this is pretty
Murloc
dang
Shaman.
good. Yeah, this is pretty amazing in that. It has to work with Murlocs though, so I'm gonna call it Fringe, or maybe 3, because it's a key support, I guess, in Murlocs. So I'll call it a 3.
Yep.
I'd get it's a 3. Yeah, it's a good card.
I gave all my Murlocs 3, and this one probably goes in the deck, so 3.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Oasis Thrasher, 2 mana, 2/3 Beast. Frenzy, deal 3 damage to the enemy hero.
Now this is a river croc.
I don't know. Like, I kind of like it in some aggressive decks, like decks that want to be going face and deal that extra damage. But the only trick is you'd have to make sure it doesn't die in one hit. Like, it'd have to survive damage, so it's a little less guaranteed.
I think 2 mana 2/3 is probably fine. I mean, I like this card. I would, but I just don't know if it's like good or not. I don't think it's a fringe card necessarily. I just don't think it's a great card. I'd probably give it a 2 until I could see where it fits in a deck. But I like it that it goes face.
Yeah, I gave it a 2. I think it's Fringe. I don't think it's terrible. The Frenzy's pretty good. It just depends if you can get that off, which you probably should be able to. Yeah. So some aggressive hunter deck probably is going to run this because it's a beast too. That's about it.
Okay. Talented Arcanist, 2 mana, 1/3 battle cry. Your next spell this turn has spell damage +2. I like this one a lot. I'm giving it at least a 3, but I'm kind of leaning 4. I don't know. I think some sort of like Mage or Shaman wants to take advantage of this. But I feel like it's decently flexible. Like, you can play it in a deck where you're wanting to deal extra damage for like face spells, or you know, in a control type deck where you want to clear the board or something.
Yeah, I think we already have a lot of these effects that are pretty good, like in the decks that we wanted. Like Mage already has Phoenix and whatnot, and I don't know, since it's only one spell, I don't think it's that. It's essentially, if you're playing a spell that goes face, it's just 2 mana, 1/3, deal 2 damage, because it's just 2 extra damage most of the time, unless there's like a really specific spell that does something weird with spell damage. But I mean, maybe you play this and then you can like cram session, draw like 3, maybe. I'm not buying it. I gave it a 2, but I could see it possibly fitting somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see if this card is like how this card could be used, but I'm not 100% sold on it.
Okay. Next, we have Barrens Trapper, 3 mana, 2/4. Your Death Rattle cards cost 1 less. I don't know. I'm gonna just give it a 1. Like, I don't like it.
If Death Rattle cards were better, then it'd be better. But Death Rattle cards aren't that great. Like
if this was out when like Death Rattle Hunter was when like Death Rattles were played in Hunter, like be fantastic. I know that Hunter's getting Web Spinner back in the core. I haven't like my knowledge of what's exactly in there is in the core set is not great, but I will obviously get acquainted with it once the set comes out. I don't think this is that good though. It made me maybe if Hunter runs Death Rattles, it sees play in Hunter. But other than that, I don't think so.
Yeah, this is just bad. It doesn't really do anything, and it has low stats. I don't know why this isn't just a 3/4. I feel like that would be fine, but yeah, I'm gonna give it a 1.
Sure, makes sense.
Okay. Next, we have Crossroads Gossiper, 3 mana, 4/3. After a friendly secret is revealed, gain +2/+2. I'm gonna call it fringe. I'm gonna say 2. I mean, if you're wanting to run a lot of secret stuff, you probably run this. This might be slotted into Secret Mage. I mean, it's a decent body, and it works with what the deck already wants to do, so yeah, I think it's a 2.
I give it a 3. This is really annoying in Secret Paladin. Like, you actually have no idea how annoying this is. They try to attack into it, Noble Sack. They try and cast a spell, oh my yog. Like, literally,
yeah,
it's so annoying to remove.
This card is good in Secret Paladin, but it's just I can see it being a 3.
I guess I'm just so like down on Secret Paladin, so
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I gave all the Secret Paladin cards that weren't like insane 3s, so I'm giving this a 3.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. Next we have Death's Head Cultist, 3 mana, 2/4. Taunt, Death Rattle, restore 4 health to your hero. I think this is pretty solid, honestly. Like, I'm almost debating giving this a 4. I think it's fine, and I don't know. I like it.
I think I think you can call it a 4. I think it. I think it can see play in a nice. This is a card that Priest would like. I'm sure Priest decks will maybe try to fit this in, just because it's a really nice stat. It's a really nice mana cost and stat line. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a 3 or a 4. Like, it's a pretty good card.
Yep, this is a cheap, defensive, efficient option for decks that need that. So 3 for me.
For sure.
It's like Rotted rated a 1, so I'm guessing it's just pretty terrible in Wild.
Yeah, there's a lot of better cards to run for defense.
Yeah,
in standard right now, I definitely would say it's.
I'd run it now in standard.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure we brought that up because that was like very different.
Yeah, there's like Tar Creepers and that Tar Creeper doesn't even run in like any decks in a while because it's so power crept. But
Sag, Miss Tar Creeper.
That would have been nice in the core set.
Yeah.
All right, next we have the cutest pig around, Hog Rancher.
Oh, look at that
I know, it's so cute. 3 mana, 3/2, Battlecry, summon a 2/1 hog with Rush. I'm gonna give this a 3. I think it's solid. I think it can be used in some pretty aggressive decks. So, I'll give it a 3.
But it no go face.
If I had charge, I'd be interested.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this is very good.
I think this is an
For
arena. I think this is an okay enough arena card.
yeah, it's
but
pretty good in
arena
arena.
low.
I'm gonna give it a 1. I'm not gonna play this in my
Yeah.
decks. I don't think.
Probably not in a deck. I mean, maybe it sees play, but I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna be that good. Okay.
Next we have Ratchet Privateer, 3 mana, 4/3 pirate, Battlecry, give your weapon +1 attack. I don't know. I'm honestly thinking this is like a 2. Like, I like the stat line and it's fine, but I don't know. Not sold on it.
It feels like a
This
warrior.
is sad.
Like, I don't even think this sees play in Pirate Warrior and Wild. Like,
No, they put Toxicologist in the core set. It's literally a 2 mana card that does the same thing, and it's cheaper and more efficient. And I thought that was bad, so I'm gonna give this a 1.
yeah, okay. I can see that.
All right. We have Venomous Scorpid, a 3 mana 1/3 beast with poisonous, and Battlecry, discover a spell. That's how I feel about that.
I'm seeing 1s on our sheet, and I don't know. This actually seems pretty good to me. Like 3 mana 1/3 poisonous that can kill some good amount of things,
Discovering a spell is always
and
nice.
you get a spell. Like if we think about it this way, people ran Volpera Scoundrel Index. This is just infinitely better. Like this is 3 mana.
Yeah.
It's the same card, but you don't get that weird extra choice that was like never picked.
Yeah,
But
and a random
this
spell.
is 3 mana, infinite attack, 3 health, discover a spell, right?
Yeah, I think it's a 3.
Yeah, I give it a 3. I think it's like Volpera level, but
Yeah.
better. But
Mhm.
Volpera is also like a 2 to the 3.
It's a 2/3, yeah. Decent card.
Mhm.
The Discover spell was like what made me not think it's a 1.
Well, Rotted and Itachi both gave it a 1. They really don't like it. I
Mistake.
went in the middle and gave it a
Well,
2.
Rotted, I can see this card not seeing play.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
It's not gonna play
But Itachi also gave it a 1, so.
well,
Sketchy.
sometimes zags.
All right. Next we have Sunwell Initiate, a 3 mana 3/4 Frenzy, gain Divine Shield. Feels like a 2 to me. It's not terrible, but I don't know. I feel like you have to have a specific deck or something you're really going for it to be great.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think it's just bad. Give it a 1. There's a lot of sketchy cards in the neutrals for me.
Mm-hmm.
Common theme of 1s. There are some good ones, but that is not one of them.
Yeah.
I feel like that is typically what we end up doing with neutrals, like every set.
Yeah, neutrals are pack fillers, except for like the few gems that you find.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, next, patrons are back. This time,
Everyone,
gruntled patrons.
get
Yeah. I feel like
Everyone
this
get outta
is
here.
slightly better. At least more manageable. But 4 mana, 3/3 Frenzy, summon another gruntled patron. I'm gonna give this a 4. I think it's
Wow.
pretty good.
Patron Warriors coming back.
I'd like to hear the uses.
Patron
Yeah,
Warrior.
well, I mean, Patron Warrior is the thing, but I feel like that makes it really good. And because the next one you summon would then also have Frenzy, and then once that one takes damage, it's like you could keep the chain going.
I mean, sort of. Yeah, it's like old patron, but worse because if you take a damage, you can't do it twice.
Right, but the new one that you summon would have Frenzy. So if you casted multiple things, you would
Yeah,
fill
you
the
just
board
can't
just
make
like
Yeah, but
them.
that's how old one worked too.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why it's slightly cheaper because you can't
Yeah.
make as many.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any synergy besides like Whirlwind, and I'm just not seeing it. I gave it a 1.
It has,
The Frenzy cards.
staying.
Cruel Taskmaster is in core.
Yeah, so that would be a use. That would be a card for it.
I mean, in
But-
Warrior, though, like all the frenzy stuff, like there's a lot of those that deal 1 damage.
Sure.
that's true.
I don't know.
I just
I'm
think
gonna
the days of
I'll give
patron
it a
are
two.
over.
I'll give it a. Gosh, I feel like Dragon Rider might end up being right on that, and that's not fun. But I think I'm gonna give it like a 2 or I would give it a 2 or a 3.
I don't know. Everybody else scored it a 1, so me saying 4 is pretty bold.
Yeah.
We will see.
All right. Well, next we have Taraho Brave, a 6 mana 4/8 frenzy, destroy a random enemy minion. I kind of like this one as well. It's got solid. I think this is more so like control decks. I feel like this is where that slots in. But I give it a 3.
This feels like a bad convincing infiltrator to me. Like convincing infiltrator, if you killed her with a spell, it would still kill something. But like if you target remove this thing, it's not even gonna do anything. Plus it costs more and doesn't actually have taunt. So the turn you play it, they can still keep going face, and then like you have to attack and get it. I don't know. It seems really slow to me. I don't think it will see play, but that's just my opinion. I give it a 1.
I would also give this.
Oh no, I give it a 2. Why did I give it a 2? I'm changed to a 1.
Yeah.
Talked yourself out of it.
I don't have anything on this card, so I can just spitball. I also might think this is a 1. I think there's a chance it might see play eventually, but it won't see play right now.
I'm giving it as a 2. I remembered because Sour Fang, it might
Yeah, Sour
sort
Fang.
of maybe be good, but it seems really slow. So I don't know.
Okay, makes sense.
1 or a 2.
Well, your reasoning for it with Sour Fang is, good it's reasonable logic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Injured Marauder, 4 mana 5/10 taunt battlecry, deals 6 damage to this minion. I don't know, 2.
I'm going to assume that Rotted has a high rating. Does he? I can't see it yet. Yes, he has a 5. Because this card is completely broken off Oaken Summons in Wild.
That makes
4 mana
sense.
gain 6 armor, recruit a 5/10 with taunt. That's just insane.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna go on Wild, it's a 5, and if we're gonna go on Standard, it's like a 1. So
Yeah, I'm giving a hard 1 for standard.
yeah, like the Celestial card, I gave it a rating based on Wild more than I did on Standard.
Mm-hmm.
But this one I will rate on. I just get to say both of them.
Yep.
Right. Next one we have is South Sea Scoundrel, 4 mana 5/5 pirate. Battlecry, discover a card in your opponent's deck. They draw theirs as well.
I don't like giving my opponent cards.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Wow,
I'm gonna
this
give
is
it a 2.
absolutely
1.
atrocious. I'm gonna 1 this one. I'm sad about this one. Why is this taking up a slot? My expansion is an epic.
To make you ask why,
True.
Make
I
me-
guess.
Make me not
Make
get,
me dust it.
make
Yeah.
me not get the epics I actually want.
Make me not pre-order.
I got my pre-orders.
All right. Next one, Burning Blade Acolyte, 5 mana 1/1. Death Rattle, summon a 5/8 demon spawn with taunt. It is a demon, by the way. The taunt. Yeah. Probably a 1. I don't know.
Yeah.
This was a card before, but I think its spawn didn't get taunt, I believe.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
I'm wrong. No, I don't
I
think
don't
it had taunt before, but yeah, this is kind of bad. This is not bad off of the Death Rattle Demon Hunter thing, but it's still kind of slow. Yeah, no, I give it 2 for free. It's probably just bad.
Yeah.
There's one case where this is pretty insane, and that's when you get it off Jandis.
Oh, you've ruined it. No, yeah.
Like,
Oh,
that's pretty good to get off
painful.
Jandis.
Yeah, but it's a 1. It's a 1 in my deck and a good card off.
Oh, yeah, but yeah, you don't include it in the deck.
Yeah.
Mark my words, Jandis will be nerfed 100%.
That's what Veggie-
Literally
yeah, Veggie
100%.
told me last expansion that Jandis was gonna eventually go to 6 mana, but it wouldn't happen until the rotation or like a
Yeah.
later time, essentially.
It'll be nerfed.
Okay. Next we have Gold Road Grunt, 5 mana, 3/7, Taunt, Frenzy, gain armor equal to the damage taken. Feels like a 1 to me. I like, unless you can really manage to find a way to deal a large amount of damage and trigger the Frenzy to get some armor, but like, no.
If you're dealing all 6
Yeah.
damage, then yeah. Hey, what's up, Atanchi?
This is a pack filler.
We're doing neutrals. We're just banging through them.
Yeah, this is real bad. I'm gonna give it a 1. Like
It's a
the
1,
past
yeah.
30 cards. I mean, what?
Yeah.
What's the last non-one we gave? It was Venomous Scorpid. No, I gave Patron a 2, I think. But yeah.
There are some good neutrals. We just have hit like almost none of them.
Yeah.
Alright.
Which one are we on so far?
We're on Gold Road Grunt. Just finished it. But you can obviously input if you want.
Wait, Gold Road. I'm looking
Grunt.
at what's before that. Gold Road.
Burning Blade Acolyte is before it.
Oh, Aces Thrashers. Okay,
Yeah.
that's about it.
All
All
right.
right. Ready for the next one?
Jandis again. That's a fun one to get off Jandis.
Yeah. All right. Next we have Dark Spear Berserker, 4 mana, 5/7, Death Rattle, deal 5 damage to your hero. No thanks.
No, thank you.
I gave it 2 for Fringe because it's overstat and you can summon it off of like the Death Rattle Demon Hunter thing. But that's about it for me.
Mana 5/7. I'll take one of those. And my Tempo Priest gonna summon some Flesh Giants stick.
I'm out.
I am ready to see this. I want to see this this
I'll where
giant
I'm
priest
building
in
it.
action.
I'm building it.
Nice.
All right. Next, we've got another cute artwork. Toad of the Wilds, 2 mana, 2/2 beast, taunt, battle cry. If you're holding a nature spell, gain +2 health. I honestly feel like this is okay. Like, I'm debating between a 2 or a 3, but I kind of like it.
That's pretty decent.
We played in
Almost
deck-
exclusively Druid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a
Druid and
druid.
common nature spells.
I gave it 2 for Fringe. I think it's
Mm.
better than some of the neutrals, but I still don't think that's that good.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2 as well. I like it. It's a cute little guy.
Next, we have Hecklefang Hyena, 2 mana, 2/4 beast, battle cry, deal 3 damage to your hero. I don't know.
Why?
I don't
Can
like
I
it.
deal? I want to deal 3 damage to my opponent, not to me.
This is how I guarantee that I heal for the full value with the priest spell that Arcane gave me. Yep. So I guess you could say things are getting pretty serious.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a hard pass on this one, thanks.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this card either. I just don't want it to deal 3 damage to my face. Like, I mean, I guess it's like a weirdly it's like a 2 mana differently statted Flame Imp, but it doesn't deal the 3 damage like Flame Imp does, at least if it lives.
Yeah. All right. Next, we have Lushwater Mercenary. Like, I love the spelling of this. Mercenary, but spelled like Murloc. 2 mana, 3/2 Murloc. Battle cry. If you control a Murloc, gain +1/+1. Solid.
It's a 3.
3 or 4. 3.
This is going into my bank of 3 Murlocs. All
Pretty.
3s.
Also, the secret card earlier. I don't know. You guys gave a lot of ones, but the secret card that gains 2/2 when a secret's revealed. That card's good.
Yeah, I gave that a. I forget what I gave that, but it's a good card.
It's really good. in
Ned
secret
gave it
power.
a 3, and I think I also gave it a 3.
Yeah, this card, the Murloc's, it's a nice little +1/+1. 4/3 on 2 is pretty good.
Indeed.
All right. Next we have Kindling Elemental, 1 mana, 1/2 elemental. Battle Cry, the next elemental you play costs 1 less. Yeah, so he just pays for himself, basically.
Pretty good. I like it.
It's got
yeah.
some really good
Vicious.
synergies.
Card's insane to play Alakir on 2. They're the Alakir
Yeah.
on 2.
For sure.
Easy curve.
Yeah.
Yep, it's really good. I gave it
Can
a
you
3.
Yeah, I give it a 3.
play another? Is Rockbiter and standard? Question mark.
No.
No.
Are all the damn Mage cards are gone?
I gave this a 4 honestly. Like, I think this is really solid. I love the fact that the discount stays.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
holding a 1 mana discount on like elementals and also
It's
keeping a chain so it pays for that.
So good.
Yeah, because, like, we've had that effect now with, like, nature studies and stuff like that, and that has been so solid. Like, I didn't realize until then, like, how much it made a difference being cost 1 less this turn or just cost 1 less, period. So that's why I rated this higher, because I really like that effect.
This would have been really annoying with Zephyrus.
Yeah. Oh, man, 1 mana Zeph.
Wow, 0 mana Zeph. Actually, no, it's 1 mana because you can't. It doesn't stack. Duh.
Yeah. Alright. Next one, Legendary. Kargal, Battlescar, 7 mana, 5/5. Battlecry, summon a 5/5 lookout for each watch post you've summoned this game. 2.
God.
I don't know.
This is so.
If they had rush.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I mean,
He's
it's
busted.
interesting. It's interesting because we used to play a card called Dragon Coster Alana, which was 9 mana, 5/5 summon 3/3s for what was it, dragons you've played or something like that.
No, it was spells, and that
Spells?
was really.
3/3 is something.
It was spells, so like you threw that in a spell deck. But I mean, I get we only have 3 watch posts, but like
And-
if we're, but I assume I know the watch post that Neji really likes, and I mean, even if you play 2 of those, getting 15 worth of stats is not bad on 7 mana. Like,
Okay, if I could play both watch posts before turn 7 and this on 7 and guarantee it, I would play it, but that's not gonna happen.
Well, 4 7 mana. I mean, it doesn't mean that you're playing it on 7.
Wait,
So yeah, it's probably 2.
Did
It's
we
probably
pass the other one?
We've
only
done the 2 mana watch post.
we only looked at 1. We have 2 more watch posts, which are right after this.
The one that increases the cards you draw or your opponent draws.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, I like that one.
Alright, I'm scared of that card. That card is super prohibitive in mass quantity. Like if you play more than one, that's like a very restrictive gameplay, like almost like a floodgate.
Yeah, I can see
Anyway.
that. Yeah, I mean, I think Kargal's not that good though. I would probably give it a 2 as well. But I could see a world in which it's like, okay, maybe.
Okay. Well, here we go. This is Crossroads Watch Post, 4 mana, 4/6. Can't attack. Whenever your opponent casts a spell, give your minions +1/+1. I think this is probably the one I like the most out of all of them. I think this is a 3.
I don't like this one. I like the other
I don't
one.
like this one.
Yeah.
I like
I'm not
token and aggro type decks though, so that's why I like this one.
Well, yeah.
I just don't think we can play a 4 mana 4/6 that doesn't attack in our like aggro deck, right? I just don't think that's possible.
Gave it stats though, so that you can't just like the aggro decks can't just trade into it and live. Like instead of it being like a 0 something with a lot of health. I like that they gave the watch post like actual stats. All of them.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 1. I'm not playing this personally, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, I would maybe be generous and say a 2, because there might be a chance that it sees a play in some deck. But I don't think it's that good.
What set is Ogremans are part of? Is it leaving?
Nah, it's Skullomance.
Oh, okay. Then nah, Ogremans. It won.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we have Morshan Watchpost, 3 mana, 3/5, can't attack. After your opponent plays a minion, summon a 2/2 grunt. I actually do kind of like this one. I think it's a 3.
Yeah.
That's a good one. You just slam it on 3 and you're like, can I play minions? Can I clear 5 health on 3? Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah, this is really good. I'd give this a
This is
3
nice.
or a 4.
Yeah, I think the other watch posts are not playable, and I think this one is very playable, and it's gonna be very good. This is like super annoying to deal with. Like,
Yeah, it does depend on if this is a minion heavy meta or a spell heavy meta, but I think this is just a good card.
I don't think we've ever had a spell heavy meta, right? Like it's like always minions. That's just kind of how the game works.
I mean, this game currently it feel like, at least like recently, it's always felt like decks that just play spells with "Hey loser" have been like the good decks. So that would be like a spell.
Yeah, but that's a minion. The second you play a pen flinger, they get a 2/2, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's good.
Yeah,
Like,
this is just gonna be good. 4 for me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next, we have Barrens Blacksmith, 5 mana, 3/5, Frenzy. Give your other minions +2/+2. I think I still was the only one that rated this decently. I actually gave this a 4. I like this. I'm probably going to at least test it in some forms of like token druid.
This is
a Savage War.
This is the Frenzy card that I think. This is like the one of the other Frenzy cards that gets played in Warrior.
Yeah.
But I also like it, like you said, I also wouldn't mind it in like a tokeny deck. But again, it's I guess because it works like a bit like a Savage War without giving it any stuff to your face. It just depends. Just depends on if if that type of deck can afford to play this card and trigger it.
Which card did we get to him?
Barrens Blacksmith.
I am personally not sold on this card. I am not into delayed board buffs at all. So I'm gonna give it
I think this is good with Sourfang though.
Yeah, but that means you have to have played this, and this is like really not good to play.
I think it's good in like a mid range. It could be good in a mid range deck where they're playing like animated broomstick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We will see.
Broomstick makes a lot of this stuff better.
Yeah.
Like Frenzy and Broomstick is kind of like the go-to.
Yeah. I want that card nerfed. It's so annoying. All right.
Okay. Next, we have Horde Operative, 3 mana, 3/4, Battlecry. Copy your opponent's secrets and put them into play. I'm gonna give this a 1, but I think if secrets are really that popular in the meta, then this is a decent tech card. But I don't really want to play in my deck, just normally.
Kind of like Kazan.
I don't want to play this. When I first saw this card revealed, I thought it stole the secret, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Oh yeah.
7. And it does not do such a thing. So it's like a 1, 2 if secrets are good, and about it.
Yep, agreed.
I would love to play this if it just stole all their secrets. Like,
If
that'd
it
be
stole
great.
all the secrets, I was like, "Oh my god, this card is ridiculous! I can't believe they printed it."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now we're getting to some spice. Here we go.
Yes. All right. 8 mana, 6/6 elemental Battlecry. Draw your highest cost spell. Summon a random minion with the same cost. I like. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Like, I feel like I'm either giving this a 2 or a 3, but I'm not sure where you put it. So if I'm missing something, I'd love to hear it.
Maybe are we playing it in Shaman, drawing an Earthquake or a Tidal Wave? Like, is that what this card is telling me?
Okay,
Like,
we finally found the card that I get to say
please.
if it's
All
good.
right, let's go.
I get to say I was right.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the only one I think I've seen that my rating is higher. We've all had pretty similar ratings,
I
I'd say.
rated it a 2 because I just wasn't sure. My brain wasn't wrapping around like what it could be. Like, you're probably gonna say it, I'm gonna be like, you're right,
Okay,
but
there's a few things. There's 3 options that all seem like pretty good, but they might not work out. But I think it's worth trying. Okay,
just keep on
first
surviving.
one. Yes, first one is the obvious one with survival of the fittest. That you get your best spell, you get a 10 drop. You're playing Druid, you ramp. It's easy to play this. I think that's like actually probably going to be a thing.
Mm-hmm.
The other 2 that are kind of cool. Number 1, you put this in Mage with Grand Finale. You draw your Grand Finale. It's an 8-cost spell. You get an 8 drop. Next turn, you play it. You get 2 8 drops because this is an elemental. So that's kind of cool synergy.
Yeah.
That might not work out because it's late game, but we'll see. And the Hunter one, you play this. You have Grand Slam. And yeah, you slam them. And you have different ways to tutor this because there's a really good card in the core set, Talon Fordring, that tutors your highest cost minion. So you can tutor this into your hand.
Mm-hmm.
If you're extra meme, you could even play Clowns because you instantly tutor this out of your deck, which tutors the
Oh
10
my
cost
gosh,
spell, which
Clowns
then
and
you play
Hunter, give me.
Grand Slam, then you play Clowns. Clowns probably is not going to happen, but I'm pretty interested in trying this. I think it's going to be pretty good in at least one of those 3 decks.
All right.
So I'm giving it a 5 because I think it's going to be a star in that deck.
Whoa.
Bam.
Hot take.
Yeah, I think this card is really good because it's like it draws you a card, and a lot of times, like when you tutor something, you don't get anything else because you're tutoring. But
Mhm.
here you get like the tutor and the stats, right?
Yeah.
And it's
Mhm.
it's not a hard condition where it's like draw an 8 or higher cost spell from your deck. It's just
Yeah.
like your whatever the highest one left is. So even if you whiff and you draw both tip the scales, take W, you still get you still get the draw for something.
Yeah.
Except we're not playing more.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this like second look, like 11:30 at night, me couldn't wrap my head around it. But me listening to actually this, I think this card is probably a 4 or 5 because of
That's-
because this card is you're playing this card in the deck, and it's just making that deck so much better if you're playing it.
Yeah, you build your deck around this card.
Yes.
Like
Just
you're not playing a
spiteful,
Grand
too
Slam in a card in a
No.
deck. And the
I
really nice thing
don't know
about
about the Grand Slam, but I definitely want to do this with survival.
yeah, the really nice thing about this compared to Spiteful is Spiteful you literally could not play any other spells except high cost spells. But this that doesn't matter at all. You literally just draw your highest cost spells and you can play whatever else you want.
Yeah.
Which is very very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like this card a lot. This is a very Timmy card, like, and I'm kind of a Timmy at heart, so.
Exactly.
All right, next we have the legendary 4-mana 3/3 Battle Cry. If your deck has no 4-cost cards, build a custom golem. This is my 5. I love this. It's pretty like it is a little bit restrictive, and you can only have this as your 4-cost card, but I really like the effects that they put in there for what you can discover from, and it feels so flexible that I probably don't even care that I'm not playing other 4-cost cards.
Yeah, this is really nice. Kazamikis has returned. Yeah, I give this a 5. I think it's really good. I don't know. I need to look specifically at what classes can play this. I think a lot of them can play it. There are a lot of good 4-cost cards, but I actually think this is just better than Scabs, Cutter Butter, and Rogue. And if there's no other 4-cost card, I think you play this. Like this and Shadow Stepping, it sounds really nice to me. And I don't know. There's a lot of decks that you can play this in.
I think that Blizzard did a good job printing 4-cost minions that were good enough where you have to make a decision.
Yes.
Definitely
And
agree.
Is there a world in
that's
which you
what
is there a world in which you just play both of them and hope you draw the other before you play Kazakus?
if you're playing like a game,
Mm.
like, you can do it like you did Zephrys, where like in decks like Galakron Warlock, you can play duplicates and just like wait to play Zephrys at the end of
Like,
the game. But
have a
this
ton of
doesn't
draw.
necessarily end the game though, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
but like a 10, the 10 cost options have some kind of insane stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a world where I craft this golden? Yes, that's the world I'm living in.
That is very much a world.
I don't know. I like the card, and if it's seen play, it's a 5 because this card's gonna be insane. Like original Kazakus was so much fun to play. Like like if I had it in Wild and could play it in a deck and could play it in Reno Priest, I would to this day, or Reno Lock or whatever the 2-3 decks that play it. Mage, Priest, and Warlock. And it's a neutral, so you can put it in any class now. So yeah, I mean, I think this card will be really good. Just a matter of what decks we play it in.
Yeah, there are some really good golems. There's like 5 mana, summon 2 5/5s with Divine Shield, or 2 5/5s with Rush, or whatever. Or you could do 10 cost, summon 2 10/10 golems with Stealth. Like, what? Now that sounds scary.
Yeah,
You
but
about
if
to
I'm
get
doing
done
that,
for
I'm probably good.
Sigil of Silence.
Oh
I
my
hate it.
God.
2 10/10 stealth into silence. It's the nuts. I'm just saying.
Hold on, wait. You might have did something new. Hold on, fellas.
All right, I'm giving it a 5. I love this card. It's sick.
I like Kazakus as a general card. I think it's a fun card to play. I
Yeah.
think this has a little bit more trouble than we think finding the right place.
Exactly.
In,
Yeah. That's
in the relevant decks, because it looks like the relevant stuff is relevant because of some of the 4-drops like Cariel Rome and just some of the good. There's some, and even Blade Master Samuro is just like a really 4-drop.
True. We will have to see.
I'm not sure about Samuro, but we'll get to it.
All right.
No, I think that is good. All right, we'll go there.
Next up, we have Spirit Healer, a 4 mana 3/6. After you cast a holy spell, give a random friendly minion +2 health.
Yeah.
I don't know. 2. I feel like this slots into Priest. That's where I see it. But
Or Paladin.
I
I
don't.
think this
Paladin.
slots into the
Priest-
dust. I'm gonna give it a 1.
It's cool that it says a random friendly minion so that it can give itself more health, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how important. Like the way that I'm looking at the cards from this expansion, it seems like health is really important currently. So I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of relevant.
Mm-hmm. I give it a 2. Might see some play. If health is that important, this card should be not too bad.
Okay. Next, we have Razormane Raider, 5 mana 5/6. Frenzy, attack a random enemy. I don't know.
This can go
Yeah, this
face.
card goes space. This card goes space.
This card goes in the trash. That's where this goes.
This
Hard one.
super face.
Wait, you have a 4 on this? Hold up.
Broom.
Hold
Face.
the phone.
Wait, I have a 4 on this?
Yeah, you have a 4 on this.
Yeah, because it goes face. Right.
It was a 5 mana 5/6 that attacked face. I'm in, but that's not what it is.
Frenzy, attack a random enemy. If there's no enemies on the board, it goes face.
Okay. That means it has to stick a turn.
Does it though? Because like, if I'm playing it in Warrior, and I'm gonna play it, and it's probably gonna go face pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
We will, yeah. If my power play is like 5 mana 5/6 with Broom, rush into something, get like 5 damage face. Yeah, I'm not winning many games.
That ain't the play.
No, it's not Broom. It's definitely not Broom.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give it a 1. I don't think it's good.
I'm gonna give it a 3. I like it. Goes face.
All right. Next, we have Mancrick, 3 mana 3/4. Battlecry, help Mancrick find his wife. She was last seen somewhere in your deck, and that puts the casts when drawn spell in the deck that reads, casts when drawn, summon a 3/10 Mancrick who immediately attacks the enemy hero. I don't like this one much. I think I gave it a 1. I feel like I gave it a 1. I feel like the stuff that we've seen like this before just doesn't ever really work in the amazing ways people hope it does, so I don't know. I don't like it.
I I like my boy
I like
Mankrik.
I like Macri.
I like man.
This with the 5-drop in Hunter that
Like
pulls
it's a
a 3-cost spell is just bonkers, actually.
yeah. I think
when they patch it, yeah.
Yes, they do have to patch it.
what do you mean patch
It
it?
it
It's
currently has no
not
cost.
a cost. Yeah, it's currently not a cost associated,
Oh,
but it's supposed to be 3, so they're gonna patch it.
gotcha. Yeah.
I like Man Creek. A spider tank on curve, and at some point summon a very well statted minion that does 3 damage. So
Yeah, I gave it a 4.
like a 3/10 at any point in the game is not bad.
I
Randomly generate an inner fire somewhere. Pretty cool.
That is in wild, sadly.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't do
Oh,
that.
that's right. It went away.
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't,
Inner
yeah.
Fire,
I mean, I don't need Inner Fire for this to be good.
No, Inner Fire didn't get a Hall of Fame. It's just going away. That was divine.
I think it's good that any deck that can draw some cards, like Rogue, gonna draw some. Like Rogue definitely wants this card is insane in Rogue.
Yeah, I'm playing this in Rogue.
Mm-hmm. I give it a 4 as well. I like it. It reminds me of Elise a little bit.
All right. Next we have Peon. 2 mana, 2/3. Frenzy, add a random spell from your class to your hand. I like the idea, but I don't know.
So this
I'm
is just like
so one.
really bad wand maker.
Very
Yeah.
bad wand maker.
One.
Wand faker, if you will.
True.
Wand dust.
Just
Well-
dust.
This is gonna be the card that everyone has like a million copies of, and if you don't hit your dust all button, you'll see the like ×9+
Yep.
on this thing.
Yeah.
Open so many.
That'll be me.
Yeah.
I haven't hit my dust button in like 5 years.
Me neither. I never hit the button.
Yeah.
You just go through and dust cards. Do you have extras of?
I
Yeah.
dust some like individual cards, but I don't.
What I
dust
do is
all.
I did that last expansion. I just ended up dusting individual cards, and then when I didn't think that nerfs were coming, I like for cards like Bladed Lady, which Bladed Lady's still insane, but
I refuse
I
to
just
dust
dusted
Demon
them.
Hunter cards.
I had to make
Any of
I started making my wild collection, so I had to do my dust button.
My proudest moment of good dust economy was Bloodsworn Mercenary. It came out like a year, or like it got nerfed like a year after it came out, pretty much. And I saved like 8 copies of it the whole time. Like, this card is busted. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. And it was never played. And then it finally got played and got nerfed. I'm like, so much dust.
Same thing. I had like 20 Bloodsworn Mercenaries.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
All right. Well, next one, we mentioned this earlier. Blade Master. Samuro, 4 mana, 1/6 rush. Frenzy, deal damage equal to this minion's attack to all enemy minions. You guys go ahead first.
Right. So I keep seeing Samuro like doing some cool stuff, and I want to play it because it's gonna be a diamond card. But like the more I look at it, the more I'm like, man, Samuro kind of requires some work. Like
Yeah,
I gotta buff him and bigger, and then I gotta like rush into something and then do damage
Yeah.
while surviving. I don't know. Maybe it's not as good of a 4-drop. I want it to be good because it's diamond and the animation's super cool. And I'm probably gonna play it anyway.
Like Samurai is cool.
I'm probably gonna play it anyway, just diamond, and I'll drop when I
Feel
get
that.
competitive.
Yeah, I think it's just not bad. It's like some decent synergies. Yeah, I gave it a 3.
But I will say it's really. I think it's very much worth playing in Paladin. I will say.
Yeah, Paladin for sure.
It's really
Oh,
good
yeah.
at stage dive, just saying.
Yeah, it is.
And also Warrior, because it's jive.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you can combo it with, like, you play a Libram of Justice first, and then rush this in, or play Barov, and then rush this into something, like, it's...
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
it's
another
great.
one of those triggers for that stuff, and it's also like you can make it a big minion, clear some stuff, and then just have your big minion left over.
Mm-hmm.
Because like a lot of times in the late game, you want to use your board clears conservatively, but like having one extra board clear sometimes is the difference
Mm-hmm.
in a game from getting overrun. Once you once you use your 2 justices and your bear off, then they like they don't play around stuff, especially on ladder. They don't play around. Not even Silas. They currently don't play around Silas. Even when they know it's in your deck, they still don't play around Silas.
Yeah. Alright. Next we have the last card, Shadow Hunter Vol'jin, 5 mana, 3/6. Battlecry, choose a minion, swap it with a random one in its owner's hand. We've already been playing with this for like several weeks.
This card literally won a team
it's
of
good.
THL series, so this card's good. I watched a Shadow Hunter Vol'jin single-handedly like win 2 or 3 games. I thought this card was gonna be really good. I didn't realize it was gonna be as good as it is. I think it's probably a 4 on review of having played it for a while.
I'm gonna give it a 3. I think it was really good because we had Highlander decks and you liked slotting in a copy of it, but I don't know if it's really gonna see much play come rotation, if I'm being honest. So I give it a 3.
I give it a 3 as well. Well, that is it. Does anybody have any comments or anything they want to add on the neutrals before we go into our wrap up?
Neutrals? Nah, not really. Look out for my boy Primordial Protector. I'm just saying.
Watch out for him.
I'm gonna be playing the Grand Slam on day 1, and you're not gonna see it coming.
Man Crick.
Watch out for Crossroads Gossiper. Good luck killing it.
Yeah, that thing. Oh, it's so annoying to kill in Paladin.
Oh, where's the 3 mana 3/4 that gets Divine Shield on Frenzy? That thing's annoying as shit.
Sunwell Initiate.
Yeah, that card's super annoying. It's like you hit it, if you don't kill it, then it gets Divine Shield. You gotta hit it again. And you gotta hit it again after that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Paladin 4/2 Spell Burst Divine Shield.
Goody 2 shield.
Except that like
yes,
you
go away.
You can like hit it. You hit it for a little, and then you kill it for a little. This you gotta hit it for like 4 or more, and if you don't, you gotta hit it 2 more times. Like that's super annoying, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I would just ignore it and make them trade, and then I deal with it probably. But
I mean, for one, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go over favorite card of the set here.
Oh yeah, favorite card of the.
Was that something we're doing?
Well, Neji.
Yeah, we gotta wrap it up.
That's right, yeah. So what we usually do at the end of this is everybody kind of says one of their favorite cards of the set or something they think is going to be like totally insane. So Neji, you go ahead and start.
Okay, so for favorite card, probably Primordial Protector looks super fun. I'm gonna be playing some cool decks with it. And then for best card, I think the best card is Rogue's 2 mana Octobot. I think that's the best card.
Okay.
What else we got? What are you guys thinking?
I think my favorite card of the expansion is oh god, what's the mage thing? Mordesh?
Oh yeah, Mordresh
yeah.
And
Fire Eye.
Varden Dawn. Yeah, that and the freeze thing, Varden Dawngrasp. I like those 2 cards. They're my favorite too. I think the best cards of the expansion are either the Rogue package of good stuff or the Paladin weapon. If Secret Paladin is good, it will be at the behest of that weapon. Very good.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I will go first with the card that I think is just going to be really solid, and I think it's kind of a slightly boring one that people probably won't expect, but that Kindling Elemental, the little 1 mana 1/2 that your next elemental costs 1 less. I feel like that's just going to become a staple, and it's going to be played in several decks. I really like that card.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
I don't know what my favorite card is, though. There's nothing that's like jumping out to me immediately, like the previous sets. But if I had to pick one, it's maybe this is another underestimated one. I really like Wound Prey and Hunter, just to deal 1 damage, summon a 1/1 hyena with Rush. Especially because I'm also gonna test some lock and load stuff, and a 1 mana spell that can deal some damage and create a beast sounds pretty sweet.
Agreed.
Yeah. All right, my favorite card of the expansion is Firemancer Flurgle, because I love me some Murlocs. And Flurgle, although not very playable in Battlegrounds, this Flurgle shall be playable. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. And the flavor text of diss tracks spitting straight fire, like I like it. It's so good. And then also shout outs to Sunscale Raptor. As another cool card.
Solid choice.
Card I think is gonna be the most powerful. I think it's between Field Contact and Efficient Octobot, or unless you just want to throw them together as the good rogue card package. I think those 2 cards are probably going to be the best.
Does seem quite powerful.
Yeah.
Watch out for the watch post that summons 2/2s. You're gonna be really annoyed that's the new
Yeah.
Odin.
Morshan Watch Post is going to be good. Definitely. I don't think it's the best card in the set, so.
No.
But watch out for it.
Any other thoughts before we end?
I have to. I'm contractually obligated to play Paladin and Hero Power Mage versus Neji.
Hey, I didn't say Secret Paladin was gonna be that bad, but yeah, I will. Spicy decks. You're going down.
Primordial, something.
The Grand Slam Hunter.
And the Grand Slam. Yeah. No, you have to play Primordial in both of your decks. I'll play
Secret Paladin and the card that you think is terrible.
Which card is that?
There were a lot of them that he thought were terrible.
Wait, hold on. What is my... Does it say everyone's average rating at the bottom? It does. Okay, Itachi is the highest average. Then Dragon Rider. Then Rotted Zombie. Then... Wait, oh, it doesn't show Fish. It just shows the top 3 and the lowest 3.
It's because
so I am the lowest.
No, it's because I guarantee it's because I didn't fill out all the cards.
Okay.
I don't see any averages because I didn't fill out.
Mine is the lowest by a good portion.
Weird. I usually rate cards at a pretty I'm pretty hard on cards. Like I'm quick to give a 1. So it's weird that I'm the highest.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a result of Secret Mage. I mean, Hero Power Mage.
True.
Anywho.
Yeah, Zyrella. Yeah, that's another card I thought it's going to be very, very good.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good one.
And the Broken Mage spell that's like 0 mana draw 2. That's pretty good. And the Druid guy that like buffs a million minions for nature spells. Just saying. All right. Yeah, that's good for me.
Well, thank you everybody for joining, and everybody that joined and or is watching this. Thank you for checking it out. We hope you enjoyed it, and we will catch you all in the Barrens.